Section 15 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Breydon in Leisurely Autumn, Part 2. A quiet Sunday, August the 6th, 1905, continued. 7:30 p.m. The sun has dropped behind a purple cloud bank. His glories are reflected upon a shoal of cloud specks, reminding us of a flock of gilded sheep. The young crescent moon is high up in the heavens and travelling along a wind-promising sky that did not belie our forecast for the morrow. As we close the cabin doors, several curlews are excitedly "Koi-koi"ing overhead. They have been scared by a distant gun. A marsh prowler had probably fallen in with some young mallard. The watcher yonder, undoubtedly fuming in his houseboat, thinks differently. He cannot be in two places at once, and most probably he is wondering whether that lot of curlews upp'ard had lost any of its members. Redshanks are piping on a flat, making a late supper, probably of marine Gammaride, mixing with them, as likely as not, a few small Hydrobiidae that hide under the prostrate widgeon grass and long for the rising waters. The clear double "ploo, ploo" of a greenshank away to the right is answered by one out there on the left. How loudly they pipe out their distinct and metallic call notes! But those curlews, they cannot forget it. We can hear them long after the doors are closed, and the clamour calls vividly to mind how, as a boy, I used on drizzly nights during the autumnal migration to slip out into the backyard at home and listen eagerly to the bewildered sicklebills flying above the glare of the town lights. Charmed and thrilled, too, by the key-whistled sort of note the dunlins blew. And when the knot and the godwit, and now and again an unknown bird, joined in the chorus, that made some of the townsfolk shake their heads and think of the spirits of the night. Feeling considerably run down on the afternoon of August the 5th, I provisioned my punt and started from Breydon Bridge to spend the Sunday and a night or two on my favourite Breydon. I was unable to catch the flood tide, and the wind was dead against me. I pass over the mishap or two that befell me. I had a terribly hard pull against that raging ebb that blistered even my horny hands, and it took 2 hours to accomplish a trip that I can generally sail in 20 minutes. I tumbled into the houseboat, and very soon had a rasher of bacon frizzling over the cabin fire, to the wonderment, perhaps, of a couple of black-backed gulls to leeward, who found it difficult to associate such a savoury aroma with their favourite carrion. The only unusual callers were the lapwings, which this August, for some reason or other, have haunted the adjoining marsh at night. It cannot be worms, it must be leather jackets they are seeking, for they are not particular birds so long as plenty offers, and the larvae of the tipula are dainties Master Hornpie delights to eat. Last night I slept well. The first visitor of the morning was a pipit. How the pipits and wagtails of the year like to hear the patter of their little feet on my white-topped cabin roof. I can assure them they are always welcome. On opening the doors, quietly and slowly, as I always do, for one never knows what company one may have in front of him, I discovered scores of common gulls, Larus, Canis, and black-headed gulls. These were running about the flats, some but a stone's throw away. All were worming and snatching up shrimps and gobies, and no one knows what else, for many young fishes are stranded when the tide falls. Not that it matters much to the little eel-pouts, viviparous blennies, flounders, gobies, shore crabs, and various other crustacea, for some will wriggle into the ooze or hide beneath the zostera and comfortably await its return. Not so well off are the whitebait, or tiny herrings, and the juvenile smelts, for after a short helpless wriggle, unless there happens to remain an inch-deep pool to hold them, they must succumb. No wonder the smaller gulls are most industrious ramblers on the flats, and small wonder they are always so merry. Half a mile beyond this scattered flock were a number of fine old greater saddle-back gulls, evidently unencumbered this year by domestic duties, for they had been here all summer. With them were some younger blotched and speckled birds. They were all busily turning over the wrack in search of shore crabs and such chance fishes as they might uncover. You can always tell when they are successful in their search, for a quick grab is followed by an uplifting of the head, and a tangle of weeds depends. In the bite of them, some crab or flounder is held fast by the strong bill. A jerk or two and the crab is flung clear, and as quickly snatched up again, to be crushed and swallowed with a self-satisfied shake of the head. I have examined the excreta of these gulls. They usually sleep on the lumps at regular intervals, and leave them besmeared as with lime. In these white patches are small fragments of half-digested claws and carapaces. Here and there a big gull had, after repletion, dropped down for a nap, waking for a moment now and again to readjust some refractory feather or to stretch a wing. I had a strong suspicion that some sharp-biting parasite had disturbed its nap. A shoveler duck now flew past those saddlebacks and dropped into a drain. That bird was shot before the day was out by a gunner higher up. At the same moment a cormorant, a far from common visitor to-day, was pottering about in Duffle's drain. He was after a flounder or two for breakfast. The gulls usually resent a cormorant's intrusion, but that day, for some reason best known to themselves, they did not. 70 whimbrel, crying as they flew, passed by, and after a few evolutions up and down, kept on, and only odd birds frequented the place all day. These came in from the north-east. Mayhap they were high in the air, but these wide-spreading flats so attract passing migrants that if they do not intend to stay, they seem compelled to drop within hail of their fellows. Then away they go. It was not until the third attempt, and when they opened fan-like, that I could accurately count them. So large a bunch in August was rather uncommon. We see more of them here in May. Dunlins in small flocks, with which were associating a few ringed plovers and 2 or 3 curlew sandpipers, fussed around, changing their feeding grounds. Some of the dunlins still retained much of the garb of summer, but they were mostly birds of the year. A little way off were a few redshanks, a solitary grey plover, and a greenshank sticking his stiff bill under the rack, jobbing at the Gammaride that scuttled away with almost the alacrity of sandhoppers. There was a stranger about that day. I could not for the life of me make out what bird it was that produced that queer cry. The note was easily distinguishable, whether uttered alone or in chorus with other birds. What to liken it to I am at a loss to suggest. It is high-pitched. It is too loud for a 10-mink stint. It is not musical like a plover's. It is a triplicate note after the style of a greenshank's, but differs from all I know. I heard it in those dark nights of boyhood, rarely, I will admit, but the note always troubled me, as it does to-day. I would give anything to know its author, but then the novelty would be gone. There it was again. I scanned every bird within range, but to no purpose. I was just as puzzled for a long time by a bullfinch that whistled in hiding. The charm was gone when I detected the fellow. I have since been inclined to think this bird was a godwit, as I have observed, as in the case of the curlew, that birds vary their cries under certain conditions, and I can quite believe this cry to be the migration note used by solitary birds of this species. A black-headed gull had discovered a finger-thick eel. How the fish, seemingly knowing its danger, wriggled. How the bird, unmistakably excited, shook and pinched and ran about with it. It was not many moments ere another blackhead espied it and gave chase. I followed the twain with my telescope, and they alighted and squabbled at the rond edge near Stone Corner. Flying, pursuing, shaking, dodging, the two birds settled again, and the original possessor still held its own. Now he had half swallowed it, when the eel flung its tail round the red upper mandible and tightly twisted itself, to the discomfort and annoyance of the bird, which ran about trying to shake off the coil. Down dropped the eel. He had it again. The eel was becoming weaker, but still struggled when the gull, by a great effort, swallowed it. But out popped the eel's tail again, and the bird had to vomit the rest of it. The eel was not smitten with its experience, and again protested vigorously against a renewal of it. The gull swallowed it again, and once more ejected it, but on the third attempt, made desperate by another gull coming up to investigate, the catcher got it down and, by holding its head high and straightening its neck, succeeded finally in imprisoning it. The swellings and writhings in the bird's neck, visible even to myself, could not have been comfortable to him, but I will vow that was not the first eel he had tackled. At last the eel must have succumbed, for the gull, assuming his ordinary freeness of deportment, walked deliberately to a puddle and sipped with ease. The prettiest birds upon the wing were the little terns. There were several about, both old and very immature young. Hither and thither, mostly with heads to wind, they flew, with bills pointed vertically downward, ready the moment those keen eyes detected a little herring dashing about below, to fall upon it, seldom to miss their aim. And when any small fry had been secured, away they went to the edge of a flat, where the youngsters, with their up-winged fussiness of pigeon squabs, snatched at and caught the fish as it dropped from the parental bill. The light, airy-winged creatures were beautiful to look at, and one was glad the month's extension of close time, to all save ducks, gave the fairy-like tern a chance of passing south before the indiscriminating gunner had the opportunity to destroy such feathered gems. There were wonderfully few herons about that day. 2 only were within view, one a bird of the year, the other, I should say, a 3-year-old. The latter I saw strike an eel in the run he was standing knee-deep in. The eel weighed, I should say, at least half a pound, and tightly gripping the lively fish, the heron walked deliberately out onto the flat. For fully 10 minutes the bird played with it. Played, I say, but there was no doubt, in letting the eel fall upon the grass, in which it vainly tried to squirm, he was only endeavouring to get a better grip, and at each strike he pinched peevishly. A dozen times at least did the heron drop that eel, and as many times did he seize it again. Now and then some filaments of weed blew, pennant-like, from his bill. I have seen a heron thus engaged, bullied and pursued by 3 or 4 less fortunate fellows, finally to lose it, having dropped its prey on the mud below, where it has promptly buried itself in the ooze, to the annoyance of all, and the great chagrin of one. My friend yonder had no rivals, and at length, having knocked all resistance out of his prey, he bolted it, taking a sip in the same way the gull had done, and having in all likelihood slightly overloaded his stomach, for he had been fishing for half an hour, he drew his head into his shoulders, lifted one leg, and took a nap. The rising tide came well up his odd leg ere he awoke to resume his fishing. It was dinner time, and the tide was at the full. The redshanks, washed off the opposite flats, had betaken themselves to the marshes. The small birds restlessly passed and repassed. The gulls were on the wing, fishing in the channel. There are drowned mice, bits of fish, and what not, always being borne upstream from the town. The curlews and whimbrel were preening their feathers and sleeping on the rond west of us. A few eels brought to us by an old Breydoner made a by no means unsavoury Sunday dinner, and the fry pan was frizzling a merry tune. The steaming coffee added to a pleasant aroma. I wanted some brother naturalist to have dropped in just then, for there were enough dainties for 2, and a chat with a kindred spirit is refreshing. And there had been sufficient birds to be seen that day to have delighted a dozen. After dinner I flung myself on the settles, threw a rug around me, and read myself into a refreshing sleep. I am like the heron. I have my fill and take a nap. When I awoke, the tide had fallen, the flats had again become bare, and a host of various gulls were scattered all around, some asleep, some arranging their dainty plumage, and a few strolling about, snatching up something towards a supper. I had flung out a few minutes since some eel bones, a couple of small dead eels, and an open bloater which had become tainted. I knew if the gulls did not find them, the crabs most certainly would. I was scribbling these notes when suddenly a beautiful adult common gull wheeled round, pounced on one of the sections of an eel, and bolted it. He next snatched hold of the bloater by the tail, when he was flown at by a couple of black-headed gulls. They all saw me simultaneously, for I was writing not half a dozen yards away, with my face to the open doors. Down dropped the bloater, and a few yards beyond dropped the gulls. One of the 6 blackheads, for there were by this time gathered half a dozen, had a mouse grey hood split on the crown with a streak of white, and he had also a white chin. 2 other adult birds were as white-headed as in winter, with the black ear spots distinct and isolated. Another had a dark line running from each ear spot to the crown. The others were blotched. So soon does the summer hood vanish, after nesting time in some. The common gull stood guard, so to speak, over the titbits, and both a wing and a foot drove off the others each time they were bold enough to presume. I finally told them all to go with a flourish of my hand. The common gull still sits there a short way off, loth to leave so dainty a morsel, and he may yet pluck up courage to dash in and snatch it away. I am going to take another nap. After eels. Than eel picking, I do not know a more laborious occupation. It is simple enough when you get into the knack of it, but the continual jabbing and pulling soon become a weariness to the muscles, even when one drops in amongst a nice lot of eels. But more frequently than not, one does not strike an eel for every 30 stabs. I remember one fine August morning going up with Jari, who, wherever on Breydon he may be, cannot be otherwise than watching. We went up beyond what is called the garden, a large area freely covered with zostera, among which, when the tide lifts, eels like to play, nearly to the dicky works. We went at high water, and waited until the tide had fallen to less than a foot in depth. Then we began our picking. I have known experts, Limpany Joe, a man from Limpenhoe in particular, who was a rare one to notice an eel blow, a hole in the mud which the buried fish used for breathing purposes. There was a tail hole too, and Limpany seldom struck with his pick, but he withdrew it with a nice fat eel fast fixed in the prongs. "He was a nailer," said Snicker Larn one day when discussing the old school of Breydoners. "You didn't see him pickin' promiscus like, but he'd work the bare places, and never got armack with speculatin'. God bless my soul and body, it was born in him. None of us could touch him." Jari and I picked in mechanical fashion, getting a nice mess each for dinner. There happened nothing eventful, but I suppose it was the glamour of the day, the pleasant gossip, and the novelty of the situation that impressed it on my mind. It was my first essay too, as an eel picker. The eel pick is a well-tempered steel weapon made something like one's hand of 5 fingers closely placed together, with sharp points and keen filed notches up either edge of the individual tines. One can half a large turnip with a thrust easier than it can be done with a knife. The tines are pliable, and the eel is held fast, sometimes threaded between them like a sideways letter S. The pick, when used on the flats, has a 4-foot shaft. When used in deeper drains or channel, a correspondingly longer shaft is necessary. You stab or pick edgeways, for the eel lies horizontally in either mud or grass. After a few stabs into the zostera, a big bunch of grass has accumulated on your pick, which becomes heavy with it. The pick is then drawn up and laid flat to the gunwale, and a wedge-shaped piece of wood used to push off the weed, which breaks off or is cut by the tines as easily as cutting through celery. When an eel comes up, a left-hand finger and the thumb, pressed in different directions, open the pliable steel tines, and the eel drops into the well of the punt, which it at once starts exploring, finally drawing itself tail first under the bottom boards. 2 to 10 pounds of eels may reward a tide's work. One has to be careful not to be stranded on the flat. It is no easy matter to push, even a punt, over the flat grass. When picking is done in the drains and channels, large flounders, eel pelts, and a variety of rubbish are sometimes pulled from the depths, the worst captures being a distorted bow or some sunken article made of metal. Eel picking is not nearly so profitable now as in days gone by. 50 years ago, as many as 22 eel fishers might be seen picking at one time. Half a dozen is the most one sees today. 3d. a pound, as they run, and 6d. a pound for the larger ones, is a poor inducement for men to toil hard and long to capture them. The growing up of the flats accounts largely for this, and eel catching is now only pursued with ardour and some success up the rivers. The eel setters, who in autumn, when the eels are running for the sea, bar the river with huge potted eel sets, getting the lion's share. Eel babbing. Babbing is the favourite method of catching eels in local waters. It is a very simple process, and at certain seasons a fairly successful one. An eel babber finds his day well taken up in procuring his worms, in bringing his catch to the wholesale buyer, and in babbing in the daytime when tides are right and the water in proper condition. Sheer or clear water and an easterly wind are abominations to the eel fisher. Dark, warm, thundery nights are his delight, for the eels seem most hungry on such occasions. The eel babbers find worm catching easy enough on moist, damp nights. A dark, ugly blueback kind of worm, tough and thin, is his favourite bait. Lobworms and dewworms are useless, for the eels soon pull the babs to pieces with their sharp pluck and sharper little teeth. In dry weather, deep spade work has to be done, and wriggling in grass plots and on low meadows. Wriggling is accomplished by thrusting deep into the ground a long iron spike, which is turned and roughly shaken in the soil, to the alarm of the worms that quickly come to the surface and are captured. A few dozen of these are threaded on worsted or shoemaker's hemp, and a big necklace made of them. This circle of threaded worms is then wound round and round the hand until a compact cluster is made, amid which a leaden weight is tied. This is carefully placed in the boat with a rod some 8 or 9 feet long, and the eel babber goes forth to try his luck. He rows to a likely spot in some drain, or to the side of the channel, or maybe he rows across Breydon and well up the river beyond. The boat having been fastened to 2 long stakes thrust in the mud, the silent man begins his silent occupation, bob, bob, bobbing, the bait upon the bottom, keeping it in continual motion. An old Breydoner bobs with just such precision as a clock swings its pendulum. The vibrating chuck of the tiniest eel, no larger than a pencil, is felt immediately, and the fish is carefully but instantly hauled to the surface and held over the well of the punt, into which it almost directly falls, its teeth having become disengaged from the threads. Occasionally the eels may be prowling in 3 feet of water. Sometimes they must be worked for, as some strange impulse may have made them keep to a 6-foot depth. Temperature may have something to do with this phenomenon, for the eel, of all fishes, is most sensitive to external influences. Sometimes eels will bite furiously, and are hauled out 2 and 3 at a time. Then all at once biting ceases. At another time they will bite freely enough, but won't hang long enough to be captured. The biggest catch I ever made was near the harbour mouth one fine May night. I believe all the eel catchers had a record time of it. 6, 10 and 15 pounds of eels may be secured in a night, and from 40 to 50 shillings is sometimes earned in a week. But eels are as uncertain as the winds, and the eel catchers, although they have learned much of their habits, are at times at their wits' end to make a living. Eel babbing is a strange, weird pursuit. Moored at the side or midway in the silent black waters in which fathoms deep twinkle the stars, the eelman plies his lonely craft. There may not be a soul within shouting distance. Maybe a brother fisherman, as silent as he, is pursuing the same strange occupation. You see a glow in the gloom as of a distant light, and you know someone has lighted his pipe. He is as silent as the stars. There are uncanny sounds heard at the hour of midnight. The plunge of fish, the suck of eel, the scream of some night bird, the murmur of unknown creatures floating over the flood. The tide ripples round the boat, and long phosphorescent lines trickle away beyond the stakes. Shore crabs come up kicking and fighting over the bait and fall into the boat, making strange rasping noises as they creep round the sides. Flotsam comes upstream from the town, broken baskets and such like, twirling oddly in the stream. You just catch sight of their blacker outlines and conjure up queer thoughts of straying sea monsters. More than once a floating corpse has silently gone by with ghastly upturned face, sightlessly staring at the lone fisher. But one can get used to these things, and none of these move the stolid fisherman. They are part of his ordinary experiences. Early next morning, ready for a simple breakfast, he may be seen quietly paddling downstream, solaced by his pipe, wondering at his luck when the pailing time comes, silent, self-reliant, satisfied, perhaps. As you watch him steadily rowing by, you look upon him as a strange lone fellow, part and parcel of the wild lone life of Breydon. On the Eel. Much has been written on the eel, and only in recent years has its life history become fairly well known, and but very recently have its spawning grounds been discovered. Breydoners still adhere to the old belief that it produces its young alive, and nothing will disabuse their minds of this belief. The old ideas of reproduction from horsehairs and other equally idle notions do not, however, find believers among them, nor will they accept the fact of its spawning. It is utterly useless to argue with them, nor can you persuade them out of their belief in there being several different species of eels. They still talk of silverbellies, grigs, brots, glots, and one or two others. Eel fry are occasionally observed ascending the rivers from the sea, but the conditions on Breydon are not favourable to studying these juvenile travellers. Eels are extremely cleanly in their habits, and I am not much in love with Ingoldsby's Lady Jane, whose husband, Sir Thomas, was found drowned in the family pond, and who greedily ate the eels fattened at his expense. Eels are extremely sensitive to the cleanliness and freshness of their food. No sane babber would dream of using a last night's bab if the worms be but the slightest bit tainted. They are sometimes by no means particular in what they devour, provided it be fresh. Shrimps, gobies, young herrings, and small shore crabs are diligently pursued, and even young eels are greedily devoured at times. Many are caught in summer on night lines, baited with sections of viviparous blennies, to which they are extremely partial. Others are caught in wicker eel pots, baited with live shrimps. They are exceedingly fond of the spawn of other fishes, and will greedily pursue the spawning roach and bream for that purpose. A large dead eel has been found with a water vole fast in its gullet. Frogs and young waterfowl often fall victims to its voracity. I have seen the stomach of an eel captured in a marsh ditch in a lamb net, distended with the ova of the sticklebacks whose nests it had been robbing. End of section 15. Section 16 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Breydon in Leisurely Autumn, Part 3. Lady Breydoners. In the old days, the Breydoners' wives had to do their share towards the family's earnings. Pintail Thomas's mother used to hawk round at gentlemen's housen, offering for sale wildfowl, smelts, and eels captured by her lord and master, and various hotel keepers were amongst her regular customers. Snicker Larn mentioned others who did so, and remembered old Poker Lambs and Cooper's missuses, not only doing that, but helping their husbands to do the catching. He could remember when half a dozen of these queer women regularly set the market on Saturdays with various game, including numbers of eels. One queer character was Ely Bowles, a wrinkled old lady who ripped off eel skins as easy as shedding a glove. One morning a sympathetic customer pitied the victims and remarked to Ely, "How those poor creatures must suffer." "Oh, good gracious no, ma'am," said Ely Bowles, with an air of real surprise. "Lor bless you, missus, they doan't mind being scun, they're used to it." She had scun so many in her day that she had begun to think the eels a part of her own personality. As a lad I used to gaze wonderingly on old Betty Fox, the last of the eel women, who came regularly to market on Saturdays, with a big kid of eels, mostly of a goodly size. She sold her eels at the then regulation price of 6d. per pound. She was dressed in some indescribable material that looked as if it had been fished out of Breydon, and was fronted with an old sack apron, with pockets to hold her takings. Her scales were made of two ancient saucepan lids, not so well balanced as they might have been, each hung by 3 cords to a home-made beam of wood trimmed into shape with a knife. One seller's scales were made of a couple of wicker baskets, suspended from a rusty iron beam. The eels were kept in sand. This was to make them weigh heavy, and it all came off with the skinning. Betty was as artful as age and experience could make her. After weighing out, say 6 or 7 pounds, she seized each eel separately, holding it belly upwards firmly in a piece of rag or sacking. It was ripped and disembowelled ere it could squirm twice. An adroit stab immediately separated the head from the body, and with one dexterous twist and a sharp pull, its skin was taken off, as one draws down a stocking. If an order came from a hotel, the fish were duly weighed, but Betty was inclined to be a bit careless as to how far down the body the vertebrae stabbing took place. Often a good 2 or 3 inches of nice fat eel would remain attached to the gaping head inside the skin. A few pounds of eels, leaving sections behind them, would mean a dinner afterwards for Betty for nothing. Gone are those queer and interesting days for ever, and with them most of those quainter characters which the place, the times, and the circumstances made distinctive. Illiteracy and the wild life brought out that which was strongest in their natures, making them unique and distinguished in the curious world they lived in. Those strong instincts and manners, which were brought into play by their environment and the exigencies of the life, are not so marked in their degenerate successors. Breydon has so greatly altered, and those who follow it to-day have to adapt themselves to things as they find them. The Breydoner of to-day is not nearly so interesting an individual as the Breydoner of the past. Daydreaming. It was a perfect autumn afternoon. Soft, fleecy clouds idly crawled across the sky, as if loath to hurry over the placid waters in which they were reflected. I sat in the stern of the moorhen, sipping an after-dinner cup of tea, and watching the sand martins flitting around the rond and walls, snapping up heedless flies. In less regular flight, a few swallows, old and young together, but taking small heed of each other, turned and twisted, darted and fell back on their tracks, dodging insects that would escape them. A kingfisher came and settled on a stump of my little jetty, and, not seeing me, turned his back on me and sat for a few minutes as if deep in thought. He made a queer ring of his thick-set body when hurriedly scratching his head with his crimson left foot. He still sat thinking, and as men, when in deep thought, whistle, he screeched a queer shrill note or two, and then gathered himself together. He suddenly lifted himself a wing, as if he had decided what to do, and after hovering a couple of feet above the water, dropped as if shot, his beak up to his eyes, going below water. Then back he came to his perch with a tiny herring, it seemed to be, in his mandibles. This he rather awkwardly, I thought, banged on the stump, no doubt stunning it. Breaking its neck, I suppose he would have termed it, and without doubt he nipped it well at the same time. With a funny little upturned twist of his head, he gobbled down his victim, helping it down with a little straining effort. He then shook his head, drew it into his shoulders, and sat thinking again. A ringed plover dashed by, piping him the seal of the day, without staying for a return of the compliment. Master Kingfisher did not deign to notice the courtesy, but simply turned his head to see who went by, and then sat dumpy again. Once again he poised himself a wing, but only for a moment, and then threw himself on the water, this time bringing up to his stump what looked like a shrimp or an idotea, one of those long-horned crustaceans that zigzag about near the surface on sunny days. I only moved a hand, but Halcyon saw me, and with a scream dashed away, dropping his prey. I saw it fall back into the water. A sand martin just now dipped in his flight and snatched up an insect out of the salt tide. I wonder if he notices how salt it is. Some insects sit so lightly on the water that they hardly wet their feet. The sand martin, I verily believe, can ship them up so neatly that the lower mandible does not even touch the surface. On the freshwaters I have seen these birds dip their bill readily enough, for the concentric rings that pay off from the point of contact are distinctly noticeable. Our summer birds are evidently leaving us. The adult yellow wagtails are certainly gone. The wagtails that loaf about the weed-strewn walls are mostly pied of the year, only a few late hatched of the yellow species still remaining with us. The buff-coloured young wheatears flick their tails on clayey boulder and on the marsh rails. One of them hopped from our stick box a while ago, wherein he had been studying the habits of the earwigs which hide there. 4 young kestrels are hovering about the walls, all within sight at one time, seeking field voles. One or another stoops now and again to snatch up a dung beetle, which it scrunches up in a trice between whiles of waiting and searching for larger prey. I have seen a kestrel studiously examining a dung heap, and not over savoury are all the beetles to be found there. Catching the smelts. A loud shout comes over the water from Jari. How sound travels across Breydon. I have heard the frogs croaking away on the Bradwell marshes, and Breydon here, at its widest part, is fully a mile across. My hearing may be keener than most folks, but I have heard the cuckoo in May, on a peaceful morning, calling "cuckoo" to his mate in the trees yonder, that are even beyond the frogs' trysting places. I sit sometimes in the moorhen on a still evening, and distinctly hear the smelters comparing notes or exchanging greetings with the wherrymen passing them in the channel. One can tell by their voices often who are conversing. They seem usually to be grumbling. There is a good tide up, and we will sail right away across the flats. Our brown sail fills with the breeze and lays our punt over to leeward, bringing the rail almost to the water. We draw but a few inches, and there are 2 feet of water below us. Now and again a winding drain, dark and snake-like, passes under us, while the green water curling from our bows turns over in 2 white-crested waves that ripple past us and unite in a long bubbling line of foam. The waving sea wrack brushes with soft and rasping noises under us, and thousands of tiny molluscs are seen clinging to the succulent fronds. Flounders dart away at our approach, leaving behind them a trail of smoky-looking ooze, churned up by their undulating fins. Crabs also run into hiding. Our speed is lessened once or twice as we charge through patches of raw, But on we race again as we break into open water once more, putting up gulls that have been crab hunting, and one or two herons which have been taking a nap while waiting for the tide to fall. One can get as much exhilaration out of a cockle shell of a punt with a steady breeze as out of an ocean greyhound, well knowing that the sheet may be let out in a twinkling in case of a stronger wind puff. Even in case of a spill, one can scramble on his feet again and wade after his runaway in comparative safety. There is not a gunner afloat today. Jari the watchman is Jari the preventive man. As with a policeman, it is not so much for the crimes he detects as for the infringements of the law he prevents that he is employed here. Time often hangs heavily on his hands on the top of the flood and at dead low water. But he has his smelt net and little trawl, and sometimes he picks a mess of eels for supper. His smelt net lies there at the stern of his open boat, and he has hailed me to go and have a turn at smelting with him. I am nothing loath to join him. "Now then," said he, "look lively. I believe there's a lot of smelts up, and I mean getting a few." Jari has unshipped his mast and sail and thrown them across the houseboat roof. The 80-yard net is a simple seine, with a row of cork floats above and a ground rope weighted with leaden bullets. At either end is a short pole, weighted at the lower end to keep the net in position, while a long tow rope at either end completes the apparatus. In days gone by, braiding the nets was the work of the women, who were helped on the rough days by the more industrious of the men, who did not prefer idling at the inn. Nowadays the net, minus the floats and sinkers, may be purchased ready-made. When the men go off to fish, it is placed, carefully stowed, in the stern sheets, fold upon fold, so that in paying out it goes over smoothly and without kinks, righting itself as straight as a wall as the boat leaves it behind. 2 pairs of oars, a basket in which to gather and wash the fish, and a trunk to contain them, completed the paraphernalia, with the exception of a bottle of tea I had taken care to bring, and the pipe and matches, which Jari thought even more essential. We rowed half-way up Duffels Drain, and should have gone further, but Snicker Larn and his confederates were well up'ard, and waiting for the first of the ebb. In smelting you must have the assistance of the tides, either up or down preferably, because the smelts will have drawn off the flats into the deeper waters, and the water is thicker from the mud drawn into the drain. Having reached our desired starting place, I slipped over the side of the boat into the shallow, and staggered on to the flat. One wants daily practice to wade neatly on the ooze in big water boots. Jari assumed at once a different character. He now ordered me to "easy a bit. Come on, keep the net down," in tones of authority which brooked no disputation. It is a sorry slip-slod tramp, a mere crawl along the ooze, into which one's boots sink at every step, the mud holding one fast like a trap, out of which one pulls each leg alternately with sucking sounds. The soft, slimy stuff closes directly the boot is withdrawn, and one had need be sharp sometimes not to leave a boot behind. As the tide drops off the flat, the prostrate patches of weed are taken advantage of, for the mud is a little harder around them, and the fronds will prevent so quick a sinking. To the amateur it is leg-wearying work, and the clothes suffer woefully from the splash of silt and the dripping of muddy water. The professional Breydoner dresses like a scarecrow, and puts on his begrimed suit daily, adding to the grease and grime and scales of fish of many a previous fishing. He never brushes his clothes but with a boat mop. Crabs with uplifted claws threaten mischief as they scramble away, and shrimps skip about in the puddles. Jari rows steadily along the far side of the drain. "When are you coming round?" I queried impatiently. "Now directly," he shouted. "Don't you worrit." So I had to creep on, hanging to the tow rope, with my end of the net sliding along at the margin of the stream. Presently Jari rowed in, and leaving the boat to run aground at its own time, the tow rope being fast to a cleat inside her, he seized the rope and began in a stooping manner hauling in the net, keeping the bottom part low and curved inward. At each double-handed pull, the half circle of the net grew slowly smaller, until when I had joined him, more than half the net had come in. In its folds struggled crabs and here and there a little fish that had gilled itself. Such smelts as had done so were adroitly pulled out and thrown towards the basket. Those that missed, and most did, kicked about in the soft mud until choked, covered and exhausted by it. All the interest now centred in the few remaining yards of net, in which we could see fishers struggling and flicking their tails amid wrack and seaweed. With a careful pull, the bight of the net was now pulled in, and we both began throwing bright cucumbery-scented smelts by the half dozen into the basket. "Look out!" shouted Jari, jerking a small weaver from the net onto the mud and jamming it deeply in. "I hate them warmin'." The lesser weaver is an ugly, oblique-mouthed wretch, with a stuggy little body only a few inches long, a vicious leer and a stiff little dorsal fin, black, spiny and poisonous, and right capable and adroit is he in using the needle-pointed spines. We got half a dozen weavers in all, and Jari "heeled" the lot. Several small herrings, 5 or 6 flounders of various sizes, an eel pelt or two, and quite a dozen silvery-sided fishes, which Jari called smolts. I told him they were atharines, and he did not need telling they were dry, tasteless morsels, although sometimes they are foisted upon the ignorant for the more exquisitely tasting smelt. A couple of half-pound eels were left in the bight of the net until all the less troublesome inmates were basketed or thrown away as their worth or uselessness suggested. Quite a bucket of crabs were pitched with the weeds on the flat, to be rid of them. Those that had become hopelessly entangled in the meshes were unceremoniously wrenched to pieces. It was useless to think of clearing them without doing so. A few large shrimps and some white prawns were left kicking among the refuse. The net having been rinsed, Jari carefully replaced it on the stern of the boat and mopped down ready for another turn. The smelts, when rinsed, were laid in rows in the trunk. We got over 50 that haul. One haul is so much like another that it is needless to describe them all. When we got to the edge of the channel, just over the other side of the drain, we made a last haul down to the mouth of the ship drain. The tide had fallen low, and the flat ran well into the channel, a softer bit of ground I had not drilled holes into for several years. I never had such an experience as that. Sink, pull, suck and wriggle, which passed for progress. Once I overbalanced myself, sank on all fours, and certainly feared that Jari would have to drop his line and come and dig me out. But I persevered and came up smiling and muddy. There was a capital catch in the net this time, and we were very elated. We were hurrying, too, to get in the net before the passenger steamer should pass us, for the heavy swell she makes throws a long sweeping billow on the flat, the roar of which may be heard across Breydon. Unfortunately, the skipper yielded to the solicitations of the crowd aboard to "go in closer and see 'em," and before we could get the fish-packed bite of the net in came the billow, the retreat of which pulled the underside of the net out, letting the fish slip away in a body. I could not help laughing, but what Jari said is not for these pages. Our total catch was not a despicable one, and when Jari bolted down on the last of the ebb to replenish his food bag and water bottles, he took most of them with him, and packed them off in boxes to the London market. The fish that at times find themselves with the smelts in the net are exceedingly varied in species. Flounders, bibs, gobies, grey mullet and shads. Sometimes, in October, great hauls of codlings and whitings are made, and when news of this gets adrift, all available boats are secured by sea anglers and good sport is obtained. Gluts of codling are rare. In October 1890 they came up Breydon in huge shoals. Young pollacks, too, now and then turn up in numbers, and occasionally a coalfish. I have records of grey and red gurnards taken. A few years ago some small mackerel strayed here, and in 1906 I saw a fine scad hauled in with smelts. Lampons and rarely fine lampreys are also taken, and the mysterious burbolt has once or twice been captured, but I was not fortunate enough to see it. The old Breydoners assure me they know it, and call it the sea eel pout. A smelter's reminiscences. Jari had left me in charge of the houseboat, and I was glad to turn in for tea, for I could not get back to the moorhen until "tied up" in the early morning. I had just settled to tea when Snicker hailed me. I offered him and his mates a drink each, and they were glad of it. In the few minutes of their stay beside the houseboat, we started chatting on their favourite subject, the good old days. Poor old fellows, perhaps they have fallen on evil times. I know for a fact that Snicker and his pals, for 2 whole days in November 1906, captured 29 smelts. His contention was that so many steamers, or luggers, fishing in and out of the harbour drove them away. "What's luck, Larn?" I asked. "Middlin'," said he. "What's the biggest haul and largest prices you've known smelts taken and fetch?" "The biggest haul was that 'ere job o' Ribbons's, 70 score in the middle o' May 2 year ago. I remember 5 and 9pence a score being cleared, arter all rail fares and Billingsgate dues were paid and comin' home. That wor a top figure. 2 shillings a score is more nearer the mark. It's allers the way. In comes the fish and down goes the markets. Ain't it, Shorten? What's that? said little Shorten, who had not caught the remark. Good tea, said Larn, for Jari had left the kettle on the hob since noontime. A handful of tea popped in the kettle is the usual dose, and an every other day's emptying of the accumulated refuse is the custom. In between sips, Larn volunteered the facts that smelt nets average 75 yards in length and are 10 feet deep, costing complete about £5. When I was a kid of 9 working with my father, the channel was so shallow and the rise and fall wasn't more than 4 feet, we used to stack smelt nets athwart, 3 on 'em perhaps being put in a few 100 yards apart. The smelts used to gill themselves, and we got 20 and 30 score a day, sometimes with very little trouble. We used to watch the wherries coming up and down and lower 'em till they went by. Tides, 'bor? Why, at the bar there was so little water at low tide that you could hardly shove a shrimp boat over. Smelts hang about here most of the year, but you know, in course, they go up river to spawn in the spring. I've seen 'em here in August, jumping at the heron sile like a pike at a roach. You've seen queer things here, I suggested. Have I? Emphasised Snicker. I've seen porpoises tumbling about here and more than one seal. Then look at that great sturgeon we got. One day we was going past the Dicky works and I see something floating. I knowed in a minute what it were. It were a dead body. We rowed up to it and seed a poor gal with her face still red as if alive, and her hands clinched athwart her breast. Poor gal, I said, looking at her, with a bunch of reeds tangled in her hair and a yellow water lily clutched in her hand. Why, that's poor Em, I said, and then we remembered it was her as was missing, but how she come up here was a mystery. The feller as had got her into trouble done a guy or ran away, and her father turned her out. Poor gal, she was out of her trouble now. Mates, I said, if we tow her down, we shan't get more than 5 bob, and perhaps lose more in a day, not including the inquest. Someone'll see her lower down, and we can't do her no good. So we rowed on, but heerd arterward, as they fished her out agin the lower ferry at Galston, they brought her in suicide, he added. Murder, I said, would have been nearer the mark. You ain't far out, said Larn. Thank'ee, that was a good drop, he added, but we must be a-gone. So long. So long, said the others. Mullet catching. Mulleting is now out of date on Breydon, for the nets cannot be worked on the flats. If they were, there would be no grey mullet to catch. Only oddfish now occasionally come into the smelt nets. The flats on which they loved to prowl were seldom dry 30 and 40 years ago. The nets, with their big 12-inch meals, or meshes, on either side, were staked on the flats at the bottom of the ebb, and the fish in their travels pocketed themselves. Some nets were 200 yards in length. They were also staked alongside the flats lengthways with the tide, and the mullet would net themselves in going off the flat, endeavouring to reach deeper water. In drawing for them, great care had to be exercised, for they had a knack of jumping the net rope, as sheep jump hurdles in a crowd. Old Piero Pestle was on one occasion rowing down the channel when a curious freckled appearance on the surface of the water near the north drain against the knoll momentarily suggested to him a shower of rain. He at once, however, saw it was an immense shoal of mullet at play. He hastened home and told Poker Lamb, who, with Charles Brackenbury and old Jack Edmonds, all notorieties, were then thinking of going up Breydon with their nets. Pestall accompanied them to the north, and they speedily surrounded the shoal. Brackenbury remained in one boat outside the bight of the net, splouncing with a pole in order to keep the frightened fish from jumping out. But the mullet did not intend to be taken, and one or two jumped over in spite of the rumpus, and were followed by the whole school of magnificent fishers. When the net was hauled in, only a solitary individual was found remaining in it. "The language," remarked Pestall. "Well, I cleared out." And it would take something abnormal in that line to frighten Pero. In bracing days. October on the whole is a fairly interesting month. Fine days intervene between those of rougher kind, and the air is bracing. The nights are longer and are occasionally frosty. There is a fishy aroma pervading the flood tide, for the Scotch and English luggers are steaming in and out the harbour with their cargoes of silvery herrings. The gulls muster up in considerable numbers. They too are following the herring shoals, and spend many of their leisure hours on the mud flats, often staying there, content with the offal from the boats which floats up the river. Wading birds come and go, and the gunners prowl around and among the drains and channels. Most of the birds have assumed the sober dresses which distinguish them in winter. A few now and then, such as knots and curlew sandpipers, are found tinted with ruddy hues, but the majority of the birds are no longer eligible as specimens, save for the pot. Land birds are seen passing over, pursuing their quest of a winter dwelling place. The swallows have gone, the larks and linnets people the marshes, visiting the walls for provender. There the snow bunting joins them. Grey plovers rush in when the winds are easterly, and ducks when the winds are from the north. The west winds bring drizzle and discomfort, and Breydon then is a place for those only who are vigorous and who do business there. The hooded crows take possession of it, and caw loudly their recognition of their old winter haunts. They will mount some stile to watch the passer-by, and caw their displeasure at his intrusion. End of section 16. Section 17 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Breydon Gulls and Breydon Crabs. If I were asked to state what I consider to be the characteristic bird of Breydon, I should unhesitatingly say the gull. At no season of the year is the place absolutely free from representative members of this genus. It is to them a refuge in time of storm and stress. They repair to it on finer days to rest and sleep off the effects of too liberal a meal on the herring grounds. In times of scarcity, there is seldom a period of famine here, save when the waters are ice-bound, and here they come to gossip, to bathe and to plan out new enterprises for the morrow. The various gulls that haunt this tidal basin follow no hard and fast rules of conduct and procedure, their movements being chiefly governed by the ebbing and flowing of the tides. And when extra high tides cover the highest lumps, they are sometimes much inconvenienced. Usually, say in the summer months, you will find them, the black-backed gulls and their juniors, the greys, and the common and herring gulls that frequently consort with them, the latter mostly in immature stages, somnolent and idle at daybreak, and remaining, performing their ablutions and their toilet until the sun has peered above the housetops. Then some will prowl around among the prostrate grass, if the tide be low, in search of shore crabs and stranded fish, and will hunt more assiduously for the crabs that begin to scamper about as the rising tide lifts the wrack. The smaller gulls will repair to the channel and the drains. Sometimes they are noisy, at other times, more especially if there be a stirring wind, they fish silently. Later, as early autumn comes on, the black-headed species begins to muster up, the adults with their mouse-coloured hoods still perfect, the speckled-plumaged youngsters of the year bearing them company. They are more often noisy than quiet, and their laughing cries resound all over the flats. They delight to fly in airy troops, up and down the channel when the tide is rising, dipping lightly toe deep into the flood for floating fragments and tiny fish, and various crustaceans thrown out of the shrimp boats by the shrimpers from amid last night's catches. If it be low water, they prowl about by the channel sides, or hunt in the lows left on the flats for living prey. It is odd to see them step into these pools, at most an inch or two deep, lift up their tails, and with heads drawn in and looking downwards, taking stock of the shrimps and gobies left there, and which scuttle around seeking shelter, or plunge into the soft ooze for safety. Now a ditch prawn, then a gammarus, and now again a whitebait fails to evade those red mandibles. Those in hiding remain there, but the blackhead has learned a trick or two, and he begins literally to dance, his bright red feet pattering on the mud with the speed of clockwork. This is too much even for a goby's love of hiding, and out it bolts to seek some other cover, but is snapped up on its way. It is an exceedingly pretty sight to see a large company of these dainty Loridae dancing for a breakfast. Quite a number of greater black-backed gulls, free this year of nesting duties, stay with us all summer through. In late autumn their numbers are increased by the arrival of wanderers down the coast, who are following the inshore herring shoals, and they now divide their day between Breydon and the fishing grounds. In fine weather, great triangular flocks fly seawards to spend the night among the fishing fleet, and glean up a rich repast by sharing the spoils with the often irate fishermen, from whose nets they pilfer with great audacity. There is a large mustering at nearly all hours of the day around the harbour mouth, from October until the beginning of December. These seem to me to be gulls that trouble Breydon very little, for when replete with dead herrings they have snatched from the breakers, they will rest for hours upon the sea in a long straggling line often a mile in length, and often they are seen asleep there until towards evening, when they fly away northward, probably to spend the night on the Wells marshes, returning at daybreak in low-flying flocks. Then, too, at various times of the year, parties of gulls, tabooing Breydon, resort in the daytime to the fields and pass over to sea in the evening, reversing these tactics at other periods, notably in the autumn. Undoubtedly, at intervals, Breydon is visited by all these various contingents. In winter, the blackheads are still with us, and spend much of their time in the severest days flying up and down the river, quite in the heart of the town, picking up then a very precarious living. The larger gulls also pass much of their time hunting up and down the channel, glad at times to patrol the edges of the flats in search of carrion. Dead rats, kittens, mice, and even larger quadrupeds are eagerly discussed. When strong winds are blowing, they will draw together in closely formed flocks, and stand, head to wind, listless and cheerless, until the rising tide or the calls of hunger demand some movement. One is always seeing some queer incident who cares to watch these commonplace birds, for their struggle for existence must be keen, considering their numbers, and what a vast amount of food they must require to feed them daily. An old gunner complained to me that we should never get many wildfowl again, for the gulls clear off all the feed. I certainly believe them to be much more numerous since they have been afforded protection, and sometimes try to estimate what weight of crabs and other food they can devour in a single day on Breydon. A few gull entries from my notebook may be instructive. January the 18th, 1904. James Herr, an aged gunner who was at one time a well-known puntsman, sat by my fireside this evening and discussed his reminiscences of gulls. During a heavy gale in the early winter of 1883, Herr went to the beach for gulls and anything that might turn up. The wind was blowing heavily from the east. Soon after he reached the beach, he observed a Pomatterhine skua, at which he fired but missed it. The next day he returned to the beach, hoping to meet with this bird again. He had barely reloaded his gun, after a shot, when a small gull came tripping by. Bringing his gun hurriedly to his left shoulder, for he shot as much left as right, he brought down the bird, the next long sweeping wave washing it to his feet. He noticed that the tail was forked, and thought it a curiosity. And as it was his practice to keep birds clean, curiosities in particular, he made a hollow in the sand above the tide mark, and laid the gull therein to cool and stiffen. Not long after came along a boatswain's skua, as he called it, also known as a buffon's skua, and this with a left-hand shot he killed. When this was cool, he wrapped the two birds in his handkerchief and made for home, when, trudging along by the edge of the water, the skua of yesterday came flying towards him. This he also secured. Later in the day, he took the fork tail to a local collector, who was then living at Galston, who offered him 2 guineas for it, honourably enough telling him, if he could get more, to do so. Her took the bird to Norwich and left it with Stevenson, who was then too ill to see him, but who eventually sent him 3 guineas for it, which, with what he obtained for the others, made him, he said, a good day's work. This Sabine's gull realised no less than 11 guineas at Stevenson's sale in September 1887. Her once obtained a commission from a London millinery firm when gulls' wings and plumage were in demand for the adornment of ladies' heads, to shoot gulls until further orders. One day he killed 20-odd gulls of various species, including one black-headed gull. They called off their original offer of 2 and 6pence for each large gull and 1 shilling for every small one, but sent him 10 shillings for this consignment, for the small gull and his trouble. Afterwards he sent them as many gulls as altogether brought him in £25. His practice was to go to Caister in the early morning, and, getting under the lee of the sandhills, dig a hole and hide himself, shooting the birds as they came in from the sea, to go for their early morning feed on the land. Of course, Breydon was frequented at intervals in order to make up his consignments. He once shot a small gull on Breydon in very hard weather, and waited for the tide to bring it to the edge of the rond. Before the bird floated within reach, a grey gull stooped and snatched up the little victim and flew towards the flats with it, where he immediately started to pull it in pieces and to devour it. A heron, equally sharp set, dashed at the larger gull and attempted to share in the spoils, but after a rough and tumble scrimmage was driven off by the original thief. It was her who, up the North River, shot a large gull that had just come in from the sea with its breakfast snatched from the herring nets, and which, on falling mortally wounded, disgorged no less than 11 herrings. In truth, an avine glutton. One now and again sees a gull from whose mouth a piece of cord is depending. In all probability it is kept there by a fish hook fast in its gullet. Such a one remained in the neighbourhood of Breydon for many weeks. A gull was shot on one occasion, and on going to pick it up, the gunner saw what he thought to be a piece of cord hanging from its mouth. On pulling it out, it was found to be a rat's tail, with the freshly killed rat attached to the other end of it. October the 12th, 1906. Strolling along the seashore this morning, I was much interested in watching the steam drifters coming home from the fishing grounds. One boat in particular caught my attention by the enormous number of gulls flying around it, which through my binoculars looked like a swarm of bees buzzing round a hive. Although the boat was going at full speed, the birds flew round and round it, apparently without effort, stopping at intervals to squabble for broken herrings thrown over by the fishermen, who were shaking and emptying their nets as the boat sped homewards, and catching up again with their companions with the greatest ease imaginable. October the 13th, 1906. There must have been 4,000 gulls on Breydon this afternoon, soon after the tide fell. At least 3,000 were Larus ridibundus. The remainder were black-backed gulls and common gulls. In long white rows, showing in strong contrast to the sombre mudflats, they reminded me of freshly built flint walls, with the chalk still adhering. The firing of a gun put to flight a veritable cloud of gulls. April the 23rd, 1906. These mixed flocks of gulls are very interesting to watch. Seldom are they all really quiet. As a rule, one or more are continually dropping into the thick of a crowd from the outside, like the odd pig round a trough, when short-spirited protests and petty squabbles take place on each occasion. All heads to wind. Wind northwest strong. July 1906. A sailor fell overboard from a vessel in the North Sea and drifted away unnoticed by the crew. He was an expert swimmer and managed to keep afloat, throwing off his garments as opportunity offered, in order to disencumber himself as much as possible. A flock of gulls gathered round and viciously attacked him, seriously mauling his back, and it was only by great exertions on his part that they were kept at bay. His struggles at length attracted the notice of the crew of a passing ship, who promptly lowered a boat and rescued him in a very exhausted condition. His injuries were attended to, and he very soon recovered. It is most unusual for gulls to attack a living man, although a floating corpse is rarely let alone. July the 24th, 1906. Myriads of whitebait, or herring sile, flashing about in Breydon. I was much interested in the way that a group of gulls, who were eagerly feeding upon them, would drop in a bunch over a congested shoal, their actions seeming to drive the fishes helplessly together, thus making them an easier prey. It is possible that the eels, which are exceedingly partial to young herrings, were harassing them below. The author provides the following footnote. Sir R. Lloyd Patterson, in The Irish Naturalist of October 1904, refers to a similar procedure under the title of Plays of Birds and Balls of Fry. Among the birds may be seen all the commoner gulls in a great variety of plumage. A number of the larger fish must make a simultaneous attack on a shoal of fry below, which are thus driven closer together and towards the surface, when they are noticed by the smaller divers, who go for them in such a manner that, circling round the outer extremity of the shoal of fry, the fish composing it becomes still more closely driven into a mass. The outer portion shows at the surface, and is there exposed to the attacks of the surface-feeding gulls. The tactics of these Breydon gulls seemed formed on precisely similar lines. End of footnote. July the 29th, 1906. Some greater black-backed gulls fishing in about a foot of water, over the flat near Jary's houseboat, wherein I stood observing them through a window. They sat with bills pointing downwards, closely watching the shore crabs dodging in and out among the zostera, and dipping at them with a queer duck-like plunge as they came within striking distance. The gulls could not dive, owing to their buoyancy, but would plunge head first down, sometimes rising quite a foot or more from the water to gain a greater impetus, pushing with their feet as they made this half-circular movement. It was very funny to see how flustered a gull would become when, clutching submerged grass as well as crab, he became temporarily anchored and had to let go in order to regain his breath. As soon as a crab was brought to the surface, it was crushed and immediately swallowed. The shore crab. Most interesting little fellows are the common shore crabs, and distinguished though they be by the epithet of green, they exhibit extremes in coloration, from grass green to vivid blue, and yellowish grey to a decided red. But for their similarity in shape, one might be forgiven for not knowing on sight that an emerald carapaced sea sammy and one of a brick red hue are in reality blood relations. Ugly and spider-like as the casual observer may pronounce the shore crab, with, as one writer remarks, a cruel, cold, triangular, inhuman face, with eyes set wide apart, with cruel, hairy mandibles and chinless face, the whole expression being one of brutal lust, without one ray of light to illumine the dreadful countenance. It is bold, active, cunning, pugnacious, and half swimming, half crawling, shuffles and scrambles about in search of food, not refusing the vilest carrion, and pulling down and devouring with equal relish any living creature that superior strength or strategy can waylay and master. Such victims are torn and eaten piecemeal, with a greed and evident enjoyment that borders on the ghastly. But, ghoul though it be, its very rapacity entitles it at least to our toleration, if not respect, for its mission seems to be the appropriation and destruction of the carrion which, if it were not for the crabs, would become more loathsome still. But it is no favourite of the fisherman and angler, whose nets it inconveniences by its struggles amongst the meshes, or whose lines are continually denuded of baits. Quite common sounds in the gloom of a Breydon night are the thud and scrunch when some irate eel-babber, fishing in silence, smashes a crab on the deck of his punt. Sometimes you may hear a muttered curse against these despoilers of his worms. There must be countless thousands of them shambling about on the flats when the tide is in, or scuttling about, chasing each other, or searching for prey in the channels and drains. The trawler for bait brings up his net with pecks of them, kicking, jostling, threatening, biting everything within reach. The smelter draws in numbers at each haul, sometimes quite a half peck of them. And the babber only too well knows the slow, steady pull at his bunch of worms, so different from the quick, electrical pluck-pluck of the eels that succeed in getting a bite in, before the smell of the bait has guided the crustacean to its goal. As your houseboat begins to lift herself out of her muddy hollow on the incoming tide, you can hear the long scratching rasp of crabs waking up to hunt upon the flood, as they scamper one after the other in queer procession under her planks. That the crab follows up and discovers food more by scent than by sight, I am convinced. I had thrown out some herring milts and the heads of some bloaters. These fell into about 4 or 5 inches of water. In a few moments, several crabs that had been lying in hiding were observed hurrying up, without their usual cautious manoeuvrings, against the tide, endeavouring to outstrip each other in their race for the coveted prizes. Now and then one would stop, like a hound losing the scent, and recovering it as the moving water brought the aroma within its reach again. It would shuffle along, to stop a moment to threaten with outstretched pincer claws an equally eager rival. I must admit there was some loathsomeness in the way the fragments were seized upon and dragged away into hiding behind the dark, rough fucus that hung in festoons from the wooden stumps protecting my rond edge. One August afternoon a smelter brought me a mess of eels and smelts, the majority of which I cleaned for the evening meal. A few of the smallest ones, with several undersized flounders, I threw into the shallow water near my landing stage at the edge of the rond. The swirl of this gentle eddy evidently carried with it the flavour of the fishes that gleamed in the clear current or darkened the brown-grey mud with spots of a deeper brown. Presently one crab and then another peered out from the pendant seaweed and began scrambling out into the open. Two meeting as they converged upon a smelt, halted, seemed to judge of each other's pluck or want of it, threatened and sparred, then backed a few paces, still with pincer claws extended, daring each other to come on. But others slyly passing them aroused the devil of greed, and dropping differences from very selfishness, the two seized a smelt between them and commenced a tug of war. They were well matched for size and courage, but how the rivalry would have ended I cannot say, for one of them, either more discreet or more selfish than the other, scenting as well as seeing another dead fish a few inches off, dashed at it and bore it away. The other, taking good care to profit by the fortunate circumstance, bolted into hiding with its prize. The smaller ones, hardly so daring, seized here and there a fish, but gave way when a more powerful fellow came upon the scene, returning to the tasty viands in a surreptitiously sort of way when the bully was observed stuffing and cramming the torn off fragments into its scissor-like working jaws. Any movement that hinted aggression was instantly challenged, but only in a half-threatening manner, with one extended upraised pincer claw, while the other was still busily and rapidly at work, wrenching and cramming. It looked odd to see a little green crab dragging sideways to its retreat a flounder 4 times its own size. It was a display of gluttony that was interesting, if unedifying. It was rare to see two crabs actually fighting, for all their skirmishing and menace. They took infinite pains to approach each other under cover, and then indulged more in the spiritless spar than an actual tussle, and their quaint grotesque pretences at duelling ended without harm to either individual. In a quarter of an hour all the fish had been taken to their hiding places, and the arena was once more clear, until some rather disappointed crab, eager for more, would make a sudden dash into the open to inspect a fragment of floating weed or stick, to retire again disgusted, or if surprised at a movement on my part, to seize the soft ooze in all his claws, as one might push in the hand and close upon it and sink in a moment or two out of sight, remaining buried, all but the tips of the stalky eyes, which barely uncovered, ogled one in comparative safety. But remove the eye a moment, and then seek him again. I'll warrant you'll not easily fix upon the exact spot where he lies concealed. That the crab has immense strength for his size can be easily proved by letting him nip you with his pincers. I brought home a little fellow about the size of a 5-shilling piece. Holding him up, I placed a tin box lid within reach of him. He immediately seized it with a pincer claw. Weight by weight I continued dropping into it scale weights until it contained no less than 5 ounces. The other pincer claw was equally strong. I placed another into a small globe without a drop of water. For 4 days he sulkily remained therein, wondering at his imprisonment. At the end of the time a soft crab, or one that had recently moulted its shell, was given to him, whereupon he fell to, and made a goodly meal of it. I let him go back to the river on the 5th day. He was still game and quarrelsome when I threw him in. Small boys who go crabbing at the quaysides delight in wrenching off the shore crab's pincer claws. The hard-nipping creature can then be handled and played with impunity. In most instances, a general smash-up follows on the expedition. Occasionally the mutilated crabs are thrown into the river again, to hunt and feed as best they can, which they certainly manage to do, for they will sometimes return to the baits provided by the other urchins, clinging tenaciously thereto with all their remaining legs and gnawing ravenously at them. But it is seldom you find a clawless crab on Breydon, which goes to prove that they do not often fight seriously amongst themselves, and that they soon replace these lost members and make as good use of them as before. All summer long the shore crab infests the shallows, sometimes wandering for miles up the adjacent rivers. In the colder months it keeps to the deepest channels and is then not so actively aggressive. It is seldom that a soft crab is netted on Breydon, the moulting being carried on in the cavities under the flints that are scattered here and there, behind the hanging heaps of fucus, under and among the roots of the zostera, and undoubtedly in the ooze itself. At certain intervals, hundreds of thousands of white chalky skeletons, perfect in carapace and to claw tips, are strewn along the high water line on the walls and ronds. Sometimes they are uniformly the size of a horse-bean, then they average about farthing size, then a halfpenny, and so on until the late autumn, when they run as large as half a crown. Rightly fearing danger, the crabs wisely hide during this period of weakness. I have never yet detected one casting its shell. In turn, the shore crab is himself largely preyed on. Various gulls hunt most assiduously for him, smashing the carapace and killing him instantly by a nip of their powerful mandibles. You will sometimes find 6 and 7 in a row in the stomach of the eel. Codlings are often packed with them, and small examples are eagerly devoured by various shore birds. Shore crabs taken in nets off the foreshore are invariably brighter coloured than those captured on a muddy bottom. Breydon crabs are as dully hued as the mud over which they shamble. I saw an exceedingly funny incident in which a rook and a crab figured on July 30th, 1906. The rook was foraging for his breakfast on one of the flats not many yards away from me, when I was looking out of the window of Jari's houseboat, when suddenly he came across a shore crab hunting here and there for anything it might find good to eat. Hopping in a sort of self-congratulatory manner up to the crab, he was about to seize it, when the crustacean raised itself on its claw tips and showed fight with its pincer claws. The rook was taken aback and hesitated, The crab taking advantage of this show of timidity and scuttling back a few inches, on which the rook came at him again. The menace was repeated, and the bird again drew back. This manoeuvre was repeated 4 or 5 times, the wily crustacean getting nearer to the drain at every run. The rook seemed at last to be really making up its mind to seize the crab at all hazards, but he was too late, for with another spurt the crab had reached the water and tumbled in. The rook looked exceedingly foolish, and appeared to be really comforted by the fact that no rival had seen the incident. End of section 17. Section 18 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. From the Watcher's Notebook. Through the courtesy of H. A. Frederick, Esquire, Secretary to the Breydon Protection Society, I had the opportunity of overhauling the notebooks kept by the 2 Breydon watchers, namely Ducker Chambers, who held the post from 1888 to 1899 inclusive, and Newcomb Jari, who was appointed in 1899 and continues to occupy the position. I have omitted certain years' statistics, which have already been published in my books Notes of an East Coast Naturalist and Nature in Eastern Norfolk. In the earlier years, the entries were very spasmodically kept, but an improvement came about under Jari's regime, and as he usually added the direction of the prevailing wind, some interesting comparisons can be made by the ingenious reader. Here and there matters of small account have been left out, and only those items likely to be of interest have been made use of. The composition and spelling are Jari's own. Jari's entries 1901 to 1906. 1901. April the 1st. 250 widgeon, several grey plovers, some mallard, 2 wild geese, lot of knots, dunlins and ring plovers. Westerly strong. April the 8th. 300 widgeon, some pintails, grey plovers, hundreds of gulls of all kinds. Southwesterly strong. April the 12th. A spoonbill and great numbers of widgeon. April the 16th. Spoonbill still here, many ringed plovers and dunlins. Northerly strong. April the 17th. Cormorant here to-day. Northeasterly fine. April the 21st. An oyster-catcher flying about. A few whimbrel and several common terns. Also a black tern or 2. Southeasterly fine. April the 22nd. 8 white-winged black terns and several swallows flying across. Southeasterly fine. April the 26th. 12 spoonbills here to-day. Northeasterly fine. April the 28th. Spoonbills gone. Southerly fine. May the 3rd. A lot of whimbrel and 14 Egyptian geese here this morning. Northeasterly fine. May the 4th. Some shelled ducks and scalps here to-day. Northeasterly cold, dull. May the 5th. A great many whimbrel and a few black-breasted or grey plovers. Southeasterly fine. May the 12th. Some lesser terns, 2 turnstones. Widgeon nearly all gone. North easterly, fine. May the 13th. Several grey plovers and a few more godwits here to-day. North easterly, strong. May the 15th. A few more godwits. Several terns, some lesser and some black. Also 1 white-winged black tern. Easterly, strong. May the 16th. 2 spoonbills here and a couple of shell ducks. Plenty of wimbrel, plover and godwits. North easterly, strong. May the 17th. 10 gadwalls, several godwits, plovers and wimbrel. North easterly, strong. May the 22nd. A large flock of terns flying to windward early this morning. Some black ones amongst them. North easterly, strong. May the 26th. 2 spoonbills, some shell ducks, and a great many ringed plovers, a curlew or 2 and a diver. May the 28th. Some swifts flying about this morning. Westerly, fine. May the 30th. 3 spoonbills, several grey plovers, most of them black-breasted, and a lot of dunlins and ringed plovers. Southwesterly, fine. June the 4th. 4 spoonbills here to-day. Westerly, fine. June the 5th. A cormorant here to-day. Southwesterly. June the 7th. 3 tame swans. Easterly, fine. June the 17th. Some mallard and a few curlews and 4 spoonbills here to-day. Northerly, squally. June the 20th. Some lesser terns, curlews and wimbrel, and a few redshanks and ring plover. Southwesterly, fine. June the 23rd. 5 shell ducks and several widgeon here. Southwesterly, strong. June the 28th. 4 spoonbills and several young herons. A few wimbrel and curlews. South-south-east, fine. July the 3rd. 2 spoonbills left to-day. Southerly, fine. July the 5th. A great many redshanks to-day. North-easterly, fine. July the 8th. 2 spoonbills, several young mallard, a few greenshanks and a lot of redshanks. South-south-east, fine. July the 12th. 2 cormorants. Easterly, fine. July the 16th. Several wimbrel and curlews, dunlins and ringed plovers. Southerly, fine. July the 19th. A great many redshanks and some turnstones. Easterly, fine. July the 21st. A Caspian tern here and 2 spoonbills. Northwesterly, fine. July the 26th. A great many birds here to-day. Shell ducks, terns, dunlins, ringed plovers, curlews, curlew sandpipers, and 2 spoonbills. Southerly, fine. July the 29th. Thousands of birds here to-day. Easterly, fine. July the 30th. An avocet here to-day. Southeasterly, fine. August the 3rd. 2 spoonbills left after being here about 10 weeks. Southeasterly, fine. August the 9th. Avocets still here, and many birds. Wimbrel, redshanks, knots, dunlins and ring plovers. Westerly, fine. August the 18th. Avocets still here. Some scalps and a lot of lesser terns. Westerly, fine. August the 21st. A great many curlews, whimbrel, redshanks, curlew sandpipers, greenshanks, an oystercatcher, a diver, and a lot of knots and dunlins. Westerly, fine. August the 29th. Hundreds of birds here of all sorts. Northerly, strong. 1902. March the 9th. About 100 widgeon, hundreds of dunlins and ring plovers, also a large number of gulls. Northwesterly, strong. March the 17th. 150 widgeon and mallard, some curlews and a great many ringed plovers and dunlins. Northwesterly, fine. March the 19th. An oystercatcher here, some curlews and many small birds. Westerly, strong. March the 30th. A nice lot of widgeon, some pintails amongst them, several curlews, grey plovers and redshanks. Westerly, fine. April the 5th. A pair of shovellers and a good lot of widgeon. Westerly, fine. April the 8th. Very large flock of starlings, estimate them at 3,000, on a marsh adjoining Breydon. Easterly, fine. April the 11th. 250 widgeon and some pintails. Easterly, strong. April the 17th. 6 wild geese and a lot of widgeon today. Southeasterly, fine. April the 20th. Widgeon nearly all gone. Some whimbrel here today. Southwesterly, fine. May the 1st. A lot of whimbrel, some curlews and a few widgeon. Northerly, strong. May the 4th. Several grey plovers and hundreds of whimbrel. Northerly, strong. May the 6th. Some terns here today and a few swifts flying about. Hundreds of small birds such as dunlins and ring plovers. And in all probability sanderlings, occasionally small trips of Kentish plovers, and rarer birds join in with these flocks of small birds. Northerly, strong and cold. May the 11th. Some lesser terns and common ones, common sandpipers, whimbrel, grey plovers and small birds. Southeasterly, fine. May the 14th. A sandwich tern and some lesser terns, also a few godwits, grey plovers and a lot of whimbrel. Northwesterly, squally. May the 15th. A cormorant and a great many whimbrel and small birds. Southwesterly, fine. May the 18th. 6 Egyptian geese here today. Northwesterly, strong. May the 19th. 20 godwits and a number of lesser terns flying against a strong northerly wind. May the 21st. This evening I watched an old heron catch and eat 4 eels and 3 flounders. He caught some more after that, but threw them away again. May the 23rd. 2 shell ducks and several lesser terns. Easterly, fine. May the 27th. Whimbrel all gone. An oystercatcher, a bird which rarely visits Breydon. When he does, he makes himself conspicuous by his restlessness and noisy call notes, and also several lesser terns. Westerly, strong. May the 31st. A spoonbill here today. Southerly, fine. June the 3rd. Spoonbill still here. Also a couple of swans, some mallard, also some lesser terns, which I think are after nesting here. Northerly, fine. June the 17th. a couple of tame swans and 4 wild geese, also some curlews. Easterly, fine. June the 18th. 7 shell ducks here today. Easterly, fine. June the 20th. A pair of shovellers and an oyster catcher here. Southeasterly, strong. June the 26th. Some lesser terns and curlews. Southeasterly, strong. July the 3rd. Several young redshanks and black-headed gulls. Also young herons today. Northerly, strong. July the 6th. Some whimbrel and curlews, redshanks and ringed plovers. Southeasterly, fine. July the 15th. A lot of whimbrel and curlew, some redshanks and greenshanks. Southeasterly, fine. July the 23rd. A great many, as last entry, today. Northeasterly, fine. July the 24th. A Caspian tern here. Westerly, strong. July the 31st. A great quantity of birds, also a cormorant. Northeasterly, fine. August the 9th. A good lot of birds here. Redshanks, greenshanks, whimbrel, dunlins, knots, some terns and curlew sandpipers. Northwesterly, fine. August the 14th. Several lesser terns. Easterly, fine. August the 18th. Many birds, grey plovers, curlews and small waders. Several lesser terns, the old ones catching whitebait and feeding their young on the flats. Southwesterly, strong, rain. August the 21st. A spotted redshank, several godwits, some greenshanks and curlew sandpipers, and a number of lesser terns. Northeasterly, fine. August the 26th. A lot of godwit, several greenshanks, knots, grey plovers, curlews, curlew sandpipers and small birds. Also lesser terns. Southeasterly, fine. August the 30th. A great many birds, hundreds of curlews, a lot of godwits, turnstones, knots, grey plovers, and many small birds, several lesser terns. Northerly, strong. 1903. March the 10th. About 50 widgeon, a couple of shell ducks, and a great many small birds. Southwesterly, light. March the 14th. 100 widgeon, 2 Brent geese, and many small birds. Southeasterly, fine. March the 18th. A lot of widgeon, 3 Brent geese, many ringed plovers and dunlins. March the 22nd. Several curlews, lot of widgeon, a few pintails, and thousands of dunlin and ringed plover here today. Southwesterly, strong. March the 26th. About 150 widgeon and mallard, some redshanks and many small birds. Southwesterly, strong. April the 3rd. Several more widgeon, 3 Brent geese, some shell ducks and a couple of shovellers. April the 11th. A spoonbill here today. A good old bird with a long crest. Westerly, cold and dull. April the 13th. 6 Brent geese here. Northwesterly, strong. April the 20th. A good lot of birds about today. Redshanks, knots, shell duck, widgeon and small birds. Southeasterly, fine. April the 22nd. Spoonbill is still here, and many birds. Easterly, fine. April the 23rd. Some whimbrel, also a cormorant, and a very nice spoonbill with brown or fawn markings down his breast and a long crest. Northeasterly, strong. April the 30th. The spoonbills have left. Some curlew and whimbrel and great number of small birds. Southerly, fine. May the 4th. A great quantity of whimbrel and a lot of old herrings fishing here today. Southwesterly, fine. May the 6th. A lot of birds here now. Some grey plovers, godwits, a few terns, and scores of whimbrel. Southwesterly, fine. May the 10th. A spoonbill, some godwits, lot of whimbrel and hundreds of knots, ring plovers and dunlins. Southeasterly, fine. May the 12th. Godwit Day. A good number of birds. A spoonbill, several lesser terns, some godwits, plenty of whimbrel and a few grey plovers. Northeasterly, fine. May the 14th. 2 more spoonbills came today. Westerly, strong. May the 17th. Several turnstones about and a couple of spoonbills. Northerly, rainy. May the 19th. A good number of bar-tailed godwits here, some greenshanks and hundreds of small birds. Southeasterly, fine. May the 20th. 6 more spoonbills came in today. Westerly, fine. May the 24th. Many birds, including godwit, knots, whimbrel and ringed plovers. Also the 6 spoonbills. Northeasterly, fine. May the 28th. Several whimbrel and godwits today. Northeasterly, strong. May the 29th. 6 spoonbills left today. Northeasterly, fine. May the 31st. Several lesser terns, common also, and a white-winged black tern. Northeasterly, fine. June the 6th. An avocet came in today, but did not stop long. After a short rest of 2 hours, flying away to the northeast. Easterly, fine and warm. June the 10th. Some lesser terns, a few curlews, redshanks and a greenshank. Northeasterly, fine. June the 14th. 10 Egyptian geese here this day. Easterly, strong. June the 17th. A lot of lesser terns and a few godwits and some whimbrel. Northerly, fine rain. June the 24th. A pair of greenshanks, I believe, are nesting on the rond adjoining Breydon. They have been about there a long time. I noticed these birds for a considerable time and suspected their nesting in the neighbourhood. They were with us the whole summer, and on July the 9th, 3 others, evidently young ones, joined them on Breydon. July the 1st. A lot of redshanks on the mudflats today. July the 4th. Some whimbrel here now and a few dunlins. Westerly, fine. July the 7th. Some common tern today. Northwesterly, strong. July the 13th. A great many young redshanks, some lesser tern and several whimbrel. Northerly, fine. July the 17th. A lot of young herons here today. July the 22nd. Nice lot of birds. Whimbrel, several turnstones, greenshanks and small birds. Southwesterly, fine. July the 23rd. Number of curlews, also whimbrel, counted 82 in one flock. Southwesterly, fine. July the 24th. A spoonbill and some godwits. Southwesterly, rainy. July the 26th, 3 black terns and lot of others. Westerly, much rain. August the 1st, an eared grebe and a lot of dunlins. Westerly, fine. August the 2nd, several lesser tern and a cormorant here to-day. Westerly, fine. August the 6th, a number of sand martins flying across Breydon, all going north-west. Westerly, fine. August the 9th, a lot of lesser terns here, all heading against a strong west wind. August the 11th, number of lesser terns, about 40 in one flock, sitting on a marsh adjoining Breydon. Easterly, fine. August the 22nd, a great many common and lesser terns, whimbrel, knots and small birds. Southeasterly, fine. August the 27th, a lot of curlews, several greenshanks, turnstones, godwits and lesser terns, the old ones feeding the young ones with whitebait, herring sile. West-northwest, strong. August the 31st, curlews, whimbrel and lesser terns numerous. Westerly, strong. 1904. March the 11th. Close to 200 widgeon here this morning, with some curlews and dunlins. Northeasterly, squally. March the 14th. Some redshanks and hundreds of dunlins. Southwesterly, fine. March the 21st. A pair of shovellers and thousands of small birds to-day. West-nor'west, fine rain. March the 24th, some pintails here. The widgeon are pairing off now and leaving. Northeasterly, strong. March the 26th, 6 Brent geese. Northeasterly, fine. March the 27th, thousands of starlings on a marsh adjoining Breydon. An oyster catcher on the flats. Southwesterly, fine. March the 29th, hundreds of widgeon and 6 geese here to-day. Westerly, strong and squally. April the 10th, a great many widgeon here yet, also a couple of scalps. Northwesterly, strong. April the 11th, some grey plovers. Northerly, fine. April the 12th, a tame black swan here to-day. April the 14th, I saw a heron catch a large eel, when 2 more flew at him and they had a regular fight. Whilst they were fighting, the eel got away. April the 15th, black swans still here. A few golden plovers and some whimbrel. Southeasterly, fine. April the 18th, a spoonbill came to-day. East-southeast, fine. April the 26th, spoonbills still here with some black-breasted or grey plovers. Westerly, fine. April the 28th, 2 spoonbills here, one a very good old bird. More whimbrel. West-nor'west, strong. May the 1st, scores of whimbrel, also some greenshanks and a couple of spoonbills. Westerly, fine. May the 6th, the 2 spoonbills still here and a great many whimbrel and dunlins. Westerly, rainy. May the 8th, a nice lot of godwits, a couple of spoonbills, some shelled duck and scores of whimbrel. Southeasterly, fine. May the 9th, an avocet and 3 spoonbills. Westerly, fine. May the 10th, lot of birds here now, common and lesser tern, godwits and hundreds of ringed plovers and dunlins. Northwesterly, fine. May the 11th, 2 avocets, 7 spoonbills with a great number of other birds. Northeasterly, fine. May the 13th. Still the 2 avocets and 7 spoonbills, 3 oyster catchers and other birds. Southwesterly, fine. May the 14th. As preceding, and several turnstones. Westerly, strong. May the 15th. The 2 avocets still remain, but 5 of the spoonbills left today. Easterly, fine. May the 16th. The avocets left today. May the 17th. 4 spoonbills today and several turnstones. Some small birds. Westerly, fine. May the 18th. 2 cormorants. Westerly, strong. May the 23rd. Another spoonbill here, a very good old bird. Westerly, fine. May the 27th. Oyster catcher, several grey and some golden plovers, and 1 spoonbill. Southeasterly, fine. May the 31st. Some curlews, redshanks and an oyster catcher. Westerly, fine, rainy. June the 6th. 4 spoonbills came today. Northeasterly, strong. June the 20th. Some lesser terns and several curlews. Westerly, fine. June the 24th. A cormorant and a lot of redshanks. Southerly, fine. July the 8th. A spoonbill here and several young mallard and redshanks. Easterly, fine. July the 10th. Several turnstones and a few whimbrel. Southeasterly, fine. July the 14th. A lot of curlews, redshanks, some dunlins and ring plovers, also turnstones. Young birds are arriving. Southeasterly, fine, warm. July the 21st. Some terns, shell ducks and a lot of whimbrel. Easterly, fine. July the 30th. Several lesser terns. South-southeast, fine. August the 3rd. 7 young shovellers. South-southeast, fine. August the 4th. A black tern about the size of a common tern with a white rump here today. South-southeast, fine. August the 5th. Several curlew sandpipers and turnstones. South-southeast, fine. August the 8th. A lot of lesser terns and whimbrel. Northwesterly, fine. August the 10th. Several turnstones, whimbrel and curlews. Northwesterly, fine. August the 18th. A cormorant, also some black-breasted grey plovers. Many small birds. North-northwest, strong. August the 26th. A good many curlews, whimbrel, knots, curlew sandpipers and ring plovers. Northwesterly, fine. August the 28th. Several greenshanks, lot of other birds. South-southeast, fine. 1905. March the 7th. Large flock of dunlins and ring plovers. Westerly, fine. March the 18th. A good many widgeon, some golden plovers and many small birds. Northwesterly, fine. March the 19th. First heard the call of the redshank, afterwards saw some. Southeasterly, fine. March the 24th. 4 pairs of shovellers, a lot of widgeon and many small birds. Southeasterly, fine. March the 27th. Hundreds of widgeon, a wild goose and many dunlins. South-southwest, fine, rainy. April the 5th. Some pintails and a great many widgeon, northwesterly, strong. April the 14th, some wimbrel, south-south-east, fine. Yesterday, south-south-east, thick fog. April the 15th, some shell duck, south-south-east, fine. April the 23rd, first saw the swallow cross Breydon, northerly, strong, squally. April the 26th, several wimbrel and a few grey plovers, easterly, fine. April the 27th, some greenshanks, westerly, strong. May the 1st, fine pair of shell ducks, southwesterly, strong. May the 2nd, a great many varied birds, some lesser terns and common terns, south to southwest, squally. May the 6th, hundreds of wimbrel here, 2 pairs of shovellers, northeasterly, fine. May the 12th, some good black-breasted plovers and a lot of terns, northeasterly, fine. May the 13th, 3 oyster catchers and several turnstones, northeasterly, strong, cold. May the 15th, a black tern, northeasterly, strong. May the 18th, a small flock of godwits came in to-day. They seemed very tired, flying against a strong northeast wind. May the 19th, to-day I saw what I believe to be 2 avocets flying over Breydon, northeasterly, strong. May the 21st, oyster catcher, also several turnstones and godwits, northeasterly, strong. May the 23rd, a nice flock of grey plovers, easterly, fine. May the 25th, a great many big blacked gulls, southerly, fine. May the 28th, scores of old herons busy after eels, southerly, fine. May the 31st, many grey plovers and turnstones, northwesterly, fine. June the 4th, 2 spoonbills flew over Breydon to-day. It was high water at the time. There was nowhere for them to alight, so they kept going to the northeast. Fine, warm. June the 12th, some tern, easterly, strong. June the 14th, 9 avocets, 7 shell ducks, wind easterly, freshy as it has been some time. June the 18th, the avocets left to-day, westerly, fine. June the 23rd, some shell ducks and curlews, northeasterly, fine. June the 25th, lot of young redshanks, northeasterly, fine. June the 28th, 2 oyster catchers and a crested grebe, southerly, fine. July the 2nd, some common terns, west-southwest, strong. July the 4th, number of young herons here to-day, easterly, fine. July the 12th, some wimbrel and a lot of redshanks, easterly, fine. July the 14th, great numbers of black-headed gulls coming here every day from the Broads, bringing their young ones to feed on the mudflats. July the 18th, many redshanks, a few greenshanks, several wimbrel and thousands of gulls of all sorts. I never saw so many before. Northerly, fine. July the 28th, a spotted shank and a few greenshanks, northeasterly, fine. July the 30th, a lot of lesser terns, the old birds feeding the young ones with whitebait, northwesterly, strong. August the 4th, 2 big flocks of lesser terns, one flock flying against a strong west wind, which they could not hold against. It took them right to sea. August the 7th. A cormorant, a lot of terns and whimbrel. Westerly, fine. August the 7th. A cormorant, a lot of terns and whimbrel. Westerly, fine. August the 9th. Many whimbrel, curlews, redshanks, some greenshanks and a lot of small birds. Southwesterly, fine. August the 14th. Many terns, an oystercatcher, scores of curlews, whimbrel and small birds. Easterly, fine. August the 18th. Number of common sandpipers. A flock of about 20 flew past me at dusk. August the 23rd. Some black-tailed godwits and many other birds. Westerly, strong. August the 26th. Still several terns here and great numbers of other birds. Westerly, fine. August the 29th. Many terns, about 50 common terns in one flock. Number of lesser terns. Northerly, strong. August the 31st. Saw a large flock of common terns early this morning flying away to seaward. Northerly, strong. 1906. March the 13th. Several widgeon and some scalps here now, and large flocks of dunlins. Northwesterly, strong. March the 16th. A good many widgeon, some Brent's geese, and a few golden plover, many dunlins, nor'west. March the 20th. About 150 widgeon and some pintails, a few curlews and hundreds of ringed plovers and dunlins. Nor'east, very strong. March the 25th. More widgeon, northeasterly, squally. March the 28th. About 250 widgeon and thousands of dunlins and ringed plovers. Northeasterly, fine. March the 31st. A large flock of lapwings flying over Breydon this evening, going from south to north. Wind northeasterly, fine. April the 5th. The widgeon are beginning to pair, leaving here now. 4 pair shovellers this morning and thousands of dunlins and ringed plovers. South-southeast, fine. April the 16th. Many widgeon here yet. 2,000 small birds. Westerly, fine and warm. April the 17th. A pair of Gargani teal, also some swallows crossing Breydon. The first I have seen this year. Northeasterly, fine. April the 18th. Some shelled ducks here and a lot of widgeon. West-southwest, strong. April the 19th. Some whimbrel today, the first. Westerly, fine. April the 25th. Several whimbrel, also some grey plovers and a good many small birds. Northeasterly, fine. April the 27th. A small flock of godwits and several whimbrel. April the 28th. A spoonbill came in this morning and went away again at night. Westerly, squally. May the 4th. Scores of whimbrel, a few godwits and some pintail and widgeon. Ringed plovers and dunlins by the thousand. Westerly, strong. May the 6th. Some lesser terns to-day and some grey plovers with black breasts. Southwesterly, strong. May the 7th. A lot of terns, several black terns among them. South-southwest, fine. May the 8th. 2 oystercatchers and about 2,000 dunlins and ringed plovers. Northeasterly, fine. May the 12th. 2 cormorants here today. Easterly, fine. May the 13th. Some very pretty black-breasted grey plovers here, 13 black terns and several lesser terns. Weather very tempestuous. May the 14th. Some greenshanks here today. North-northeast, strong. May the 17th. Some turnstones and 17 black terns. Northeasterly, fine. May the 19th. Several lesser terns and common terns and a few godwits. Northwesterly, fine. May the 22nd. 4 cormorants and a lot of old herons, also a black-tailed godwit. Easterly, fine. May the 23rd. Several curlews and whimbrel, some common terns and a garganny teal, which I think must be nesting close by here, as I often see it. Southeasterly, fine. May the 25th. Some lesser terns, a few whimbrel and turnstones. Westerly, fine. June the 2nd. Some curlews and a great many black-backed gulls. Northerly, strong. June the 8th. Some curlews and redshanks. Easterly, fine. June the 9th. Some widgeon here still, also a pair of lesser terns. Northeasterly, fine. June the 13th. A couple of lesser terns, one feeding the other with whitebait. Some curlews and redshanks. Northeasterly, fine. June the 14th. A little gull and a pair of lesser terns. Northeasterly, squally. June the 18th. A black tern here today, and also some lesser terns. Easterly, fine. June the 19th. A lot of young herons today. Easterly, fine. June the 21st. A flock of 21 lesser terns. Southwesterly, fine. June the 26th. Common sandpipers and lesser terns. Westerly, strong. June the 30th. A good many young redshanks, also lesser terns. Southeasterly, fine. July the 3rd. Some common terns here today. East-northeast, fine. July the 6th. Young birds coming in numbers. Black-headed gulls, lesser terns, redshanks, also fowl, shovellers and mallard. Southerly, fine. July the 14th. Several whimbrel here today, also some big terns. Northwesterly, fine. July the 17th. Some large terns and some lesser terns, also a good many other birds. Dunlins, curlews, ringed plovers, whimbrel and redshanks. Southwesterly, fine. July the 21st. About 5 o'clock this afternoon, a large bird came here from the eastward, a white bird with black tips to his wings and a very big beak. Also a spoonbill just before dark. I saw this bird, which was a pelican. Southwesterly, fine. July the 22nd. The pelican left here this morning and went away to the eastward. Southwesterly, fine. July the 28th. A flock of 9 turnstones and many whimbrel. Westerly, fine. August the 1st. A flock of knots. Southwesterly, fine. August the 8th. Several greenshanks about today. Southeasterly, tempest. August the 9th. A little gull here and scores of whimbrel and curlews. Many dunlins and other small birds. Northwesterly, rainy. August the 13th. 3 shelled ducks. Southerly, fine. August the 15th. a spoonbill and an oyster catcher, westerly, fine. August the 18th, spoonbill still here, and a good many lesser terns and a few godwits, northerly, strong. August the 19th, spoonbill went away to the northwest this evening, westerly, fine. August the 21st, this morning saw a couple of stilts flying across Breydon going west. A young little gull here this evening, and a black tern, southwesterly, fine. August the 26th, a good many lesser terns here yet, and several turnstones, also a black-tailed godwit, many curlews and whimbrel, westerly, fine. August the 31st, thousands of birds here this evening. The curlews are sitting around me by the score. They will get it hot tomorrow. The gunners are very eager to get at them. End of section 18. Section 19 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 1, Some Bird Notes, Part 1. Arrival of swifts. The annual arrival of the noisy swift is always, to me, one of the delights of sunny springtime, and under favourable conditions, so regular is it in its movements, that I look for its appearance on the 12th or 13th of May, although I have noted its advent being delayed as late as the 17th of the month. The May of 1905 was an unusually cold one, and I did not see any swifts until the 19th, when 2 or 3 pairs were to be seen in wild and noisy flight, circling around the old High Mill, now demolished. They could not have been very happy, for food must have been exceedingly scant. On May the 18th of the same year, I received a letter from a gentleman living in the county, whose son wrote him the previous day from Worthing, as follows. On Friday morning, 12th of May at 3:30 a.m, I saw hundreds of swifts coming in great bunches from the sea, very high up and going north. I was at the top of a down, Asprey Ring, 600 feet up, and they passed very high overhead, swarms altogether in great flocks, and lasted 3/4 of an hour, till it got quite light, and then I did not see any more. It is rather strange that we did not receive our local contingent until the 19th, on, as recorded in my notebook, a cold, bleak day with a strong northerly wind and masses of damp, rugged clouds. They left us the same night, and 3 of them reappeared on the 23rd towards the evening. Had they returned temporarily to a warmer clime? A Mr. Stagg, who resides near the quay, in a house under whose eaves swifts have nested for many years, informed me that one bird visited him on the 13th, but disappeared again, and then none were seen until the 19th, probably part of the party that came to the old mill. I was very much interested in the behaviour of the mill swifts, which, fortunately, had reared their young ones and seen them safely a-wing before the mill had been so far demolished as to lay bare their particular nesting places. I was exceedingly anxious to note the appearance of the mill swifts in the spring of 1906. May the 7th and 8th were very fine, warm days, and probably tempted by these conditions, some swifts arrived on the 9th. That afternoon 3 pairs came in, and in a very excited state flew for hours around the spot where the mill had been, at a height corresponding with their old nesting quarters. Even the tall willows, around which they used to catch moths, had vanished, while, added to these disappointments, a bleak north-east wind set in on that day, so that they had neither food nor shelter. I saw no more of them after the night of the 9th for some days, but about 20 were flying around again in very close formation, screaming and excited on the evening of the 28th, after which date they seemed to have betaken themselves to other quarters, having found it useless to look for their old habitation, and being scared by the noise of the workmen building new houses on the spot, and the host of children at play in the old mill yard. My earliest date of the arrival of the swift is May the 4th, in 1891, the latest on which I have seen it being September the 27th, again 1891. Swallows and butterflies. In October 1905 I wrote to the Eastern Daily Press as follows: Sir, of course the swallows mostly are gone, and those few weaklings, latest hatched of the summer broods, that furtively and with melancholy quietude hawk for the equally miserable flies which are now basking on the sunnier sides of our houses, when there happens to be a little sunshine, will soon take their departure, to be missed less, perhaps, than they were noticed in the jolly springtime. I want to know this of the swallows. Has any reader observed definitely and with assurance any swallow, house martin or sand martin deliberately hunt down and devour either a butterfly of any colour, white or otherwise, or a crane fly, tipula, that parent of the unpopular and destructive grub known as leather jacket? When I was a small boy employed at a little chandlery shop, I, during one of those unaccountably magnanimous fits which sometimes take possession of young urchins, caught a wretched garden white butterfly that was beating itself against the window panes, wondering whatever kept it from the bright sunshine outside. I tenderly brought it to the door, so unlike the ordinary boy forsooth, and told it to fly away and be gone. It had not reached the sill of the bedroom window ere a passing martin dashed up behind it, crumpled it up like a wisp of tissue paper, and swallowed it in a moment. Has any reader ever seen anything like it? Signed, John Knowlittle. Replies were soon forthcoming, 2 or 3 of which were as follow: Sir, in reply to John Knowlittle, I, when a boy, helping to build a haystack, used to catch a moth and throw it up as high as I could. It would then expand its wings, and a swallow would come and seize its body, while its wings would come fluttering down. I did this so many times that the birds would come within a few inches of my hand, and catch the insects almost before they could get upon the wing, so I did not always observe the wings falling. I have often since set a butterfly free in the presence of swallows, in order to observe how cleverly they separate the sapid body from the wings, but it is not always done. Yours, etc., C.B. Sir, I have once, and only once, seen any member of the hirundine hunt a butterfly on the wing, and the occasion I refer to happened on a bright summer's day, when I witnessed a swallow, high up in the air, secure with unerring aim a white butterfly, which I presume it swallowed. Apropos of butterflies entering into the menu of our insectivorous birds, I would like to record the following incident that came under my observation a few Sundays ago. On some wire netting surrounding a tennis court was seated a pair of spotted flycatchers, with 3 young ones, the latter being initiated by their parents, with the aid of many practical demonstrations, into the science and art of catching insects on the wing. Suddenly there appeared on the far side of the court a white butterfly, and my interest was further aroused by the thought of what the fate of that butterfly would be, should he inadvertently come across to where the birds were sitting. I had but a short time to wait. The butterfly came in a zigzag path across the lawn, and when within 15 feet of the railings, one of the young flycatchers made a stoop at it. At first I thought he was going to be successful, but after vainly following the butterfly for several turns, he gave up the chase in despair and returned to his resting place. Without a moment's further delay, one of the old birds flew at it and secured it in its first flight. Not for long, however, did she retain this much coveted bonne bouche, for in her return flight to the wire, the butterfly escaped from between her mandibles and flew away, apparently uninjured. So great seemed the indignation and chagrin of the parent bird at the loss of prestige she had thus sustained in the eyes of her pupils, owing entirely to her own clumsiness, that she made no further effort to recapture the insect. Signed, S.H.L. Sir, often have I seen butterflies flying amongst swallows, and never have I seen one attacked till this year. One day this summer, as I was driving, I saw a small coloured butterfly, probably a tortoiseshell, flying in front of my house, and I was surprised to see a swallow stoop at it and devour it. It looked far too large a mouthful, but I saw no wings fall to the ground. I have spoken of this fact as a new experience, so if it be any help to John Knowlittle, and if you think fit to print it, well and good. Signed, T.D.C. Sir, I do not think John Knowlittle could have been serious in questioning the facts of swallows taking butterflies and moths. When a boy, I have frequently spent many minutes catching large moths of a kind we called kittiwakes from the swathes of meadow hay, and throwing them up for the swallows. Signed, J.P. A writer in The Countryside, in November 1905, made mention of the fact when working on a building at Kessingland, near Lowestoft, he had excellent opportunities of watching swallows feeding their young with daddy longlegs. They happened to drop some, which were picked up and examined. It is just possible, from the situation referred to, that the swallows may have been house martins, but the fact that any of the hirundine will admit the tipula into their bill of fare is interesting to me, for I had long watched this species when insect hunting, specially to see if this insect was captured, but could never really satisfy myself that such was the case. Mistaken hawks. Various species of the smaller hawks occasionally put in an appearance during the autumnal migration, coming over with the various little travellers from the other side. They invariably arrive hungry and eager for a meal. In the 70s and 80s, it was no unusual occurrence for kestrels and merlins to dash into clap nets, attracted thither by the struggling decoy bird fast on the trigger. In most cases the poor thing was killed instantly, but the hawk never escaped, for the angry bird-catcher would at once pull over the nets, hoping in vain to save his decoy. And a lively time followed in clearing the struggling, screaming hawk from the thin, airy meshes. I have had several captives brought me at different times, caught in this manner. One day a bird-catcher was "laid" on the sand dunes for linnets and other small songbirds. One of his cages was dome-shaped, the wires converging at the top, making it very much the shape of an old-fashioned crab pot. A merlin suddenly dashed down at the bird in this cage, striking it through the wires and killing it instantly. It attempted to rise with its prey, but its foot had slipped upwards to the more contracted part of the cage. It managed, however, to flounder along some little distance before the bird-catcher could run up and secure it. A hawk was seen by a friend of mine chasing a small bunch of starlings which had behaved in a somewhat impudent manner to the common enemy. Presently it made a dash at one, seized it, and flew to an adjoining bank in order to settle matters with it. By some stroke of luck, the starling managed to free itself, dashed away across the river, and crouched in a crevice of a mill sluice, where it remained fully half an hour. The pursuer patiently waited near by all that time, hoping for it to emerge, but he went away in the end disappointed. The starling shortly afterwards left his hiding place, little the worse for his escapade, but probably a sadder and a wiser bird. In the summer of 1899, a large hawk, doubtless a young peregrine, was seen winging its way over Breydon, when suddenly it dashed at a curlew, which, seeing the bird of prey stoop, squatted low on the mud flat and held up its long mandibles as if preparing to receive the foe, a manoeuvre that seemed to have the effect of intimidating the enemy. The hawk wheeled round once or twice as if inclined to make another trial, but seeing my friend it thought the better of it and departed, much to the relief of the poor frightened curlew. I do not think the soft-tipped, pliable bill of the curlew would have been much protection to it, had the bird of prey really meant business. In one of the corridors of Norwich Castle Museum, a stuffed snipe, raising its soft beak to repel the onslaught of a hungry merlin, has been made to do this in a most tragic manner. The skin of the hawk having been bored by the taxidermist, in order to allow the snipe's bill to be thrust in among the toe composing the body of the uppermost bird. Some years ago a Breydon smelter observed a peregrine near the Narrows dash at a flock of widgeon that were feeding there. Presently the bird of prey swooped down on a fine old cock-bird which he had singled out as the startled fowl took to wing. He struck the bird, breaking its neck, and had twisted round again in his flight and seized it ere it fell into the water. The Breydoner ran up the bank, dancing and capering like one demented, and he so scared the falcon that he dropped his booty, on which the man jumped into his boat and quickly retrieved it. Some years ago a gunner named Crowther was out shooting. He fired at a coot, wounding it, when it was attacked by a hungry hooded crow. The crow, in turn, was struck at by a peregrine, which in turn fell to Crowther's gun. Verily a round of onslaughts. The starling. The starling is a great favourite of mine. It always appears to be merry, no matter how unpleasant the weather, and it has few idle moments. It is the first bird the Breydon side rambler puts up off the rafts which lie moored at the town end of the estuary, whether it is hunting in summer with the meadow pipits for insects sunning themselves above, or small crustaceans pottering about on the heaps of wrack that the tide has floated to the ends of the huge bulks, or in winter in waiting on the hooded crows for fragments of carrion overlooked by them. Fond of the company of its fellows, it is ever ready to dispute with its friends on either side of it for possession of a dainty morsel. I have seen a dozen of them that one might have covered with a handkerchief, all industriously picking up maggots from some dead animal on a refuse heap, when, even in the midst of plenty, they must needs stop at intervals to quarrel, individuals jumping quite off the ground like fighting cocks in passing anger, sparring in the air at each other, and then as quickly desisting, begin picking up their prey with an eagerness that suggested a suspicion of arrears of gleaning to be done and lost time to be made up. On the mudflats in autumn, when Coryphaeum longicorni and Garamide and other small crustaceans are eagerly sought, those petty disputations are not noticeable, and the flocks scatter more in hunting. The fat oily larvae of the cockchafer, Melolontha vulgaris, are favourite titbits with the starlings. I have seen patches of grass in the St George's Park, riddled with holes made by the conical bill of the starling when searching for them. A spot was shown to me by the park keeper on November 7th, 1906, on which the grass grew thin and weakly. It was a favourite haunt of the cockchafer during the 2 or 3 weeks in July, when they were most in evidence. Here the starlings would come at certain times, as if they knew where to find them by instinct, as my friend remarked, and without ado they would drive their bills deep into the soil, and with a circular movement worm out the fat grub and instantly devour it. On May 27th, 1905, I observed some starlings hovering over Breydon like gulls, continually dipping and snatching up a small fly, probably Actora, that had perished by myriads. I have no doubt that the heavy, unsettled weather of the 2 previous days had caused these flies to fall into the water. Few novices at the gun can resist a shot at a parcel of starlings, and most local gunners of my acquaintance seldom let an opportunity slip of firing into a passing flock. With us the starlings are usually wary and suspicious, but, as if knowing that they are comparatively safe when dodging in and out among the legs of cattle grazing on the marshes, it is seldom that a shot can be made at them. Consequently, one can get very close to them and can see them snapping up the insects, Hypoderma lineatum, and other tormenting species, for which good officers the patient animals seem sensibly grateful. If we could but persuade the starling to resist the temptations offered in autumn by ripening cherries and mulberries, I do not think the gardener would have much cause to raise a hand against this extremely useful little bird. Its occasional consorting with the smaller gulls, and its mimicry of their methods when fishing at the entrance of Breydon, always interests me. Fond as is the starling of shrimps and the like, which I have often observed is snatched from the shrimp nets hanging from the boat's mast to dry, I am all but certain that it is the half-floating, half-swimming Idotea linearis, that long-bodied, long-antennae crustacean which it stoops to snatch at. This crustacean is exceedingly numerous in the finer months of the year. A starling was one day seen by a friend of mine, an excellent observer, to dart, gull-like, at some object on the surface of the river, and rising again, with the tips of its wings and toes only wetted, holding between its mandibles a struggling fish, one of the 3-inch herring fry, which is often most abundant in local waters in the month of August. That all our local starlings do not move south on the approach of winter is certain. A particular individual, with a gammy leg, for 2 years past, at every season of the year, has frequented the St. George's Park and has attracted attention by his infirmities. He seems to be a confirmed bachelor, for so far domestic duties have not been undertaken by him. I observed starlings in small flocks on the evening of July the 12th, 1906, flying to the Fritton reed beds, a rather early resorting thither to roost for the night. The Turdiidae and their food. The market gardeners in the villages around Yarmouth are for ever crying out against the supposed ravages among strawberries and other fruit of the common thrush, the blackbird, and others of that ilk. In season and out of season they are continually shooting these birds, in the summer days because of their alleged depredations, in winter because of their remembrance of them, and for the sake of the few pence big bunches of these birds will realise in the Saturday's market. It was a fortunate circumstance for the birds that in June 1897 a scourge of fruit-loving beetles, Harpalus ruficornis, infested the strawberry beds in certain villages lying north of the town. For a time it led to some consideration being shown to the Turdiidae, when it had been pointed out that they might have been useful in the thinning out of the pest, had they not been so ruthlessly killed. Some of the correspondence which appeared on the subject in the Norfolk papers fills some pages in my notebooks, extracts from which may not be uninteresting. The long-continued, warm, dry weather which characterised the early summer of 1897 caused great inconvenience to the various birds composing the thrush genus in the matter of food procuration. Worms, for instance, went deep into the earth for moisture, and snails, slugs, and the like left their usual haunts and sought more promising places. They foregathered in the strawberry gardens, finding moisture and palatable food in the ripe, luscious fruit sheltered by the broad, trifoliate leaves. To these places the thrushes and blackbirds naturally repaired, and, of course, the gardeners seeing them there, and also noticing the holes bored in the ripest and biggest of their fruit, unthinkingly decided that the coming of the birds and the spoliation of their strawberries were more than a coincidence. So they began shooting every bird that they could get in a line with their gun barrels, branches being stuck up in the beds and festooned with dead birds to act as a warning to living ones. I saw many of these poor victims in all stages of decomposition, some dry and hollowed out by the larvae of the blowflies, others alive with them, and some scarcely cold from recent massacre. In an article in the Eastern Daily Press, I protested in strong terms against this slaughter. One writer remarked, "The blackbird does little injury to the strawberries, and the song thrush none. The missel thrush can do his share of the gathering. The worst bird the gardener has to contend with is the starling. The old birds bring their families to the strawberry plots, and when once these young rascals have obtained a taste of the delicious fruit, nothing will stop them but death. I have seen them alight within a few yards of the gunner, before the smoke has cleared away from some departed relative just fallen dead under their very eyes, and begin probing every ripe berry that lies in their way. The poor little thrush, with no thought of danger, flies up at the gardener's approach, and who, enraged at the sight of his mutilated fruit, shoots the bird that just before had been working hard at the destruction of some snail." Signed, L.F. H.P. wrote as follows: "Sir, I read with interest the article in your issue of to-day upon the failure of the strawberry crop at Hemsby, and I hope by its publication that horticulturalists will be on the alert to adopt rapid means for the extermination of this destructive insect, commonly known as the garden weevil. It not only attacks strawberries, but other fruits and garden crops during the period of its existence. Various remedies are recommended for the trapping of the pest, and where carried out in time might prove effectual, but my opinion is that where the insects have got the upper hand, as in the case quoted, the best way would be to fork all around and between the plants, leaving the surface quite rough and giving a good dressing of gas lime. This, of course, would destroy the plants and necessitate the land being idle for some considerable time. But surely this is better than allowing the plants to remain with prospects of worse results next year. I quite agree with your contributor that the gardeners have much to blame themselves for in destroying the natural enemies of this and other insect pests. If a thrush, blackbird or starling takes a few berries, what is that compared to the destruction of the whole crop by insects, which cannot be kept off by scaring, as birds can, during the time the fruit is ripening? One keen observer of bird life, and a large grower of strawberries, resenting the imputation made by a contributor to the correspondence that the thrushes and blackbirds despoiled his cherry trees, remarked, "Song thrushes will not eat cherries, and the blackbird's weak nerves will not allow him to do much depredation. Cherries are tackled as a rule by starlings, jays and missel thrushes. We can all manage to keep birds from our fruit if we wish, without shooting them. If the mistle thrush sneaks a few cherries, his beautiful song in the bleak days of February will amply repay any but a tyrant for the little damage done in the summer months. The song thrush will not hurt strawberries, but the wariness of the blackbird stays his beak from prying into the interior of much fruit. And just consider what good these birds do for us in clearing away worse foes to the fruit, such as snail, slug, beetle and company. Bob redbreast and the whitethroat like currants. The former take some shooting to frighten. He and the other do good in clearing off countless caterpillars. Another correspondent, referring to the insect pest, stated that he had sunk in the ground a number of large jam jars containing lemon water, and in this way caught beetles by hundreds. Writing upon the food of birds of the thrush family, a correspondent in the Field, November 1906, stated, "I have more than once seen one of the large black slugs, Arion ater, eaten by a thrush, once by a blackbird, and once or twice by redwings, whilst the first bird I ever remember to have seen eating this not very inviting looking creature was a rock pipit during a snowstorm, and I watched it consume about half of the slug before I drove it off to see what the heavy object was it was dragging about. I have frequently watched blackbirds and thrushes eat the common little white field slug, Limax agrestis, upon the lawn, and occasionally seen redwings and fieldfares, but all of them seem to prefer worms and shelled snails when they can get them." The crop of a redwing shot in February was found to contain earwigs, spiders, the remains of beetles, and some small helix shells, and the stomach of a fieldfare killed at the same time was full of hawthorn berries. In times of extreme severity, the more frugivorous fieldfare is generally in plump condition, when its more omnivorous cousin is a weakly bunch of bones and feathers. End of section 19. Section 20 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes. Chapter 1. Some Bird Notes. Part 2. Wood pigeons' food. Considering the continual slaughter of wood pigeons and the small number of offspring allotted to individual pairs, it is wonderful to me that not only does no sensible diminution become apparent, but, on the contrary, in Norfolk at least, the wood pigeon more than holds its own. Gilbert White, in his Letter 39, writing to Pennant, remarked on its movements in large flocks, reaching in strings for a mile together as they went out in a morning to feed. This was before the beechen woods were so much destroyed, and does not seem definitely to point to migratory flocks, although by his query, "They leave us early in the spring. Where do they breed?" he undoubtedly suggests that migrants from abroad had something to do with these marked movements. That immense numbers of wood pigeons do come to us in early winter from oversea is an established fact. The food devoured by numbers of pigeons must be immense, judging by what I have found in their crops. I have never taken the trouble to count the numbers of acorns found in them, but I have seen them taken out by the handful, and I have felt huge quantities of them when examining birds on a game dealer's stall. In February 1906, I wrote to the Eastern Daily Press as follows: Sir, I have been very much struck by the great numbers of wood pigeons that have been brought during the winter, Saturday after Saturday, to Yarmouth Market, which would seem to suggest a rather unusual abundance locally. They are mostly a very indifferently marked lot of birds, in immature plumage, and I think a more unsophisticated and less suspicious race than our own. I have heard of some large flocks coming in from the continent, arriving a few miles to the northward, but have not, as in some seasons, any record of flights passing in the immediate neighbourhood. In some years, large flocks have cast a big shadow as they crossed. Great numbers are reported in various parts of the country, notably in Devon and Bedfordshire. In parts of the latter, county farmers are grumbling at the havoc they are making on the young crops. Are they in any way misbehaving themselves in Norfolk? An interesting note in this week's Countryside from a gamekeeper makes reference to a strange epidemic affecting them in the woods in the south. They are being picked up dead in extraordinary good plight. Signed, John Knowlittle. The following reply appeared in answer to my note. Sir, John Knowlittle, in his letter of your Friday's issue, seems just now keen on the wood pigeon. In BBS's Farm Notes of Saturday the 4th is an article on the same bird and its habits. May I ask you for our friend John's information to give an extract from the same as below. I learn in the district that the visitors as well as the homebreds have a strong partiality for the clover lays, and in taking their meal are careful to sample the crowns first. Yours truly, Mid Norfolk. Sir, my attention was recently called to a wild pigeon which had just been shot. In falling, this bird burst its crop and disclosed what the shooter described as a dustpanful of the hearts of young clover plants. Multiply this dustpanful by the hundreds of birds which have been recently visiting our new lays, and some idea can be formed of the damage done by these pests. We see our clover lays looking well in the autumn, but we find no clover in the spring, and we accuse the eelworms, which attack the roots of clover plants, of doing the damage. But perhaps the pigeons have done it after all. Signed, BBS. My own notes about that period are as follow. January the 27th. Many wood pigeons in the market again today. In a note from Woburn, MB says, "We have thousands, and they are a great grievance to the farmer. I do not understand the reason of their increase. Ditto of the stock dove." February the 10th. A considerable number of wood pigeons in market today. I felt the crops of some and found them full of soft, green food. The country folk tell me they are busy on the younger crops. Some stock doves also in the market. February the 13th. Examined a lot in a poulterer's. All had empty crops. Evidently they had been shot early in the day. Examining one in the market, I found its crop filled with clover leaves. Wood pigeons are most saleable birds in our market, and are disposed of at 6d. and 8d. each, forming a not unremunerative item to those who sometimes expose large bunches of them for sale. I certainly do not see much for the East Norfolk garden farmer to complain of. If added to this substantial figure, he gets some interesting and even exciting sport thrown in. A fat clover-fed pigeon is by no means bad eating. Quails in East Anglia. The Daily Chronicle of October the 19th, 1905, was responsible for the following par. A quail has been shot by Sub-Lieutenant H.R. Sawbridge, Royal Navy, at Lopham Fen. It is over 50 years since the last specimen was seen in the eastern counties. Newspaper folks, as a rule, are peculiarly partial to that last 50 years, and the orthodox, so many feet across the wings from tip to tip, when describing rare or curious birds seen or shot. I felt called upon to answer the statement, and wrote as follows. Sir, in your interesting news in few lines, you make reference to a quail shot at Lopham Fen as the last seen in the eastern counties for 50 years. Allow me to state that several bevies of quails nested in the Broad district in 1870, and my two latest local records are female shot at Scratby, September the 13th, 1893, and two others near Yarmouth in November 1899. This species, which was regarded by the late Sir James Paget as not uncommon in 1834, is rare now, as it is in this country generally, and Mr. J. H. Gurney, in the Norfolk and Norwich Naturalist Transactions, considers the present scarcity is due more to the captures which annually take place in the south of Europe than to any agricultural changes in Norfolk. Signed A. H. P. Other letters appeared, two of which are as follow. G.T.D. of Wimborne wrote, About the year 1874 I found on my shooting land a quail's nest with 19 eggs. These were reared, and in the 80s quails came regularly to breed on my estate in Norfolk every summer. One was seen last week in Dorset. My father, wrote W.G.B., has frequently shot quails, particularly at Martham in Norfolk. In fact, we have one stuffed which was killed not a great while ago. To the Eastern Daily Press, in which the paragraph from the Daily Chronicle also appeared, Major W. S. Dodds wrote, Sir, apropos of the paragraph in today's press, stating that the quail shot at Lopham Fen was the first seen in the eastern counties for over 50 years. Let me refer you to your issue of May 1903, Natural History Notes by T. E. Gunn, who records the fact not only of a quail being shot in the previous September, but also of finding of its nest containing 15 eggs. French partridges and sparrows. In my notebook for 1905, I have the following entry. April the 19th. About 40 of these birds, French partridges, running about on the South Denes, not far from the harbour mouth. I mentioned this fact to Mr. J. H. Gurney, who wrote, To my mind, the chief argument against partridges found on the beach being migrants is that, among the many hundreds of wings received from the East Coast lightships and lighthouses, there has never been a partridge's wing, nor has there ever been a house sparrow's wing, another species thought by some to migrate. With regard to the sparrow, I myself am confident that it does shift its quarters on occasion. I once saw and heard one, which is sufficiently convincing to anyone who knows its note, come in straight from the sea with other small Fringillidae, and on October the 9th, 1906, I saw several arrive. My note for that date reads as follows. The influx of small birds this morning made the North Denes quite interesting. At 6 o'clock I was at the third gate watching the incoming migrants. These birds struck the coast probably miles to the northward, and led along the nearest east fringe of vegetation bordering the sea. I noticed every 5 or 10 minutes, sometimes oftener, flocks of from 6 to 30 birds. These included greenfinches, linnets, redpolls, twites, and in one instance, in company with twites, common sparrows. The sparrow is always chatty on migration, and this morning he was as merry as ever. A few bunches of larks came from sea flying north-east to south-west. It was a typical migration morning, wind south-west by south at 6 o'clock, veering to south-southeast by 7 o'clock. In December 1906, I made inquiries of 1 or 2 lightship men respecting the coming aboard of partridges and sparrows. A mate, an intelligent man, was quite positive that on 3 occasions French partridges came aboard, and they were secured and eaten. The English partridge he had never seen. This was on board the Cockle lightship. The house sparrow was quite a familiar winter visitant, coming with other small birds, and he knew it as quite distinct from the tree sparrow. When he was stationed on the St. Nicholas lightship, a cock pheasant once alighted on board, but the crew failed to capture him. He got away and disappointed them. Pelican. On the afternoon of July the 21st, 1906, Fred Clark, one of the Breydoners, hailed me just as I had reached my houseboat to spend the night there, and, hastening to his location, I found him much excited over the advent of a pelican. And there, bunched up on the edge of Duffell's Drain, with his head drawn into his shoulders and his pouch full of flounders, sat the ungainly bird, sleeping off the effects of a full stomach. Early next morning I sent my small son Gilbert with his binoculars to have a good look at him. He was in the same spot, and was busy preening his feathers and shaking his wings. Not far from him stood a spoonbill. The pelican shortly after lifted himself a wing and went direct east. I saw by a London paper shortly after that a pelican, undoubtedly the same individual, was seen at Whitstable. Mr. J. H. Gurney, writing me on October the 12th, says, "It seems that when the pelican left Norfolk last July, it went to Whitstable Flats at the mouth of the Thames, where it has been through the greater part of August and September." I was very loath to give this bird a place in my local list, well knowing that many of them are kept in captivity, but having regard to the long-continued prevalence of the south, south-west and south-east winds during this phenomenally hot summer, I now consider it quite possible that this bird may have visited us from southern Europe. Still more strongly am I impressed with the likelihood of this, seeing that, notwithstanding inquiries set afoot by Mr. Gurney, myself, and probably others, no escape could be traced. Besides, a flamingo appeared in Suffolk at about the same time, and other rare birds, glossy ibises and red-crested whistling ducks, for instance, were recorded and obtained. An interesting note subsequently appeared in the Zoologist of November 1906, referring to the pelican Pelecanus onocretalis, and stating that late in October it took up its night quarters in the open marshes near the shore some distance from the town of Whitstable, and when not engaged in sea fishing roamed over the pastures, and is often seen resting on the ground among the sheep at a distance of over a mile inland. The pastures are intersected with ditches and stream dykes, which afford the pelican food, but its almost daily habit has been to go to the shore on a fishing excursion when the tide is well out. Lately its visits to the sea have been less frequent, owing probably to the many attempts which have been made to shoot or capture it. The bird is strong on the wing. A suggestion was made that it may have escaped from a ship, but its plumage, when I saw it, as early as July, did not exhibit the least appearance that would lead one to conclude this to have been the case. A pelican cooped aboard ship would in a very short time show traces of prison life. Hooded crows and rats. The hooded crow, as far as his behaviour in Norfolk is concerned, is by no means open to grave censure, for there is invariably enough carrion to be found on the shores of our rivers and beaches to supply his needs, and he is not tempted to resort to those predaceous habits which are said to characterise him in some localities. The worst sins I have known him commit have been laid to his charge by Breydon gunners, who have occasionally complained of his stealing a wounded widgeon or knot from under their very guns. In this neighbourhood he is a most industrious and indefatigable scavenger, picking up many unconsidered trifles in the shape of stranded birds, putrid fish, and other carrion. On the warrens he considers dead rabbits his lawful prey, and I have never heard anyone dispute his right to them. I reported to the Eastern Daily Press in November 1905 the fact that I had discovered him busily employed at the harbour mouth skinning some dead dogfishes, first digging out the eyes, then disemboweling them, and then turning them inside out as expertly as a fish hawker turns out weavers and gurnards for the housewives surrounding his hand barrow with waiting plates. I finished my note by asking if any reader had ever detected Master Crow skinning a rabbit. The following day a letter appeared signed by Anopheles, who had known the bird to operate on rats. He wrote, "Sir, the thirst of your correspondent, John Knowlittle, would seem to be insatiable when facts relating to natural history are under discussion. I can only answer him indirectly by reference to the treatment of rats. On a frosty December night last year, I was one of a party who enjoyed an excellent evening's sport between 9 and 11, ratting around some corn stacks. As is our custom when on such expeditions, for my friends and I often indulge in this sport during the winter months, we were armed with sticks, bicycle lamps, and a couple of keen dogs. The sticks to stir the rats out of the stacks, and the lamps to keep them in view of the dogs after they have jumped down onto the ground. Our kill on this occasion numbered between 20 and 30 rats, and these were left on the ground around the stacks. About 3 days afterwards I was walking past these same stacks and was surprised to find some score or more hoodies busily engaged on the ground. I say surprised, because the Danish crow is not very common in the district referred to, about 10 miles from Norwich. The object of their search was soon apparent, for I found, with the exception of their skins, little remained of our rats of the previous evening. They were lying on the ground as we had left them, beautifully cleaned, though turned inside out, but the skins otherwise uninjured, and it was evident, from some of the carcass still remaining, that the process of evisceration was commenced by the crows at the tail end of the rats. It is probable that Hoodie would tackle a dead rabbit in a similar manner. Rats continued. Anopheles went on to discourse further on rats, remarking, although justly attributed a plague to the farmer in this eastern part of England, on the small estate referred to above several thousands are killed annually by the keeper, it would seem that the common brown rat, Mus decumanus, is not nearly so common in some other parts of the country. For example, a friend from Westmoreland told me the other day that a rat in his county might almost be reckoned a rara avis. It was quite an exceptional thing to meet with one. The question of food supply probably determines its distribution, and although omnivorous, the adoption of the 4-course shift in this county would tend to provide him with a varied and plentiful diet at all seasons of the year. I lived for some months in Lancashire, an adjoining county, and found the part I resided in swarming with the hated rodent. At P Gardens, the slopes of the lake were riddled with their burrows, and they fed boldly with the waterfowl at all hours of the day. They perforated the lawn in front of the gardener's house until it was like an overcrowded rabbit burrow. They undermined the house itself. They swarmed my monkey house at night and cleared away all that the monkeys could not stow away at supper time. They killed foreign birds wholesale, not scrupling to devour a sick cockatoo. The only other place I ever saw so rat-infested was the slaughter yard where, in 1890, they killed the horses for the carnivorous animals in D Zoological Gardens. The remnants of the carcasses used then to be allowed to lie out on the concreted area to be carted away by the knacker when he came to do the next day's killing. There was little left but bare bones for him to take back with him. It seemed that a previous superintendent had been a greater admirer of rat-killing dogs than his more legitimate charges, and so the brutes were allowed a very free rein as regards their population question. I went 1 or 2 nights with a lantern to see the gathering of the clans, and I confess I never saw anything in the rat line to equal it. The rats shot away on my coming in all directions, in a manner that I can only describe as like sparks flying from the seething hot iron on an anvil at the first heavy blow. The "super" of my time started his reign by issuing an edict against the rats, and a stone shed with rat-proof doors was completed, and may still remain, and all the horses killed were at once properly flensed and the beef hung. The rats soon began to complain of a famine, and the first morning after the new regime had commenced, I noticed that the bottom of the meat house doors showed marks of many a score hungry rats' teeth. I set 2 large French wire traps, baited with maize, that night against the doors, and in the morning discovered them cram full of struggling rats. If my memory serves me rightly, I captured 73 rats the first 2 nights, and for some nights after found them still as eager to enter. I hope the good work then begun has been since carried on, and that the rats are now rare in D Zoo. I myself have never observed a rat afloat on Breydon on a piece of ice, but I can quite credit reports which have come to me of these creatures, pressed for food in hard winters, venturing onto the ice at night for wounded fowl, and being caught in the break-up of the ice field, which, in the lower reaches, takes place suddenly at the fall of the tide. The poor things, to be pitied in their distress, have been in sorry plight, and had a rough time of it in more ways than one when being borne seawards. Curious nesting sites. On July 1st, 1897, I inserted the following note in the Eastern Daily Press. Sir, birds' nests are, although I am no oologist myself, of much interest to me, inasmuch as one sees in their construction, placement and environment the strange workings of bird instinct, which, in many cases, has been so carried out that reason, or something very little removed from it, has been added to the other quality. The predilection nowadays shown by house martins for country residence in preference to town life is a noticeable feature. We now have in Yarmouth scarcely a martin's nest, owing to the bullying of sparrows, etc. But in an adjoining village, 7 nests, new to me, are this year affixed to one house front. Not far from Caister, some swallows have been nesting annually for some years in a tea saucer, which has been repeatedly taken down from a shelf for inspection. In the hospital school grounds, just above the boys' heads, is a knot hole in an old tree. Into the cavity wriggled a pair of starlings, and by some means made it conveniently comfortable to raise a family. A pair of swallows are building for the 3rd season in the boys' lavatory within easy reach of the smallest urchin. At Caister, a pair of English and a pair of red-legged partridges are nesting amicably within a very short distance of each other. Signed, John Nolittle. In reply to this, WGC wrote as follows. Sir, supplementing the curious nesting places of swallows published in your columns, I would mention the nest to be found beneath Oldby Swing Bridge, over the river, continually subject to the rattling and rolling of the trains above head. There is generally a nest in the letterbox of the ink factory at Barsham, and for many years a blue jimmy or blue tit used the village wall box at Kilverston for purposes of nidification. 2 or 3 years ago a brood of these birds was safely reared in a crack in an axle of one of the staunches of the Little Ouse. At the same time there were 8 youngsters in a nest built in a crack between 2 bricks, from which the mortar had been weathered away in a wall in Thetford. It certainly was a mystery how the plump little parent tits squeezed in. Only this year a friend found a blue tit's nest in a hollow gatepost, and with a zeal which I thought mistaken, he slit the post down the middle until the nest was reached. In spite of this, the parent bird refused to leave the eggs, which were on the point of being hatched, allowing herself to be lifted off the nest without any sign of fear. A still more curious instance of the nesting of the blue-tit has been published in the Transactions of the Norfolk and Norwich Naturalists' Society, wherein it is recorded that about 1819 a man named Camplin climbed a gibbet in the parish of Wareham, upon which had been executed a person named Bennett for the murder of his master John Philly, the trial taking place at Thetford. In the head of the skeleton a blue-tit had built its nest, and the terrified family of 9 or 10 flew out on being disturbed. In the gallows pits, Thetford, criminals were formerly interred. Now the pits are used for depositing rubbish. Amongst the miscellaneous collection of kettles to be found there, a robin generally builds its nest year by year. In a railway bridge at Santon, Norfolk, 6 bricks had been left out of the bridge, 3 on either side. Of the 6 holes, 5 were tenanted by starlings a few weeks ago. A piece of the outer bark of a pine tree had been blown into the middle of a hawthorn, the concave side being uppermost. In this a blackbird built its nest, the run of the nest being level with the edge of the bark on either side. Several years ago Mr. F. Norgate found a nest on Santon Warren which contained 8 teals or ducks and several pheasants' eggs. A piece of oak bark had become fixed on the crutch of a beech tree about 3 feet from the ground, and a nightjar had chosen it whereon to deposit its 2 eggs rather than on the ground. Other notes were forthcoming, proving that the 2 species of partridge not infrequently occupied the same nest. End of section 20. Section 21 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 1, Some Bird Notes, Part 3. Awkward Moults. Birds usually moult at an opportune season. The wild duck, for instance, when food is in plenty and shelter assured, and he does it thoroughly. Other birds which have to be continually on the wing take a longer period, and, as a rule, do not shed too many feathers at a time for safety and convenience sake. But exceptions occur, and sometimes disastrously. On June 30th, 1903, I was rowing up the St. Olave's River when I fell in with a common gull, Larus canis, and very speedily secured it, finding it incapable of flight owing to a loss of most of its primaries. It was otherwise wholly uninjured. On the same date, strangely enough, another bird in the very same plight was captured on the seashore. On September the 18th, I saw a young guillemot on Breydon without flight feathers, a long way from his Yorkshire birthplace. The red-backed shrike. Some correspondence took place in the County Daily in May 1896 respecting the doings of the red-backed shrike, Lanius collurio, a bird which appears to be greatly on the decrease, at least in this neighbourhood. Up to the 70s it was not rare around Caister, and it nested in an old hawthorn hedge, since demolished, on the North Denes as late as 1878, in which year I watched an adult bird busy at his larder. He was feasting on a short-tailed field mouse, and had for dessert a humble bee or two and some beetles. He was very saucy, probably noticing I carried no gun, and he flew a short distance ahead of me, as I endeavoured to find out what other victims he had been spitting. One writer appeared to doubt the shrike's inclination to attack animals. Another, replying from Haddiscoe, wrote as follows: "Your correspondent, Observer, asks if the shrike preys on small animals as well as insects. The red-backed shrike will kill small birds and even young pheasants. It is here called the 9 killer, being supposed to kill 9 head of game, which it impales on thorns before it commences to eat them. Several pairs visit the district in which I reside. They are very affectionate to each other, both old and young, and when grown, the young ones will live and hunt with the old birds. 2 years ago I was in close proximity to a gamekeeper's house, not trespassing, but was on the turnpike road, when the screaming of a pair of shrikes attracted my attention. By their actions I supposed at once they were attacking something, and soon observed them raiding a covey of very small pheasants. Their hooked beaks soon told a tale on the innocents, 2 of which they literally scalped within a few feet of their mother, who, either with the knowledge of my presence or fear of the shrikes, cowered down and allowed them to do as they liked. I dared not venture into the field where the slaughter was committed, for the gamekeeper might have misinterpreted my intentions. The shrikes left their prey and, perching upon the fence, began to insult me. However, I cleared them off with a few stones and proceeded on my journey." A friend of mine living at Belton, who is an enthusiastic beekeeper, complained to me of the nuisance some red-backed shrikes were to him. On one occasion he obtained a nest of shrikes, and placing them in a cage, hung them up in a fork of an apple tree, with a view to securing the cooperation of the parent birds in their upbringing, which unaided he considered would have entailed far too much labour. The old birds discovered their young, and attended them most assiduously, constantly bringing lizards, mice, wasps, butterflies, humble-bees, and some of his own. The floor of the cage, he assured me, was strewn with muck of that sort, many scarcely hurt, which crawled and fluttered about the cage like a menagerie. He was so impressed with the need of so large and varied a supply that as soon as they were sufficiently fledged to fly, he let them go, afterwards wishing he had not, for they set their affections so strongly on his bees that, had he not turned to and shot 'em, they would have devastated his hives. Temperature and feathers. St. John, in his book Sportsman and Naturalist's Tour in Sutherland, appears to have noticed the effect of severe cold on the plumage of the snow bunting. "Scarcely," he says, "any 2 of the snow buntings are quite alike. In the first flocks that come, there are only a few which are light coloured, but as the snow and frost increase, the white birds become more numerous. The same remarks apply to those I have noticed in this neighbourhood. In sharp weather with much snow they keep more to the sand dunes on the coast. In rough but open weather they are found on the marshes, and by the banks of the rivers and on Breydon. Our bird catchers have a notion that the whiter birds are the males, and dispose of them as such. I noticed in the very wintry January of 1891 that a great many of the common snipes shot had become exceptionally light-coloured, greatly reminding me at the time of specimens faded from being exposed to too strong a light. Wild geese. The visits of wild geese to this neighbourhood are, with the exception of those of the Brent goose, very uncertain, and I am inclined to think, having regard to local conditions, that they must always have been so, at least for centuries. In hard winters with prolonged snowstorms, Brent geese are not uncommon off the coast, but the other species are irregular in their visits, and like the Brent, these depend greatly upon stress of weather. But the most curious thing respecting them is that one particular species seems always to predominate in numbers. During December several odd birds are shot. In one instance 3 were killed on Breydon by a punt gunner named Fred Clark. They were all bean geese, Anser sagitum. One year pink-footed geese, Anser brachyrhynchus, will be ascendant. Another, white-fronted geese, Anser albifrons. During the second week of March 1904, 6 Brent geese put in an appearance on Breydon, and made themselves very much at home. It being close season, they remained undisturbed. They found much to interest them among the Zostera marina, and stayed with us until April the 16th, on which date I saw them marching about the flats. Whilst watching them from the bank, I observed some boys who were winkling, and who, attracted by their apparent tameness, walked in their direction, as if to see how near they could approach them. This the geese resented, and finding the place getting too lively for them, they took to wing and, mounting high in the air, turned and flew away in an easterly direction, and did not afterwards return. This was quite an unusual period for their visiting us. Unfortunately, added to the rarity of their appearance, they are such a desirable prey that gunners are soon after them, and a study of their habits becomes impossible. On June the 7th, I received a postcard from Alton, which ran as follows: Dear Mr. Patterson, I have observed for many years small parties of wild geese migrating over here during first week of June. Yesterday they came as usual, quite low, and alighted on the marshes. What are they, and whence? One year I identified barnacles. Curiously enough, geese are never seen here regularly at any other time. Signed, W.S.E. I replied to W.S.E.'s communication, and he again wrote on June the 29th. Dear Mr. Patterson, I thank you very much for your letter of yesterday, but you do not seem to have caught the point of my last. I should never have thought anything of seeing geese in June casually, but I have observed 3 small skeins pass over from north to south for 40 years, always about the same date. I originally thought they were Brents, as in 1869 half a dozen passed within 30 yards of me, but since then I have twice identified barnacles, and this twice are the only occasions I have ever identified barnacles in Norfolk and Suffolk at any time of the year. 40 years ago, pink-footed were commonest and fed regularly in winter on Barnaby marshes. But of late years, what few geese are seen about here are mostly Frontiniacs. Another great change is occurring. Teal are becoming so scarce that if it continues, they will soon become extinct. There are a few breeding in the centre of Norway still, where I shoot, and on the top of a moderately low mountain where snow melts by mid-June and does not lie again thereon until late September, I find in late August golden plover and dotterel to have bred there. P.S. A moorhen last week made an apology of a nest on the cover of one of my boats moored in the reeds here, and laid 3 eggs. On Sunday I got an old basket, covered it with dead rush, and made her quite a natural nest on top, placing the 3 eggs therein. Within an hour, at 11 a.m, she laid a 4th egg on the boat cover, and pulled the eggs out of my nest, breaking one, which I consider an extraordinary action on the moorhen's part. Signed, W.S.E. Bird extermination. The following facts are written without comment. The reader may place what construction he chooses upon them. On September 4th, 1906, 13 ducks were observed to come in from seaward and alight on the northwest side of Breydon. An amateur puntsman named Youngs, who was lurking under the walls hard by, immediately sculled after them, and got a charge of BBs into their midst with telling effect. 9 birds were killed or maimed, and although they had on arrival appeared tired and remarkably tame, the wounded ones, by diving and the use of their wings, gave him an arduous half-hour in retrieving them by doubling after them, and by the use of his shoulder gun. One bird, spoiled by decapitation for a specimen, was eaten by Mr. Youngs. The other 8 were sold to Mr. Saunders, a local taxidermist. A 10th wounded bird managed to reach the marshes, but was soon picked out of a ditch by a marshman named Dan Banham, who ended its career in the oven. I called on Mr. Saunders on the 5th, and saw 4 birds still in the flesh, 4 having already been made into skins. They were unmistakably red-crested pochards, Netta rufina, Pallas. They were, of course, by no means so distinguished in appearance as birds shot in nuptial dress. The plumage, to my mind, greatly resembled that of an adult female smew, and indeed the general contour of the birds was slim and rakish, like that dainty creature. The white shoulder patches, and that of the lesser wing coverts, secondaries and primaries, were very conspicuous. The toes of 6 of the birds were Naples yellow, with a suggestion of redness, the webs being blackish. These were males. The other 2 had greenish tinted toes. I suggested these were females, and this proved to be so on dissection. The cap was reddish brown, and the beak scarlet-like. We had a look at the windpipe, and were much struck with its peculiarities of conformation. I made a rough watercolour sketch of the best bird, and obtained 3 large parasites, Trinotum luridum, which, under the microscope, look hairy and forbidding, their general appearance suggesting much tenacity of purpose. Had I been earlier, Mr. Saunders remarked, I could have had more, and been welcome to them, for they made things lively for him for a time. The author provides the following footnote. On my forwarding these parasites to Mr. R. Hancock of Birmingham, he identified them as Trinotum luridum, one perfect, the other two in varying stages of growth. He informs me that this parasite has been found on the widgeon, goldeneye, pintail, teal, smew and goosander. End of footnote. According to the Field of September the 15th, 2 birds of this species were shot on the 8th on Hickling Broad by Alfred Nudd, a keeper, a duck being secured, but the drake was not recovered until 2 days later, and was consequently spoiled, I believe, by rats. In all probability these belong to the same flock. Mr. J. H. Gurney, in suggesting the likelihood of the then prevailing heat wave having brought them hither, remarked that, at any rate, the poor things met with a warm reception. The prevailing winds had for some time been southerly. So far, one bird had not been accounted for, but information reached me that a second wounded bird had been found in a ditch near James Banham's farm, and I was assured by Banham that his lad recovered it, and his wife brought it to Yarmouth Market the following day, where it was sold to a man named Docra for 9d. for eating. Both Docra and Banham independently gave me a description of the bird, which quite satisfied me that it was a crested duck, the former expressing his regret at cooking it, having already been made acquainted with its rarity and probable value as a specimen. I ate one carcass and found it as delicious a duck as I ever drew out of an oven. A few days later I was assured by a punt gunner who saw Young shoot the birds that there were 18 and not 13 only, and shortly after I found that a Mr. Boning had killed 2 at Hickling on October the 18th, a male in a very forward change of plumage being secured. The other was lost. I saw this bird at Saunders. He had set it up exactly like the one in the illustration in Howard Saunders' manual. The head had assumed its red tints, save for a streakiness still observable at the margins, and the black of the breast was still somewhat spotty with grey. I was astonished at the quick change exhibited. 4 glossy ibises, Plegardus vulcanellus, was seen on Breydon on the morning of September the 4th. They appeared to be very tired, and presently alighted on the marshes. The wind was south, and my diary records the day as fearfully hot. In the morning I saw the gunner Youngs, already referred to, in a somewhat excited state. He had seen them, and threatened to run up in the afternoon to secure them if possible. He did not, but as already narrated, he fell in with the red-crested ducks instead. The ibises remained in the neighbourhood for some days, but got away unscathed. But they were fated not to escape the vigilant eye of the gunner. On October the 19th, Mr. J. H. Gurney wrote me as follows. The 4 glossy ibises have all been accounted for, 3 in Ireland and 1 in Sussex, so their peregrinations are over. 2 red-throated divers, Columbus septentrionalis, made their way to our neighbourhood in October 1906, attracted thither, no doubt, by the inshoring of the herrings. An old shore gunner of my acquaintance, who is a keen shot, went after them. One day he killed one of them, and the bird was shown me. It had the red on the neck prettily mottled and streaked with grey. A few days after, this same gunner slew the other, which had kept in the neighbourhood. I also saw this, and was astonished to find it entirely minus the flight feathers, the primaries, which were the merest soft stumps possible, and a margining of white fluffy down marked the outside of the secondary feathers. Did this bird moult in this neighbourhood, or had it never as yet assumed its primaries? If so, it had travelled a long way from its native shores, and must have performed the journey by swimming and drifting with the tides. It was as fat as a mole, and in event of bad weather or an easterly gale, must inevitably have become tired out and come to grief. These birds have a steady and well sustained flight. One that I got fairly close to on October the 13th, 1906, before it saw me, took to wing with the alacrity of a duck, and flew a mile in an undeviating flight before settling on the waves again. In April 1903, a remarkable invasion of the ferruginous duck, Fuligula niroca, occurred in the neighbourhood, the more noticeable from the time of the year and the singularity of their being mostly males. Mr. J. H. Gurney thus refers to their advent in the Zoologist. It was during April that Mr. Patterson announced in the Field that there had been a notable visitation of the niroca, or white-eyed duck. They either came in or divided themselves into two flocks, which together amounted to 20. One flock going to Rollesby Broad, the other settling, on the 15th, on Hickling Broad, where these strangers only too quickly attracted attention. The presence of such a large number of this rare duck at one time in England is curious, and it is to be regretted that they were not fully protected, and that some persons who ought to have known better molested them. No such appearance of niroca ducks has been put on record in East Anglia before, and it is to be feared there is little inducement for any to come again. 4 was seen at the same time in the West Riding of Yorkshire. As Mr. Gurney said, these strangers soon attracted attention, but as it was close season, accounts of what happened to them only leaked out in interested circles. The ducks were unfortunate in visiting a part of the Broadlands which is most strictly preserved, and from what I learnt afterwards, they were well looked after by those who hold the exclusive right to shoot over these particular portions of the Norfolk Broads. I think I can truthfully state that they shared the self-same fate meted out to the red-crested ducks, and were preserved as effectively. Our local sportsmen hold the theory that, as strange birds are but the merest stragglers to our shores, their slaughter cannot much affect the race, and furthermore they have an axiom that if we don't shoot them, somebody else will. To exterminate a species. To show my utter disgust at the methods pursued by so-called naturalists, I publish a letter which shows how, for poultry pelf, a rare and beautiful British bird may be pursued to its utter extinction. It is well known that this true Britisher, the bearded tit, has a very limited habitat to day, and, but for the efforts of some enlightened folk to preserve it, might soon become as extinct as the dodo. Something, April the 6th, 1892. Dear Sir, could you get me bearded tits in the flesh? Can give you 3s. 6d. each. Also nests and eggs of same. If at any time you can offer pied or albino birds, shall be glad to hear from you. Signed, yours, blank. Hooked birds. It is not a rare thing for guillemots to be hooked by sea anglers fishing from piers and breakwaters, and catching gulls by means of baited hooks was by no means unknown amongst the smacksmen in the 70s and 80s, when smacking was one of Yarmouth's chief industries. A very lively sporting adventure occurred on one of the Broads some years since, when the late Captain Birch and the late Fielding Harmer were pike fishing with live bait. During a few minutes' inattention while they were busy at something on the floor of the boat, the float and line were taken into the reed clump, and a violent commotion ensued, the loose line becoming woefully entangled in the reeds. The anglers thought they had certainly hooked an exceedingly lively jack. But when they had set matters pretty straight again and the catch came into view, they were greatly astonished to find that they had foul hooked by the leg a miserable coot. Hybrid ducks. From time to time I have met with, on the poultry stalls, hybrid ducks that had been shot in the neighbourhood. Some ducks hailing from Morby Decoy, of a very dark variety with a white bar on the wing, which made them easily distinguishable as belonging to the same brood, were killed at various times. Undoubtedly they were the offspring of a wild mallard and a strangely coloured tame duck. Crosses between the mallard and gaily marked tame fowl were by no means rare at one time, and were distinguished by the name of marsh ducks. When walking up and down the ranks of Yarmouth Market on January the 20th, 1906, as is my usual custom on Saturdays during the shooting season, in search of any interesting fowl that may turn up, I was attracted by an odd-looking duck hanging with a mallard on a stall. On closer inspection I found it to be a remarkably pretty hybrid between a mallard and a black East Indian duck. The head was glossy greenish black, as was the back. Underneath the bird was a patch of white, with another spot of white on the throat, and the breast was a dark brown. The black feet were small, the toes only showing a brown streak, and the black upper mandible was relieved by a light brown patch on either side. The bird was in fine condition, and undoubtedly a male. I should have purchased it for the Tollhouse Museum, but the good woman couldn't for the life on her say the price of it, as her husband had not set the figure. Her Grace the Duchess of Bedford, to whom I mentioned this incident, replied, "Crosses between common mallard and black East India ducks are common whenever they are kept together. We have them here at Woburn, and I have seen them at Lord Portsmouth's place in Hampshire, and in Scotland on the Tay." Scalp duck. The scalp duck, Fuligula marilla, does not often put in an appearance here until driven in by hard weather, from which circumstance it is known as the hard fowl. For some unaccountable reason, unless there had been some rough weather farther north, A decided migration of this species was observed in the neighbourhood in October 1898. I saw over 30 on Durrant's poultry stall on October the 8th. He had received 44 by the 10th, and I saw 6 on a countryman's stall on the same date. Mr. J. H. Gurney reported in the Zoologist, referring to the 10th, received 3 live scalp drakes from Siam decoy cage, and about the same time there was a sudden abundance of them at the mouths of our rivers and similar places. Several were reported from various stations in the country. At the same time, many wild swans, in most cases believed to be Bewick's swans, were observed in different parts of the county, their tameness pointing to their having made a long journey, possibly under wearying conditions. Mr. Gurney wrote me on the 14th that the number of scalp ducks is certainly very remarkable, and I expect to hear of some more greater spotted woodpeckers. On November the 10th, Mr. Gurney gave me the total of scalps obtained as 77. On the 1st of November, I sent him an example, which was reported in the Zoologist as follows. A female scalp in a very rufous state as regards breast, neck and head, received from Mr. Patterson, had probably acquired that ferruginous colour from feeding in water where there was oxide of iron. It had been shot when making its last meal, for several Cyclas cornea, identified by Mr. Reeve, were in its gullet. On showing it to Mr. Caton Hay, wrote Mr. Gurney, he said that he had seen one as Rufous. End of section 21. Section 22 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 1, Some Bird Notes, Part 4. Herons and Fishers. In February 1895, a sportsman killed 4 herons in 2 shots, and his exploit went the rounds of the county papers, including the Eastern Daily Press. The following day appeared a note signed SSG, which read as follows: Sir, I heartily congratulate Mr. C on having killed 4 herons in 2 shots. These birds, besides being detrimental to sport, consume in this country tons of human food daily and do no good whatever. A note followed from an old sportsman, who said, I do not agree with those who say that herons are not fit to eat. When they are stuffed with bacon and well larded, they are as good as a swan. In olden times they were eaten by royalty, and why not by common folk now? If anyone who is a preserver of fish can say a word in favour of the heron, now is his time to speak, for many are being shot. I should as soon think of preserving rats or sparrows, as I am not aware that herons do any good, and they certainly deprive the quiet angler of no end of sport, and sometimes of a good dinner. I replied to these rather extravagant epistles to the effect that I know the wary old Hernshaw well, and have often watched him adroitly catching shore crabs, young eels and small flounders, or any such little fry as comes to hand. Most of the fish he devours are the valueless fry of our more despised fishers. Who eats bream, roach, perch, and such coarse fish. Certainly not the anglers, who themselves haul out tons yearly to rot and feed the flies and rats upon our river and broadsides, thinking, wisely too, that they are not worth the carrying home. On the other hand, he weeds out and possibly prevents overcrowding. I will grant the heron may be a bit of a nuisance in the neighbourhood of a trout stream, but on the whole he is a fellow whom I should be sorry to see exterminated. The correspondence rounded up with an editorial comment. The hero of the herons has found his champion. SSG congratulates him on his marvellous feat of destroying 4 herons in 2 shots. The virtue of the deed lies in the fact that herons are detrimental to sport and consume tons of human food daily. One would like to ask what detriment herons are to sport. Do they so diminish the fish that the angler has to pass weary hours of disappointment instead of hilarious excitement at the capture of his scaly victims? When I read of the doings of the 101 angling clubs in the city of Norwich, I can but demur to the statement that sport is injured. As to the consumption of human food, does the correspondent mean the freshwater fish which the herons get from dykes and streams? If so, I would like to ask how many tons of so-called human food do the anglers destroy in the course of a season? Herons were formerly preserved for the sport of falconry. They have now so diminished that their wanton destruction is little less than a crime. Heron versus answer. In October 1906, some most interesting correspondence appeared in the Eastern Daily Press, having reference to the common heron, Ardea cinerea. A short letter, dated October the 9th, read as follows. The Hernshaw. Dear Sir, there is a bird about here called an answer. It's a bird with long legs and long neck, and is the colour of slate. Is it its right name, or is it that what they call it in Norfolk? Will you, please, tell me its right name? I remain, etc., V.J. C. Norwich. An editorial comment accompanied this note, to this effect. Our naturalist readers will be interested in hearing of a new piece of local nomenclature. One would imagine that anybody sufficiently interested in birds to write on such a point would know a heron when he saw it, and evidently, judging by his brief but sufficient word picture, our correspondent has seen it. A young heron is a heronshaw, corrupted in general use into Hernshaw, and applied to heron young or old. It is our correspondent's delightful shot at Norfolk pronunciation that makes answer of it. It occurred to us at first that he must have been chatting with some learned person who could not refer to a goose without Latinity, but the long legs and long neck and slate colour reveal the heron. Answer is distinctly good. From among several other letters, I have selected 2 or 3. Sir, the correct name of the bird that Mr. J. describes is the heron. This bird is common in these marshy districts and is often seen to dive into the river for fish, which is its chief food. Signed, B.C. Sir, the local term for a heron, generally called hanser, no doubt derives its origin from Shakespeare. Hamlet says in Act 4, Scene 2, I know a hawk from a handsaw, and this has been corrupted into Hansa. It is not often our Norfolk people drop their H's. Signed, H.L.C. Sir, has not your correspondent heard the following rhyme? I has seen the roses in blow, I has seen the violets blue, I has seen the hansie fly ever so high, but I never see nothing like you. Signed, Yokel. Sir, what Shakespeare put into Hamlet's speech was doubtless, I know a hawk from a Hansa, meaning I know the pursuer from the pursued, or to paraphrase the sentences, I know a hound from a hare. In Shakespeare's day, hawking was greatly followed, and the heron or Hansa was the most coveted quarry. The copyist clearly went wrong, and not knowing what a Hansa was, substituted the word handsaw. One player went so far as to imitate soaring. John Kemble read the passage, I knew a hawk from my hand, sir, which he held up. He evidently did not know the vernacular for heron or heronshaw, but saw that handsaw was nonsense. Signed, J.B. Taking exception to the first reply of B.C., I replied as follows. Sir, the letter of V.J.'s was a fair knockout. There was something so unassumingly honest yet naive about it that it was refreshing. I did not intend entering the lists until Mr. C. asserted that the heron dives into the river, an acrobatic feat he never indulges in. I have seen scores of answers fishing for eels and flounders on Breydon, but he never goes more than thigh deep in search of them. At high water he haunts the top or edge of a flat. At low he wades up and down the drains. On seeing a fish he strikes at it, sometimes going the whole length of his neck under, having just sufficient length of that extremity to correspond with that of the others. Rarely answer misses his footing and slips into deep water off the edge of a flat, and a right lively confloption he usually makes to right side himself again, although he will sometimes unconcernedly start swimming. True, he lives principally on fish, but he accounts for many water voles, and would get more if opportunity offered, besides other vermin. Signed, John Knowlittle. Sea-going pigeons. A remarkable instance of tame pigeons making daily visits to a lightship came under my notice early in January 1906. Some 18 months before, a pigeon, in hazy weather, made its appearance on the St. Nicholas lightship, which is moored 1.5 miles from the town. It was fed, and being unmolested, rested a while, and, on the weather brightening, flew back to the shore. Not long after, it voluntarily returned to the ship, was fed again, and once more went home. It learned to recognise the tin in which some corn was kept, and would soon come aboard when it saw the signal flashed by the holding up of the tin above the bulwarks. Shortly after, another bird, somewhat shyer, ventured on the trip with it and was made welcome. In time, no fewer than 5 birds made it a daily practice to honour the delighted seamen with their presence. They did not all seem related, although 2 were probably young birds belonging to the first pair. They always alighted first on the davit guys, and then descended to the deck to feed, after which they flew away home for the remainder of the day. On my buttonholing the mate of the St. Nicholas in December 1906, he assured me that the birds still visited the ship, and that sometimes as many as 10 flew aboard. The drumming of the snipe. That there should have been so much dispute as to how the common snipe produces his nuptial drumming in the merry springtime has always seemed to me to be a rather curious thing. I must confess that the subject did not appeal much to me, for Breydon, with its more interesting migrant wildfowl, has always absorbed my leisure time in the earlier half of the year. But one Sunday afternoon in April 1906, a male snipe at Herringfleet so forced himself on my notice that I determined, if possible, to satisfy myself once and for all upon this phenomenon. A strange buzzing sound, very much like that produced by rapidly twirling in the air a notched stick made fast to a piece of string, a toy well known to boys, attracted my attention. Hiding myself behind a scrubby tree and bringing my glasses to bear on the strange musician, I noticed that the sound was always produced when the bird, turning suddenly at the highest part of its flight, pitched downwards and manipulated his wings with greater rapidity. Again and again I saw him turn, and as often the drumming was repeated, and I felt quite convinced that it was no vocal production. On July the 12th I was at Belton, chatting with a native in his garden at the edge of a small fen bordering on the marshes. Brooks, the said native, is a semi-naturalist, half a sportsman, general carpenter and factotum of the village, and a good observer to boot. He pointed out a dead tree to the bare topmost bough of which, 20 feet from the ground, with wings fluttering and head poised at half a right angle, a snipe repeatedly resorted to drum. The noise, he emphatically assured me, coming from the throat. Quite a number of snipes nest yearly on the marshes between his place, near the railway station, and the borough walls. He had seen a snipe vibrating its wings and drumming when poised on the topmost sail of an adjoining mill. He would hear nothing of a possibility of his seeing one snipe in such a situation and hearing others drumming on the wing at the time. In a note to the Eastern Daily Press, I asked for information on this point, and shortly after secured the following letter on the subject. Coltishall, Norwich, October the 12th, 1906. Dear Sir, I see you raise the question in your letter of to-day in the EDP as to the drumming of the snipe. It is a very vexed question, though I have not much doubt in my own mind about its being the combined action of the wings and tail. I had a splendid opportunity some years ago of observing the operation. I was standing under a small tree on the marshes near Below when I heard a snipe drum. It evidently did not see me, as it made its dive some 5 or 6 times, coming down within 30 feet, just over my head, and I distinctly saw what I have never seen in any picture, or in any description, that at the base of the tail, which was fully expanded, a sabre-shaped feather was standing out, on either side, at right angles. I am not sure, at this distance of time, whether the curved part was in front or not. The wings were half closed and vibrating very rapidly, which would naturally increase the draught of air for these feathers, which, I believe, are the principal factors in causing the sound. You can easily find the feathers, as they are a different shape to the others. If you kill a wounded snipe, by pressing the breast and back, you can generally see them move out sideways slightly. Signed, yours faithfully, C.W.A. A sketch of the tail and these particular feathers was inserted in the letter, and on examining a snipe I noticed them as described. Still pursuing the subject, I wrote to an old sportsman living at Alton Broad, who promptly replied as follows: Alton Broad, November the 9th, 1906. Dear Mr. Patterson, in response to your postcard, if on a summer's evening you watch a snipe through powerful glasses in mid-air, you will observe him fly upwards, bleating in a natural manner, then suddenly throw himself on his side, draw up his tail to a right angle, and even more acute than that, and fall rapidly head first towards the earth, beating rapidly with his wings. Hence, in some districts, the action is called bleating, and in others drumming, from his wing motion. The late Mr. Edward Poyser, who was a good naturalist, told me that he had a snipe stuffed with its tail spread out in this position, and that he succeeded, by forcing air rapidly through it, imitating as far as he was able the wind that would come from the action of the snipe's wings, in producing the drumming sound. I have very little doubt that this is the manner in which the sound is produced. Signed, yours truly, W.S.E. Avian discord. Small wading birds are peaceably inclined. The struggle for existence leaves little time for disputation on the margin of the retreating or the incoming waves, and their love of society is, in most of the species, notorious. The ringed plover not only tolerates the company of the dunlin, but himself gratuitously forces his presence into the midst of a busy flock. It is only at the time of nesting that the ringed plover ever resents intrusion from others, but himself is then inclined to seclusiveness. Gulls, more particularly the larger kinds, will pursue each other and fight in mid-air over a coveted morsel that the original finder failed to swallow on the instant of his luck. It is usual for starlings to harass a kestrel flying across the marshes, and nothing uncommon for a parcel of angry finches to mob a cuckoo. Sparrows will fight and scuffle at certain times like fighting cocks, and pull feathers off each other's heads. On one occasion I witnessed a remarkable scrimmage on the Bure marshes between some starlings and a bunch of common sandpipers. There was much squealing and a great show of anger, but I did not see the finish of it, for the wading birds beat a retreat, their assailants pursuing them. What two utterly distinct races of birds like these could find to quarrel over would be hard to say. A heron and a gull engaged in fierce combat one day on Breydon. The heron seemed glad to beat a retreat, while the gull received a nasty wound in its breast from the heron's vicious bill thrusts. It may be that these feelings and actions of opposite characters are referable to accidents and emergencies, arising from jealousy and rivalry, probably due to aggression and resentment, while sometimes fears for the safety of their young make birds quarrelsome. One August morning in 1895 I saw a rare to-do between a swarm of swallows and a kestrel, the latter having been caught hanging around one of the mills, as likely as not in search of field mice on the marsh, although it is just probable that some weakling swallow had attracted its attention. The redbreast is quarrelsome enough in winter, and particularly objects to intrusions on his territories, driving away with vigorous assault any newcomer where food is scattered for him. I once placed 4 in a cage, but would not repeat the experiment. On the following morning one lay dead on the floor of the cage. Another lay there next day, and yet another on the following morning. The victor seemed quite proud of his conquests, and I let him go. The pursuit and robbing of gulls by skuas can hardly come under the heading of discord, for it is a recognised part of their natural economy. Too lazy or too incompetent to engage in honest fishing, the skuas impose a kind of avian income tax with a persistency and vigour that suggest a power to fish for themselves if they chose to do so. Curlew sandpiper and godwit. In the autumn of 1898 I saw a poor little curlew sandpiper running about on the mudflats, one of its wings having been badly damaged by a gunshot. After a rather exciting chase over the mudflats, I secured the bird, bound up its wing and placed it in an empty rabbit hutch. Next morning I found it extremely hungry, and quite ready to consume a number of woodlice, Ornithicus, and small worms I hunted up for it. In less than a week it readily picked food from my fingers, and the wing had fairly well healed. A bar-tailed godwit, quite uninjured, was brought me about the same time, and the two were removed to more commodious premises, where they lived most amicably for some time. The godwit was fond of a big lob-worm, and it was entertaining to watch it set its foot upon a worm too big to swallow whole, break it in halves by a dexterous wrench of its bill, and bolt one half forthwith. The bird was exceedingly dexterous with its foot, using it in a particularly hand-like manner, both in keeping the worm from moving out of reach and in assisting the writhing creature down into its gullet. I never before saw a wader make such a use of its foot. Worms, small pieces of suet pudding, woodlice and cockles were readily eaten, as well as shrimps and other crustaceans. The curlew sandpiper proved very adept at catching flies, and would stand on one leg, apparently dozing, but all the while alert to see or hear the passing of an insect. Did a fly alight within 18 inches of it, it stood very little chance of escape from the dexterous creature, and those coming within 6 inches were snapped up without more ado than a deft turn of the neck, and maybe the dropping of the resting leg. I thought this partiality to insects an interesting fact. The godwit drew a line at flies. An early migration. A most remarkable movement of birds, waders in particular, took place during the last week of August 1905. The following extracts from a letter I wrote to the county paper will give an idea of this strange incident. Babel in the midnight sky. Sir, anyone abroad on Friday night last in Yarmouth or Norwich must certainly have noticed and probably have been interested in the strange babel of bird cries that came and went as the bewildered birds wheeled to and fro above head. The reason of this delightful hubbub was simple enough, and whereas in times gone by The old folks, sagely wagging their heads, whispered of troubled spirits. The boys and girls of to-day know sufficient about birds and their ways to tell you they were birds on their midnight journeyings, calling to each other so as to keep in touch with their fellows in the dark. The noisiest proceedings, however, took place when most young folks should be abed, or they even might have wondered. I was in Norwich up till 10 o'clock, and from 9 to 10 I was much interested, as well as delighted, listening with a friend in his backyard in St Giles, and pitting my knowledge of bird cries against his, and straining our eyes to their utmost in endeavouring to pierce the darkness, hoping to see some of the nearer approaching flocks reflected against the light that glared upwards into the night. Of course, we knew that these early migrants had been held up, fascinated perhaps, bewildered more likely, by the glare of the lights, and held spellbound, to be released in the morning when light returned. Most of these were undoubtedly young birds, as the earliest travellers mostly are, the younger broods of waders going southward before their elders, instinctively knowing their never before travelled road. I knew most were youngsters by their notes that were pitched slightly out of the key their elders pipe in. Among the birds above head at Norwich were redshanks by scores, grey plovers, probably in hundreds, a few ringed plovers, here and there a lapwing, and once a sanderling. Other notes, some quite strange to me, were heard. On arriving at Yarmouth at 11, I landed into the thick of the night wailing, especially in the neighbourhood of Breydon. Grey plovers piped in still greater numbers, and goodly flocks of curlews joined in the chorus, numerous dunlins helping. All along homewards I heard the night host yelping as if it had been an October night and the bulk of the migrants were passing. Of course, I associated the south-east wind with this invasion, and wondered why the glass had not fallen lower. I wonder if the other Norfolk towns were visited in this fashion. Probably all of them were. Signed, yours truly, John Knowlittle. Replies to my query were speedily forthcoming, and a note appeared at once as follows. Sir, large flocks of birds passed over North Hayham after 10:30 on Friday night, and were crossing for hours. Would they be incoming or outgoing migrants? Signed, J.D. WGC wrote, The arrested migration which John Knowlittle noted at Norwich and Yarmouth on Friday night may possibly have extended for a considerable distance along the east coast. It was forced on one's notice at Felixstowe, where the night was very rough, and the calls of birds over the town were audible for many hours. They did not appear to be passing over in comparative quietude, as is, I believe, usual on migration, but were apparently circling round, dazed by the lights of the streets and seafront. The cries were not easily recognisable by one whose chief natural history experience has been inland, but they were undoubtedly those of waders, while some of the harsher calls seemed to be those of gulls. Mr. J. H. Gurney wrote me on August the 28th. I hear this morning from Cambridge that at that place also numbers of birds were attracted by the lamps on Friday night. So it would appear that this movement was widespread in East Anglia. End of section 22. Section 23 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 1, Some Bird Notes, Part 5. Pencilled in a book. One of my chief delights in looking over the contents of an old bookstall is to turn over the fly-leaves and to conjure up all sorts of romances from the strange names and stranger remarks often found pencilled in some ancient volume. Old natural history books have a peculiar fascination for me, for I have more than once read interesting comments written in pencil on the margins by an interested reader long laid under the grass, but whose deductions and observations remain fresh and entertaining. I will refer to one book only, an old edition of White's Selborne, which I purchased for a few pence. Among other notes were the following: Swallows and Young. It must be borne in mind that the first brood of martins and swallows are led out or driven forth from their nests by the old ones, to make room for the second, and that the second, however early hatched, use the nest, going in and out and resting at nights until the time of migration. Signed, J.B.C. Red-backed Shrike. The red-backed shrike is very common in Suffolk, much more so than in Norfolk. I do not believe that it feeds upon small birds, but beetles and insects. The great ash-coloured shrike is the only one of the species capable of destroying small birds. When a youth in 1826, I shot a very fine ash-coloured shrike upon the Great Friars Thorn Farm at Swaffham. Signed, J.B.C. Goat-sucker. I was once crossing Mr. Last's marshes at Aldeburgh, after having been flight shooting, and passing some alder trees, a goat-sucker flew from me and quite close round my head, and whilst upon the wing he made his awful jar, by which I was no little startled. Signed, J.B.C. Grey hares. Some years since a white hare was shot near Norwich. I saw it afterwards preserved in the collection of the late Reverend Charles Penrice of Plumstead Hall. In 1849 I saw two grey leverets, about a quarter grown. This was at Westleton, Suffolk, where they informed me grey hares were frequently seen. Signed, J.B.C. Snow bunting. I have often seen the snow bunting at Aldeburgh, but only when the weather has been intensely cold. Signed, J.B.C. Smaller bustard. In 1833 one of the smaller bustards was shot near Norwich, and the person who shot it sold it for a shilling, not knowing what it was. Signed, J.B.C. White thrush. I once saw a thrush perfectly white. This was at Mr. Arms, Hayham, Norwich, who gave a very long price for it, but it sold in London for a much larger sum, namely £11. Signed, J.B.C. There were a number of items of less interest, which I did not think worth while copying. Gulls and insects. The black-headed gull is, to my mind, the most fastidious eater of all the Laridae. Marine worms, crustacea, and little fishes stranded in lows he prefers, perhaps, to anything, while floating bread and fragments on the tide are gleaned in times of scarcity. But the vile carrion that delights his larger relatives he does not gratefully fall back on. But insects he always delights to patronise with his attentions, and many of the tipula, staphylina, and diptery which are blown into Breydon are scrupulously gathered. Moths that essay a trip across in the summer evenings are not despised, while bluebottles which have discovered a carcass by its scent are coveted titbits. When commenting on this insectivorous proclivity of Larus ridibundus in the county paper, the following note in reply to my remarks was inserted. Sir, in connection with this correspondence in your paper, I should like to say that the beautiful mayfly, beloved of trout and trout anglers, is one of the gulls' insect victims. I have seen gulls catch them on our own rivers, and on some of the Irish lochs a good rise of mayfly means a grand feast for the gulls. The gulls assemble in flocks on some of the big lakes, and directly the flies begin to flutter to the surface and dance about, down swoop the watchful birds. In this way large numbers of mayflies are devoured, and the sport of the trout angler suffers in consequence. Signed, A.R.M. I feel inclined to add a pronounced question mark to the last line of A.R.M.'s communication, for despite lament, both gulls and anglers get their fair share of sport, especially if the latter be only half as expert as their rivals. Some woodcock notes. When I was a lad, the wearing of a number of the axillary feathers of the woodcock in the band of a cap or hat was a sort of sign amongst the shooting fraternity that the wearer had something to be proud of in having shot a bird or birds of this species. One feather denoting one woodcock, and so on. A sportsman nowadays, under ordinary circumstances, would generally be able to show but a very few indeed. Yearly this species seems to be visiting us in decreasing numbers. The woodcock invariably arrives tired out, which is not to be wondered at, considering its bulky form, and on arriving from across seas it alights to rest on the first opportunity that offers. A clump of firs, a tuft of marrams, or a bush offer ample shelter, and in very bare places it is astonishing how easily its plumage harmonises with the surrounding colour. On October 14th, 1905, I was strolling along the New Road near Breydon when a man in a garden hailed me, saying that he had just put up a woodcock, and pointed out to me an exposed grassy spot just under a low, scrubby bush. The grass was pressed down, and excreta lay on it. The man assured me he had passed and repassed the place several times that day, but had not noticed the stranger hidden there, and there can be no doubt that the cock had dropped in there before daybreak, and had rested itself until the eventide. This habit of lying close has been fatal to several birds to my certain knowledge. A woodcock which I examined on December 15th, 1905, weighed 12 ounces, and had a remarkably short bill, barely measuring 2 inches in length. Arrivals were late in the autumn of 1906. The first brought to market appeared on November 3rd. One had been previously killed on September 30th. The usual mishaps occurred. I heard of a woodcock being entangled in the bough of a fir tree. A bird in November was seen to fly through one of the streets and make in the direction of the town hall, where it was afterwards seized when asleep on one of the upstairs window sills. 4 were observed to come in from sea at daybreak on the morning of November the 1st, flying low over the water as if wing-weary. A woodcock was flushed from a garden flower bed which overlooks Breydon on July the 2nd, 1905. I picked up the remains of a woodcock at the tide mark on April the 20th, 1906. In all probability, this was a migrant victim, overcome by the recent severe easterly gales. Until the autumn of 1906, my heaviest recorded woodcock was 15 ounces, but one taken on board a lightship weighed 16 ounces dead weight when brought ashore. The Great Crested Grebe. It is gratifying to know that this charming bird still breeds regularly with us on the Norfolk Broads, and that even those who seem eager, from privilege, to shoot almost every winged thing, as well as the Broad folk generally, seem proud of its presence there. In August 1906, I was witness to a very pretty display of fish catching by a female grebe, which almost entirely ignored my presence in its domains at a corner of Filby Broad. It is impossible to describe the stately manner of its swimming, or convey an idea of its lightning-like plunges into the depths of the Broad. It seems an intensely living, joyous thing, whose grace of motion is only equalled by its beauty. Accompanying the grebe were 2 or 3 young ones, uttering queer pee-pee cries like so many little ducks. They approached the parent one at a time, as if in turn, to receive the small roach invariably brought to them for food. The old bird would lift her head erect, stretching her neck to the fullest, and, spreading her crest, as if to inspire and excite her progeny, which would flutter up, fussily swimming, almost flatten themselves on the surface as they came within reach of her, and with extreme rapidity snatch the fish that she lowered for their taking. The old male joined the party, and helped in the fun. On the land this species is scarcely so graceful, and always makes a very poor hand at progression. An example which I kept in September 1901 in an aviary shambled along on its breast and abdomen with far less poetry of motion than a seal. But my friend Mr. J.C. Knights informs me that on one occasion a great crested grebe came ashore, apparently slightly wounded. He pursued it, when it dashed away from him along the beach, bolt upright, running most nimbly on the tips of its great flat toes. Some time ago, during the period of migration, a great crested grebe struck the vane of Martham church spire as it flew at night, severing its wing. This bird Mr. Knights preserved. Scoter and shellfish. I have before referred to the striking partiality of the common scoter, Edemia nigra, for the radiated trough shell, Mactra stultorum. In my youthful days it was a regular thing for a large contingent of these mussel ducks to put in an appearance in November, north of the Britannia Pier, and remain there all winter. But of late years great changes have been taking place in the roadstead north of the town, and in the coastline, as well as south of Galston, in consequence of the continual wearing away of the sand cliffs. The position of certain sandbanks has also been affected by the stronger currents now obtaining inshore. The patch, too, has vanished, and in my opinion, judging by the scoters deserting that part of the coast, alterations have also taken place in the beds of shellfish that used to lie there, and I think it more than likely that the bay or bight formed between Galston and Corton affords the trough shell and many other marine invertebrates excellent shelter. There the scoters do now most delight to congregate, sure of a plentiful supply of food, and safe from prowling gunners. When strolling to Corton on November the 15th, 1905, I counted nearly 200 scoters, diving and floating, about 150 yards from the shore. A flock of them occasionally puts in an appearance in the Ham. The shrimpers complained of taking quantities of the crossfish in their nets in May and June 1906, when fishing off the north of Yarmouth, and they remarked to me on the disappearance of a considerable bed of horse mussels which existed near the Bell Buoy some little while ago. Empty valves only are now dredged up, the starfishers having, they allege, attacked them in great numbers and killed them all. Probably this is another reason for the scoters changing their feeding grounds. Pochards and poker grass. In my conversations with the oldest men about Breydon, who can remember great changes having taken place, not only with regard to the lessening of certain species, but in the formation of the place, together with alterations in its salinity and its plant life, nearly all of them, there are at most half a score only now living, have referred to a plant which they called poker grass, poker being a local synonym for pochard. I have tried hard to identify this plant, which locally must have become extinct, and have made numerous inquiries respecting it. Mr. Robert Gurney remarks, "I cannot help you about the plant. It sounds rather like Potamogeton pectinatum. I think that is what the pochards feed on at Horsey and Hickling. There are masses of it there." In the September of 1906 I visited Hickling and Horsey Broads and saw considerable patches of it, but it did not satisfy me as to its being the weed described by the old Breydoners. I therefore wrote to the Eastern Daily Press as follows: "Sir, when in conversation with one of the worn-out Breydoners, he greatly aroused my interest by referring to a large bed of what he termed poker grass that grew on the flats in the old days, when fresh water obtained there for many days at a stretch, and when, even on the neap tides, at low water, 2 or 3 feet of water covered portions of Breydon that to-day are bare at half tide. It was a plant after the habit of Zostera marina, which grew white flowers above and little white knobs below. It was for these knobs that the large flocks of pochards used to visit Breydon, where, except in the severest winters, they may now be looked upon almost as rarities. I can find nothing of the kind to-day. Signed, John Knowlittle." I received the following replies: Russell Square, London. Dear Mr. Patterson, I am staying here just at present, but I read your letter re poker grass in the daily press with much interest. It struck me I might gather some information upon it at the Natural History Museum at South Kensington, so today I went there and showed your letter to Mr. B and Mr. G. The latter is the compiler of the new edition of Babington. They referred to different catalogues, but could find nothing that corresponded to description. I suggested the plant might be Xanicelia palustris, but that these had not white flowers. But there are found little seed vessels closely packed along the stems, which might look tempting to a pochard. This likes both fresh, saline and salt water. At the same time, I have no doubt it is common about Breydon, and would not be likely to have disappeared. Signed, F.L. Norwich. Alton Broad, November 1905. Dear Sir, in response to your request in the daily press, I will roughly give you a little of my experience. You can make what use you like of it. Had you named the man who gave you the information regarding Breydon, I should probably have been able to tell you something of his repute 50 years ago, when the lower run, at the North Wall drain, took one in a gunboat to Rotteneye up to half tide. Fringing the channel was hard mud, getting softer towards the North Wall, and a bottomless swamp reached from Rotteneye to Duffels Rond. Between the hard and the soft mud grew what you call widgeon grass, but at that time was dubbed goose grass by gunners, known as alva to upholsterers, and I think as zostera to scientists, abounding from the channel to the north bank above Duffels Rond. Rotteneye also abounded in what we called cabbage, Alva lactuca, but the poker grass you describe I do not remember. Pochards are distinctly freshwater feeders, and a grass called poker grass abounds on Hayham Sounds and Hickling Broad. Some 30 years ago the Reverend Micklethwaite of Hickling sent me a hamper of it, which I planted in my decoy pond at North Cove, but whether it is there now I know not, but no pochards ever sought it. In 1853 the late Fielding Harmer and myself were on a shooting expedition at Higham, Hickling and Horsey, and we then discovered that large flocks of pochards spent their day in safety on Ramworth Broad, then a decoy in active operation. At dusk they came in a sweeping mass straight onto Hayham Sounds. We could easily have intercepted them and got 2 or 3 as they passed over, but our object was to shoot a pound of shot into the mass the moment they alighted. In this we were unsuccessful, although we stuck to them for a week. So we determined the next year to visit the Sounds in November and give every night to them until we accomplished our object. But we were baffled. We found the exact spot where many of them alighted, but on touching the water they went down like stones after their favourite grass, and came to the surface in detail, and straggled out, rendering a big shot impossible. We then discovered by careful watching that they collected in the morning, sometimes as early as 3 a.m, and took their departure. So we spent night after night in trying to accomplish our object, only to discover that at a given signal they arose from straggling positions, took a sweep round until they got together, and then made off. Baffled in this, we sailed down to Breydon to find out what we could of the habits of the fowl thereon during the night, and lay moored in the old Hornet for some 3 weeks at Lamb's Rond. This sounds funny now, but at that time you could sail right across Breydon at half tide above the cross stake, and getting over a ridge near the channel found deeper water. And you could mostly reach the channel by Bessie's Drain, which was stopped by the old hulk Agnes, but always by Duffels Drain, which at that time was, at extreme low water, only 200 or 300 yards long when it opened into deep water. I note it now reaches from Dan Banham's mill to Stake 14, nearly a mile, and is deep and wide even at low water. During our visit we learned much of the habits of widgeon and mallard, also something of the waders and herons, but never a pochard ever came in to feed, although straggling parcels dropped in from time to time for prospecting. Therefore, I fancy you will find that poker grass never existed on Breydon, certainly not at Rotten Eye, and if at all, at the back of the Dickey Works would be the most likely, as fresh water prevails there more than anywhere on Breydon, whereas Rotten Eye is, or rather was, the spot for salt water, straight up the lower run and wall drain. I went on a gunning expedition one winter with the late Fielding Harmer and another with the late F. Palmer, and my experience as to pochards and poker grass, also widgeon grass, was practically the same as on Breydon or the Scottish Firths. There the widgeon feed on the banks, where a foot or more of mud over the hard sand and rocks is conducive to its growth, pulling up vast quantities at low water, which floated and was fed on by hordes of brent geese, which came in from sea every morning after sunrise and departed before dark, after which they never showed up except when violent storms were near to hand or had passed, or hard frosts had upset their daily habits, but widgeon feed night or day at the time. I am informed that dotterel have become exceedingly scarce, in consequence of certain of their feathers being in great demand for fly fishing. This September, in the centre of Norway, on the top of a flattish mountain about 3,000 feet high, where there was only short moss and occasional bogs, I find a few had been breeding, also golden plovers. This rather surpassed me. Signed, W.S.E. Duck Shooting Notes. Some years ago I had the good fortune to visit a rather eccentric individual at Haddiscoe, in whose grounds a small artificial lake had been constructed and planted round with a strikingly varied plantation of carniferae, including some of the rarest of the firs. If I remember rightly, the lake was not much more than half an acre in extent, but the quietude of the spot and its proximity to a fairly good duck country made this snug retreat very attractive at times to small flocks of ducks. I subsequently received a note from Mr. P., since deceased, which I think of sufficient interest to reproduce here, and I am strongly of opinion that many gentlemen of means, who have the same conveniences, might harbour on their estates these desirable fowl, while a judicious taming and pinioning of mallard or decoy ducks would add to these attractions. Mr. P. wrote, "Dear Sir, I have an account of numbers of ducks shot each year, going back 10 or 11 years. This year, 1897, I have not fired at a wild duck, and last year only shot 2. My shooting record was carried out under strict sportsman's rules, that is, birds shot at singly on the wing, no shot allowed at a number sitting together on the water. Only sitting shots allowed when fowl darted down, and it would be next to impossible to get them on the wing, and I always studied not to remain too late, but to pick up birds and get away before being quite dark, so that some fowl might settle down quietly after leaving, as shooting late there is danger in breaking their hold and frightening all fowl away, and thus lose the lead. Moreover, as a rule, I never began to shoot until fowl had got a good hold and when fowl came well. I could seldom shoot more than 5 nights in a fortnight. My account showing each sportsman by year as follows. 1883, AP, 40 shots flying, 19 ducks. EP, 4 shots flying, 2 ducks. Both, sitting, 12 ducks. Total, 33 ducks. 1884, AP, 81 shots flying, 37 ducks. EP, 31 shots flying, 11 ducks. Both, sitting, 29 ducks. Total, 77 ducks. 1885, AP, 64 shots flying, 33 ducks. EP, 6 shots flying, no ducks. Long, 6 shots flying, 4 ducks. All 3, sitting, 14 ducks. Total, 51 ducks. 1886, AP, 19 shots flying, 10 ducks. EP, 3 shots flying, 1 duck. Sayer, 2 shots flying, 1 duck. All 3 sitting, 6 ducks. Total, 18 ducks. 1887, AP, 58 shots flying, 28 ducks. Sayer, 50 shots flying, 26 ducks. Long, 41 shots flying, 24 ducks. EP, 6 shots flying, 1 duck. All 4, sitting, 17 ducks. Total, 96 ducks. The year 1887 was by far the best year, the next being... Arthur Patterson notes, unfortunately the remaining portion of the letter is missing. In December 1899 I received a short note from Mr. P, who complained that only a very few wild ducks came to my pond the last 2 years. 1893 to February 1894, 33 were shot. 1895, 1896 to February 1897, only 11 or 12, and not any after this time. Some were seen about a week ago flying close over the water, but they did not come down. Signed, yours truly, A.J.P. End of section 23. Section 24 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 1, Some Bird Notes, Part 6. An Old Poacher's Yarn. If all the good things seen by naturalists were made a note of, and could be preserved and given to the public, what a vast addition to the store of general knowledge would accrue. The same may be said with regard to those whose occupations and hobbies bring them into contact with wildlife at various seasons of the year. However ignorant and unobservant a man may be, strange things and happenings must appeal to him from time to time, and as a rule those who spend much of their time in the open and the wild are men of keen observation. Only get into the confidence of such men, and they will astonish you by their knowledge of nature's ways, and by their store of anecdotes. More is the pity that so much rich field lore dies with them. My chats with old Breydoners, as my small volumes will bear testimony to, show at once what, even in my own little sphere, would have been lost but for the little trouble I have taken from time to time in jotting down the narratives. Every naturalist, I boldly assert, should feel it his duty as well as a pleasure to place such interesting facts as he may meet with at least in black and white in his notebooks. It may be urged that when these men spin yarns they interweave with them much that is fabulous. That depends upon whom they yarn to. To a man who they feel is an honest one, they will keep within the confines of truth. If they imagine a man knows as much as they do, they will respect him and not try to astonish him. I make these remarks because I feel assured there is much native lore irretrievably lost with the demise of every gamekeeper, birdcatcher, mole snarer, wildfowler and poacher. The last named being not the least interesting, shrewd or observant. At his feet I would sooner sit at any hour of the day or night and listen to his experiences and deductions, than at the knee of his deadly rival, the more prosaic and matter-of-fact gamekeeper. The naturalist would do well to make friends of these outdoor rovers all, for there is always something to learn from and usually much to interest and amuse in their tales and gossips. I do not profess to find anything exceptional in my old poacher friend's yarn, for I only happened with him casually in a little country town inn, where he, toned down by the Salvation Army methods to a fairly honourable, only a half pint occasionally, and law-abiding under the circumstances sort of man, acted as ostler, boots, footman, shopman, and general factotum. I was staying at A in March 1906, having just recovered from a severe illness. A is as dull and sleepy a little place as a Canadian backwoods village, and the only excitement I could find was in dropping into the inn parlour for an hour or so each day to gossip with the natives, and I a lifelong abstainer too. I had one or two interesting gossips with this Salvation Army poacher. Once, when tending sheep, he was suspicioned by a keeper who palled up to him on the road going home. There was a fine cock pheasant strutting about in the road. "Look here," said the keeper, "if you hit that old pheasant with a stone, you may have him." Now, if I hadn't a been a bit of a fool, I should ha' hulled awkward like, for I could chuck a stone about as straight as most folk, and nearly hit the old pheasant in the head. And he warn't the fust as I tried at. B wished he'd gone wider of the mark, for the keeper ever after kept a sharp eye on him, although, as it happened, he was more than a match in cunning for velveteens. That the average poacher is a keen reader of men, resourceful, tactful, and learns marvellous self-restraint, goes almost without saying. One day B hit the road and ran foul of the village policeman, whom he accosted in a pleasant and perfectly easy manner, and the two walked together to the village in friendly converse. "He little thought, 'bor," said B, "I'd got a long tail crammed into each pocket." Speaking in the third person, he told me how two of 'em were out poaching one night when they were disturbed by the keeper and the police, and had to run for it. Finding themselves uncomfortably hemmed in, they made for a neglected pit of water, reedy and weed surrounded, and quietly dropped into it, submerging themselves, all but their faces, having made for an overhanging clump of brambles, into which they thrust up their heads. The keepers, although they declared they saw the poachers come that way, hunted long and carefully, and at length, mightily chagrined, gave up the chase. He tersely ended the narrative by remarking, "One man took a bad chill and died. The other didn't." Various dodges to outwit keepers and police practised by poachers single-handed, and by those who "did the thing" more largely and scientifically, were detailed. The bumbling of wheels with sacks, and encasing the pony's feet with others to deaden sound and confuse footprints and cart tracks. The decoying of keepers onto the wrong scents, and various other methods which form part of the poacher's creed, were all exceedingly interesting to listen to, even if they did not tend to edification. Passing a certain mansion, my friend remarked, pointing thither, "Yow see that house? Well, old C lived there. He hated poachers like the blank, and dogs like poison, and could hardly sleep o' nights for thinking o' his precious game. No one dost bring a dog through the village but he must go arter 'em no matter who they was, and ax no into questions what didn't consarn him. Be careful, that's all, he'd say, and watch 'em go away. He was doused hard on poachers when they come up afore him, and gave 'em all the Lord allow, and more if he dust. 2 poachers owed him a grudge, one of 'em especially. So one night they must go and make a reg'lar good haul, and they wanted him to know it, but it weren't safe hardly a course to write him aforehand. So afore they quits the grounds, they goes and sits for a rest on his doorstep. Hardly worth wasting time, axes J. Dunno. Why? Axes the other. S'pose we get a couple or 3 ready for tomorrow's dinner, says he, taking 3 or 4 out of the sack. Now, plucking a long tail ain't particular hard work, nor yet a very noisy job. So they just plucks the 2 brass and spreads the feathers nicely round the doorsteppin' for Squire C's special edification next mornin'. How did he take it? I asked, smiling. Well, 'bor, said he, don't axt. There was a pretty hell to do, I can tell you. He was just lost for wuds. It is hardly necessary to narrate anything more desperate, but if I have made it plain to my reader that it is worth while to collect information from such hardy and interesting sons of nature, I have said sufficient. Suffolk Terns and Fishers. A turnery exists near Aldborough, on the shingly beach at Orford, a locality far less accessible, but equally suited to the nesting habits of the common tern and the little tern, as the marshes near Blakeney and Cley and Wells. I attempted to pay this spot a visit in 1896, but from sheer leg weariness gave it up after trudging 4 miles through yielding shingle, and finding that there were at least 4 more to traverse before the spot could be reached. I saw terns in the distance and noted the great similarity of the wind-polished stones, which were covered with the hypothallus of Lecidea petrea, to those seen at Wells. Amongst these, the eggs of terns and ringed plovers would be distinguished only with difficulty by an unpractised eye. I certainly expected to see far more birds than I did. A falling off in the "take" of smelts in the summer of 1906 was stupidly laid to the blame of the orphered terns. The ignorant fishermen, whose honesty I much doubted, made complaint to the local authorities, and things began to look very black for the birds. In the Angler's News of September the 1st appeared the following paragraph: Seabirds and Smelt. Since the Suffolk County Council has forbidden the taking of the common tern or its eggs, smelt fishing on the Old has been practically ruined. After a conference with the fishermen, Mr. R. L. Everett, MP, is taking the matter up with a view to the removal of the restriction. Protests were made against this projected slaughter, and the following letter, which was printed in the Norwich Mercury of November the 14th, is worthy of a place here. Terns in East Suffolk. At a meeting of the General Purposes Committee of the East Suffolk County Council on Tuesday, the following letter, addressed to Lord Rendlesham by Mr. G. P. Hope, was read. As a landowner in East Suffolk, I trust I may be allowed to protest against the assigned reason, as reported in the London papers, for rescinding the order protecting terns' eggs by the East Suffolk County Council. I know as a fact the statement that there are 40,000 terns breeding on the Suffolk coast is a gross exaggeration. The highest estimate of terns on the Orford beach is 2,000. I put it less than half that number. I spent 3 weeks during the breeding season, chiefly up the river and on the North Wear, watching terns and photographing theirs and other nests. At the end, near Shingle Street, there were about 30 nests, and at the lighthouse end there could not have been more than 3 times that number. The last time I really looked for nests was 19 years ago, and I was struck by the marked reduction in the number of nests and of birds, while if you go another 20 years back, the decrease is very much more evident. The food of the terns consists of shrimps and other small crustaceans, small fish, chiefly the young of garfish or garbills, sand eels, young herrings, etc. Many of them will even take dragonflies and water beetles. Possibly they may get a few smelts, but as the female smelt is calculated to produce 36,000 young, the damage done is not appreciable. I found 5 different kinds of terns: sandwich, arctic, common and little tern, and saw 2 white-winged black terns. There were no black terns this year. Some of these, including the majority of the little terns, were feeding in the pools on the edge of the marshes, where it is unlikely they would find smelts. When the terns were more numerous, there were many more smelts, and it is just as sensible to say that the terns have affected the smelt fishery as to say that they have driven the lobsters from the east coast or the mackerel from the Cornish coast, because they are scarce this year. Several people used to make a good thing out of terns' eggs, taking them and selling them for plovers' eggs, and one is driven to the conclusion that there are other fish to fry than smelts. I trust it is not too late for the County Council to reconsider their verdict, and to allow the order to remain in force for another year, when I hope it is possible something may be done to allow the owner of the property to protect eggs on his own land. If people are allowed to take terns' eggs, it follows they will not stop there, but take other wild birds' eggs, such as redshanks, ringed dotterel, rock pipit, wheatears, etc. In fact, every bird nesting on the shingle. P.S. I may mention the breeding of the birds was very much affected by the cold winds and sharp frosts in June. It is possible the inclement weather may also have affected the fish. A large number of terns have now left the breeding ground and the neighbourhood. The committee decided to embrace the letter in their report to the council. I have no hesitation in suggesting that climatic and tidal influences were more accountable for the scarcity of smelts at their proper season. With quite as much justice might the fishermen complain that the terns were responsible for the early failure of the sprat fishery, for sprats, up till November the 6th, had not yet put in an appearance, nor had I seen a Suffolk sprat up till that date at Yarmouth, an unprecedented thing in my experience. On November the 24th, the following appeared in the Norwich Mercury. The East Coast Sprat Fishing. The sprat fishing on the East Coast is a failure, for reasons that no one appears able to fathom. Aldborough, the head of the industry, holds a yearly municipal feast, but it is doubtful whether this commemorative banquet can be held. One compensation is, however, found in the fact that the herrings have come further south and the Aldborough fishermen have managed to recoup themselves. It is suggested that the arrival of the herrings may be responsible for the disappearance of the sprats. On this note, I commented in the Eastern Daily Press of November the 29th as follows. I must confess to experiencing a feeling of deep satisfaction when I read the other day in one of your contemporaries that the sprat fishing on the East Coast is a failure for reasons that no one appears able to fathom, etc. Things looked a little better yesterday and Monday when a few tubs of sprats put in an appearance on the fish wharf. But it is to be hoped that the more ignorant of the Aldborough fishermen, who laid the fault of the failure of the smelt fishery to the innocent little terns, have now made up their minds that the failure was due to reasons that no one appears able to fathom. I felt mightily indignant when all the hue and cry was raised by these said ignorant fishermen against the terns, and very nearly committed myself to pen and ink over it. But having further thought out the reason of the failure, it occurred to me at the time that the same reasons might affect the migratorial movements of Clupea spratus in like manner. So, notwithstanding the fact that my yearly November fries of luscious sprats this season have been conspicuous by their absence, I am, I honestly admit, delighted to find my hopes realised, to a certain extent, for no prophet, for good or evil, likes to see his prophecies vain. Surely our Aldborough fisher folk, ignorant folk and others, do not lay the absence of sprats to the terns. And for the life of me, I don't see how they could reasonably lay the absence of smelts to the same little birds. I have visited both Southwold and Aldborough, and was struck by the fewness of terns, having been led to believe them much more numerous. I've watched terns, little, black, common and arctic, times and often, and seen the Caspian and the Sandwich terns fishing also, and with the exception of the black terns, never saw them rise with anything else than herring sile. That is, young herrings, locally termed whitebait. I never once saw a smelt between their mandibles. While the terns are with us, myriads of young herrings are usually flashing about near the surface of the sea. Immature smelts of the size they might like are found in our waters in winter time, and large smelts the terns do not and cannot tackle. Let those Aldborough fishermen own up honestly, and say that it was for the sake of the money the birds' skins and wings would fetch from some milliner's agent or agents, and not revenge for the supposed wrongs they inflicted on them. If not honest, be reasonable. I hope my note will fall into the hands of certain of those MPs and others, directly or indirectly interested, who may, on second thoughts, form an opinion that it was always best to weigh a matter well, more especially as affects the well-being of other creatures, who have, after all is said and done, as much right to the herrings or smelts even as we have. Further, may I point out that a sprat is a true species, which spawns in March, that young herrings are nothing but young herrings, and that there is no such species as whitebait, which is only a collective name for the young of shads, herrings and sprats, with a sprinkling now and again of blennies, gobies and sticklebacks, according to season and locality. Norfolk whitebait is none other than immature herrings. Further, that sardines are not a true species, but the young of the pilchard, except where dishonesty steps in, and sprats are manufactured into sardines. Finally, not being on the spot, I will not be dogmatic enough to say what I believe to have been the cause of these variations in the usually methodical movements of both smelts and sprats. I have an opinion, and in the many years I have delighted to study fishes and other creatures and their ways, I have always found that effects were preceded by definite causes, except in the case of a man driving a wheelbarrow. But the causes affecting the fishes in question were such as are wholly unpreventable by man. Perhaps someone will venture an opinion before I presume to suggest my own. Yours truly, John Knowlittle, Great Yarmouth. On December the 1st, I received the following interesting letter from an old naturalist friend. He wrote: Alton Broad, November the 29th, 1906. Dear Mr. Patterson, I know nothing about sprats and less about herrings, but an experienced fisherman told me a month or so ago that they would not get the big shoals of herrings in until the temperature of the sea fell to 32 degrees. I believe that the sea temperature during the last 2 months has been abnormally high, and I know that it did not fall to 49 degrees in Lowestoft Harbour until last Sunday. Now, if you confer with our engineer at the ice factory, South Quay, they can show you a record of sea temperatures which, I believe, they have kept since we started ice making. I make this suggestion to you because I believe the periodical migration of fish is more ruled by the temperature of the water than anything else, and that some of the at present unsolved problems on this question will be materially forwarded by records of the variation of sea temperatures, which partly answers the question asked in the daily press. The Baltic emptying its waters and the Gulf Stream striking the land near Bergen make that the most rainy place in Europe, and these waters forming uncertain eddies of hot and cold, I fancy account to a great extent to the uncertain migration of fishes and to their habits also. Signed, yours truly, W.S.E. And on December the 15th, 1906, referring to the proposed interference with the old Bretons, J.G.T. wrote me the following from Bury St Edmunds. There has been an agitation in East Suffolk to remove the prohibition of taking the eggs of the common tern, on the ground that the birds do damage to the smelt fishery, which I consider absolute nonsense. And the real reason, in my opinion, is that people want to gather the eggs. I am told on very good authority that the sandwich tern bred on our Suffolk coast last season. My correspondent assures me he photographed a nest with one egg and had an old bird which had struck the wire. I saw one or two sandwich terns off Lowestoft, or rather Pakefield, last September, but these would no doubt be birds from the Farne Islands. I should not be surprised to hear of their breeding on the Norfolk coast. Short notes from the diary. Birds. In East Coast Notes, a series of short notes were inserted which, although brief, were thought to be of interest. The following, some of them passed over at the time, have been considered sufficiently entertaining to find a place in the present volume. Others have been jotted down in the Notebook more recently. 1900. January. A male teal came into my hands on the 23rd, which was already commencing to change its plumage. Between the eyes and the base of the beak, the feathers had assumed a grey colour, with a few dark spots only showing. February. During the very severe weather of December 1899, the fieldfares seemed to be in no way inconvenienced, but a sharp spell setting in early this month killed many of them. A number were found dead in St George's Park. March the 28th. Some rooks very busy patrolling a marsh, grubbing out wireworms. They beat over the ground in so regular a manner that little remained unexamined. Manure was thrust aside as adroitly as turnstones toss aside sea wrack in order to see what lay hidden beneath. March the 28th. A large flock of fully 2,000 starlings near the town. It is unusual to see such an assemblage so late in the season. Probably they were late hatched birds of the previous year. Query: did they intend migrating eastwards? I have usually seen them both coming in and going away in small flocks of from 10 to 30. March the 29th. Bunches of starlings passing over the town, high up, in wedge form, going direct east. Probably detachments from the flock of yesterday. May the 5th. I have several times noted the connection there appears to be between the advent of grey plovers and a spell of wind from the south-east. Several grey plovers on Breydon to-day, noisily piping. Wind south-south-west. How will it be tomorrow? May the 6th. Wind suddenly gone round to south-east, curiously coinciding with yesterday's arrival of grey plovers. May the 7th. Wind very puffy tonight, with squalls. May the 16th. 2 shovellers very busy on the Zostera, picking Hydrabea alvi off the prostrate stems. Heron having caught a large eel, very much pestered by a pursuing flock of gulls, which harassed it a wing and afloat. Bitter north-east wind. May the 25th. Several grey plovers on Breydon. Wind south-west. Wind changed to north-east next morning, and in afternoon to south-east. July the 5th. 4 dunlins, adults with black breasts. Surely these were birds returning. I have seen young birds here on the 7th of July. As they breed freely in some of the more northern counties of England, this is not, perhaps, remarkable. September the 12th. The landrail has been plentiful in the neighbourhood lately. I saw no less than 8 on a poulterer's stall to-day. Mr. J. H. Gurney wrote me on the 4th that 9 corncrakes were put up in 1 barley field. October the 2nd. I saw a pintail with remarkably rufous-tinted plumage, a coloration due probably to its frequenting water impregnated with oxide of iron. November the 29th. 9 Egyptian geese on Breydon on the 26th. 5 were shot by 1 punt gunner, and 2 subsequently were killed by shoulder guns. Some were very fine unpinioned birds. They were, without a shadow of a doubt, escapes. Their owner had only himself to blame for losing them. 1901. February. Between Yarmouth and Caister, something like 50 dead puffins were found by a gunner named Quinton. Most of them were immature birds, that is, birds of the previous year. May the 1st. Some gulls had been feasting on the fins and other refuse thrown out after some roker, thornback rays, had been cleaned. I noticed that the spiny knobs, white and chalk-like from the processes of digestion, were vomited. I have observed indigestible bones thrown up in the same way by seafowl. June the 26th. Some very young herons feeding on Breydon. This is, I think, the earliest I have ever observed the birds of the year here. September the 22nd. This month has been remarkable by the great number of siskins, pied flycatchers and redstarts occurring in the neighbourhood. October the 12th. Very low tide to-day. Walked to Ormsby by beach. The cross sand lying off this village was visible for a long distance, and for a mile of its length it was tenanted by an enormous flock of gulls, probably numbering 3,000. This was certainly a rare experience for the gulls. October the 27th. Continuous flights of Norwegian larks coming over. Wind south-west. On this wind most of the migrants came in this year. November the 16th. Wild afternoon. November the 25th. Twice lately have razorbills, wearied out by the rough weather and seas, been taken alive on the beach and brought to me. Do what I would, neither birds could be made to feed, even throwing up again pieces of fish forced down their throats. December the 18th. Coots numerous on Breydon, also several redshanks there, a rather unusual circumstance in winter. 1902. March the 13th. Sparrows are a perfect pest in the St George's Park, having found something very much to their liking in the flowers of the yellow crocuses. Row after row have been destroyed, and the petals bestrew the soil. Next to the yellow, the white is favoured with their attentions. The purple variety they let pretty well alone. May the 12th. With the old gunners there was a saying, 12th of May, Godwit Day. Gave some time to Breydon today, but not a single godwit rewarded my search. Tempora mutantur, nos et mutamur in illis. June the 2nd. 3 turnstones, exceedingly late birds on Breydon. A still later oyster catcher there on June the 20th. June the 30th. Considerable number of greater black-backed gulls on Breydon. Been here some days, and will no doubt remain all summer. They are, without question, non-breeders. October the 30th. During the past week, several shore larks have been taken by bird catchers. 1903. May the 6th. 2 large flocks of ringed plovers on the mud flats. One contained fully 200 birds, the other 300. I was so interested watching them that a tremendous downfall of rain overtook me and forced me to row for shelter, which, fortunately, was not far to seek. July the 6th. Thrushes and blackbirds this season have built in several town gardens and made themselves very much at home. I saw a blackbird's nest built in a flower pot, a most unusual procedure. The pot had fallen off a bedroom windowsill and lodged in the fork of an apple tree. 3 young birds, becoming well feathered, and more than comfortably filling the rather small nest, paid very little heed to my intrusion, having become fairly confident with my friends' children, who daily came to see them. July the 18th. The Yarmouth rook is a depraved creature. He delights in carrion, and seeks it from choice when cleaner food might be obtained. I saw this evening the ribs of a deceased dog, bare and clean picked, sticking out of a hole in a sack, which had been the poor animal's shroud. The rooks had just vacated their foul meal as I rode up to see the joint on which they were feasting. Query: did they find this unclean thing by its scent, or were they so familiar with bags containing carrion that they knew what to find inside as soon as a hole had been torn? 1904. January the 9th. On this date a paragraph appeared in the Field relative to an avocet shot by a Yarmouth gentleman at Aldborough, a few miles south of this town. It is a most exceptional circumstance to find an avocet on the east coast in winter. The bird has been preserved and is now in the town. July the 31st. Several kestrels flying about Breydon walls. One young bird, screaming noisily, made a dash at a meadow pipit, when, just as he was within a very short distance of it, a swallow made a feint at him, baffling him, on which he dashed at the hirundine, which was, however, too quick for him. September the 24th. a Lapland bunting, Calcareus laponicus, taken by a birdcatcher on the North Denes. 1905. April the 26th. 9 land dotterels seen on the North Denes. May the 27th. The barn owl is a migratory species. I have seen it in autumn come in straight from sea in the daytime. In spring, the species very rarely shows itself in the day. One, however, was observed yesterday flying across St George's Park, when a swallow dashed at it and considerably upset it. The owl made a stoop at the swallow, which easily enough dodged it, but it continued to harass the owl until it had passed beyond its territory, when the unlucky bird of night was allowed to proceed on its way without further molestation. May the 31st. A water rail, in all probability migrating, struck some telegraph wires in the town and fell into a yard and was found by a cat, from which it was taken sadly mutilated by wire and claw. June the 15th. A nest of the ringed plover was discovered on the south beach, the eggs being hard set. 2 days after, the spot was visited, but the nest hole was empty. Mr. B. Dye, who used closely to watch the habits of nesting ring plovers, states that the earliest nest discovered was on April the 19th. The earliest hatching was noted on June the 1st. June the 24th. A flock of about 150 young starlings congregated on the marshes. A remarkably early bunching of this species. July the 6th. About 60 jackdaws, young and old, searching for grubs on a Bureside marsh. Most of these were locally bred birds, at least a score having been hatched in the parish church steeple. September the 28th. After continuous east winds, I went to the harbour mouth, thinking that in all probability some unfortunate rock birds might have been washed ashore. I saw one weary red-throated diver, at which some boys were throwing stones, swimming in a muddled fashion just outside the breakers, and found one dead razorbill and one guillemot among the debris of the tide mark. I also found a Manx shearwater near the breakwater, but it was in too bedraggled a condition for preservation. It is rare here. October the 7th. Saw a young guillemot deliberately robbing the hooks of the sea anglers at the Galston breakwater. He tackled one hook too many, and greatly to his surprise was landed on the platform. October the 14th. Saw the first snow bunting of the season on Breydon walls, feeding on the down-covered seeds of the Michaelmas daisy, Aster tripolium. As it sprang up on my approach, 2 swallows darted at it, an incident which seemed to suggest dislike to the harbinger of approaching winter. As I walked home by the Acle road, I passed a yellow wagtail, a rather late stayer. November the 15th. There seems to have been a very pronounced movement of green woodpeckers. They have been plentiful of late. They are usually more in evidence here in November than at any other period of the year. November the 16th. A male bearded tit was shot at St Olave's, where, with a companion, evidently a female, it was unexpectedly met with in a clump of reeds. This looks like a return visit to an old-time haunt of the species. November the 18th. Wild birds frequently live to a great age in captivity. A friend assures me that a linnet of his acquaintance has been caged 18 years. 1906. January the 27th. A flock of snowbuntings feeding on the rain-soaked seeds of the Chenopodium album growing on top the walls near my houseboat. February the 7th. Some stacks of hay have been overhauled on the Southtown marshes, much to the delight of bramblings, which have visited the spot in some numbers for the sake of the numerous seeds of weeds exposed to view. February the 23rd. Saw a concourse of hooded crows on the south beach. I found their centre of attraction was the carcass of a dead terrier dog. The eyes had been extracted and the tongue, the daintiest portions, and the fur was stripped off one side, as clean as feathers off a plucked chicken. March the 31st. A movement of water rails has taken place. One brought to me that had been picked up exhausted out of the river. Another was recently killed on the North Denes by striking a telegraph wire. May the 12th. Went for my usual 12th of May Breydon tour, but did not meet with or hear of a solitary godwit. July the 9th. Yellow wagtails abundant on some ling-clad hills high above the St Olave's marshes. Insects were extremely numerous, but not more so perhaps than on the lowlands. It occurred to me that this wagtail may be locally changing its habitat, for it is by no means so numerous as formerly on the marshes around Yarmouth. July the 14th. Saw the crane at Lowndes, which was shot after 2 or 3 days' solitary ramble on the Caister sand dunes in May. What forbearance and self-restraint local gunners must have exercised to allow it to remain unmolested so long, even as that. October the 10th. Extraordinary numbers of larks arrived to-day, coming in just before and until after day dawn. October the 27th. The first lot of snowbuntings frequenting the South Denes. November the 5th. A skewer very busy chasing the gulls off Galston Pier. Species undeterminable, probably a Richardson's. November the 21st. Very unsettled weather, probably a gale northward. Yesterday, lapwings pouring in wing-weary flocks, seemingly scarcely able to land. With them came over wood pigeons, larks, fieldfares, etc. End of section 24. Section 25 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 2, Some Fish Notes, Part 1. The three-spined stickleback. The three-spined stickleback, Gasterosteus aculeatus, is a sprightly, pugnacious and sturdy little fellow, game every inch of him, more especially in the early summer months, when he is dressed in his nuptial attire of blue, yellow and red, and when those amiable and intense feelings, as Couch aptly terms them, are stirred into exercise, and the cares of a family devolve upon him. What fun then it is, as one lies sprawled on the grassy margin of a ditch, watching him darting hither and thither in the neighbourhood of his precious nest, now driving from its vicinity with spines erect and rigid and glaring eyes those whom he deems intruders on his domains, and now returning hurriedly to inspect his premises in order to satisfy himself that nothing has happened while his back was turned. And yet it is just at this period that the human urchin, elate with spring's invigorating impulses, most mercilessly pursues and persecutes him, dragging broken baskets, hung on many knotted pieces of twine, right through his domains, like so many devastating trawl nets, and bringing him kicking and protesting to the bank, with the tangled and bedraggled debris of his hopes and ambitions heaped around him. Your urchin scarcely gives it a thought that Master Redbreast's existence was designed otherwise than to be subservient to his whims and fancies. And with what eagerness does he, after the wild drag and upheaval of the weed-clogged trawl, pounce on the silvery little kicker and drop him, not perhaps without a pricked finger, into the big-mouthed pickle bottle that was clandestinely lifted from the cupboard shelf at home. The stickleback does not tamely submit to close imprisonment with a host of fellow unfortunates without protest, for he makes his nose sore by many a dash at his prison walls, and he has many a desperate fight with his companions before, smarting and exhausted, he sulkily submits to the situation and resolves to make the best of circumstances. It is not long ere most of the little victims perish miserably of sour breadcrumbs and asphyxiation, the survivors dropping out one by one, until the sturdiest and most vicious of them all is left in solitary state. His prison life is never of long duration, and the boy comes down some morning to see his pet, a white, rigid, erect-spined corpse standing on its head. Most of the marsh ditches around Yarmouth abound with sticklebacks, save where small and stunted pike eke out a precarious livelihood. You will seldom find the stickleback there, for Esox lucius has eaten up every one of them, and now depends chiefly on hapless little frogs, which, unaware of its presence, plunge into the ditch for a swim bath. In clear, clean ditches the stickleback thrives and becomes numerous. Even in the shallowest droves may be seen darting away as one's shadow falls on the water. But there are certain ditches on the allotments north of the Destructor, between Yarmouth and Caister, where every captured stickleback is found to be covered with fungoid growths, and in many cases infested with parasites. Early in August 1906, I met a lad coming from the allotment ditches with a pickle bottle full of sticklebacks, and knowing that most, if not every fish, would be affected by parasitic spots, I examined them and found my surmise correct. I begged a couple off him, and placing them in a tube of formalin which I carried, I eventually sent them, with other specimens, to Mr. Robert Gurney of Ingham Hall, Stalham, who replied, "I am returning your beasts. The most interesting of them is the stickleback. I found Thersites gasteroste for the first time this year, and thought myself only the second finder in these islands. But I never saw such a crop of them as you have there. I think it is probably quite common if looked for. It is only found under the opercula of fishes. The black spots, that gave the fish a leopard-like appearance have nothing whatever to do with it, and are probably due to sporozoa or fungi. I found the CITES in the Muck Fleet, a very dirty stretch of water in the Broads, and the Yare this year. The stickleback seems quite at home in water absolutely fresh, brackish or salt, although he does not enter the last named from choice. He has a habit of congregating at the entrances of the sluice gates, which are now and again opened to allow of surplus water running into the rivers. There is much food usually gathered there, and when the gates are lifted, he is carried downstream with the current. This does not greatly inconvenience him, and I have not infrequently observed shoals on the riverward side of the iron sluice gates, as if waiting a chance to return. But this does not happen. Many are carried down into the sea, and are probably soon devoured by various marine fishes. I have seen the stickleback drawn ashore with young herrings and kicking about among the seaweeds. In May 1906, my small son John brought home some sticklebacks. An example, 3 parts grown, I allowed to remain 2 days in fresh water. I then took him out and placed him in a tank of sea water, in which were 2 whelks, an anemone and 2 Risso's crabs, Xantho rivulosa, taken from the deep water. He lived here apparently comfortably enough for 5 days, without the slightest sign of irritation or inconvenience. Then I fished him out again and deposited him in an aquarium with 3 small carp for companions. Here he was quite happy and kept them company for some days after, when, if I remember rightly, I gave him his liberty for his good behaviour. Dogfishers versus herrings. The following entry in my notebook is dated October 20th, 1906. Walked to the harbour mouth this afternoon to see what the wind of a day or 2 previous might have caused to be washed ashore. I found thousands of herrings thrown up by the tide and spread in a decaying line at least 3 miles in length. It may be well to mention that a westerly wind causes jetsam to come ashore, whereas an easterly wind drives to the beach such objects as float. I noticed that 9 out of every 10 herrings showed bites from dogfishers, packs of which destructive fishes play great havoc with the herrings fast in the net, as well as those swimming in shoals. The dogfish always bites out pieces very like a Brazil nut, both in size and shape. Now and again the spiny beast himself becomes entangled in the meshes of the net and is drowned, or knocked on the head by the fishermen as they clear the incoming nets. Stranded fish. One of the delights of the seashore to me is the ever likely chance of finding queer or interesting creatures thrown ashore by the waves. The little heaps of seaweed shot out of the beachman's draw net, although, correctly speaking, pitched there by accident, afford one much entertainment in sorting over the small and the juvenile fishes kicking about amongst them, but do not conduce to speculation and deduction as to the relationship of effects with causes. The finding and the condition of the great number of dead herrings already referred to were accidental. I do not think they would have been there but for the onslaughts of the dogfishers, and the drawing in tendencies of the undercurrent attendant on a westerly wind. An easterly wind, flinging up big breakers, always pulls out jetsam, but drives floating objects ashore. Occasionally, fishers are thrown ashore in quite an unexpected manner, and certain fishers seem more liable to this kind of accident than others. The opar is one of these. A deep-bodied, heavy fish with a comparative insufficiency of fin power. It has been notorious by its proneness, when muddled amongst sandbanks and adverse currents, to end its career on the seashore. One of the first I ever saw was stranded at Caister in October 1891 after a storm. It weighed 51 pounds, was preserved for a local fish merchant, and has recently been placed in the Tollhouse Museum. Unfortunately, it seems impossible to reproduce the magnificent coloration of the living or freshly dead fish, but the preserver has at least made it passably realistic. This is the fourth specimen, to my knowledge, obtained in the locality, and all of them landed against their will. The same remarks apply to the Ray's bream, Sparus niger, a deep, bream-like fish which, when unwittingly wandering amongst the numerous sandbanks, shares the same untimely fate. Centrolophus pompilus, the blackfish, of which only one specimen is recorded for Norfolk, introduced himself in like manner. I have occasionally seen very immature bass left on the sands by the retreating tide, and could only account for their presence by their having strayed too closely inshore and been drawn in by the undercurrent. Congers, though not nearly so frequently of late years, were at one time often found on the beach during continuous easterly gales, when a severe frost had obtained. Their bladders becoming distended by the severity of the cold, they found themselves incapable of sinking, and so were thrown from billow to billow until landed on the sands. It was a custom in sharp weather for certain perambulators of the beach, old men generally, to take a sack with them in which to drop their finds, and more especially with a hope of falling in with conger eels. A fair-sized whiting surprised a friend on one occasion by flinging itself onto the beach in front of him, as did quite recently a large squid, Loligo vulgaris. In both instances, I feel certain they were fleeing from pursuing codfishers, who are not averse to silvery whiting or the luscious tentacle of a savoury cuttle. In the latter instance, my friend touched the squid with his walking stick, when it vomited its ink, making a peculiar gurgling noise. He flung the creature in again, and saw no more of it. I have seen the squid come ashore in a similar manner, and heard that curious vomiting sound as it stained the sand all round it. Occasionally a round fish is found that undoubtedly owed its demise to an unfortunate adventure with a sea angler's hooks. After an exhausting struggle, it had dropped or torn itself off to be thrown up by the waves, ere returning strength had enabled it to hold its own, or it had succumbed to its injuries. In the old leisurely days of the herring fishery, when little masters had an innings and steam had not come to the fishing fleet to encourage the greed of company mongers, the fishermen had more leisure, being dependent on winds and tides. On breezeless days the boys, finding time hang heavily on their hands, would get what fun they could from bird and fish, sometimes by hooking and in other ways catching the former, at other times by tormenting the latter. The dogfish, hated for its shark-like ways and appearance, was badly treated. Sometimes the living fish would be turned adrift with corks attached to its tail, so as to be unable to sink again or to control its movements. Often it would be disembowelled and flung overboard to perish miserably, while the livers would be cut out of the larger ones for the purpose of making into oil. As a lad I often found these wretched fishes dead among the flotsam, with their misplaced floats still attached to their tails. Young herrings. The great spawning time of our East Coast herrings is looked for in the autumn, the full fish insuring to the spawning grounds in October and November. One would naturally suppose that there would be a well-defined gradation in the sizes of young herrings taken from time to time during the year. I make no comment, but simply state that I have taken or found immature herrings exactly 3 inches in length in the following months: April, May, June, July, August, September, October and November. Twait shad. Unusual numbers of the twait shad, Clupea finta, were taken in the herring nets during the autumnal fishing of 1906. They were about the size of the herrings, and several, to my knowledge, found their way even as far as the riving stage of the herring cure. That is, after being washed and salted, were handled singly by the rivers, who spitted them, or threaded them by the gills on the long sticks or spits, for hanging up the loves for the purpose of being smoked. The twait shad is easily distinguished by the 7, 8 or 9 spots running along each side of it from the Alice shad, Clupea allosa, which has only one spot on the edge of either gill cover near the pectoral fins. Mackerel items. I have before referred to the capricious movements of the mackerel, Scomber scomber. Some years ago the East Coast mackerel fishing was one of Yarmouth's important industries, the landing and selling on the beach of the beautiful fish affording an interesting and novel sight. Suddenly the mackerel deserted this neighbourhood, but shortly afterwards it appeared in great numbers off the Cornish coast, whither our enterprising boat owners sent their craft, which for a time were fairly successful. But the 1904 and 1905 voyages were complete failures. Once again, in the spring of 1906, these dandies of the sea revisited in great numbers their old Norfolk haunts, and with characteristic smartness the Yarmouth boats went quickly after them, the fishing being pursued with energy and profit. At the conclusion of the fishing, Mr. J, the master at the fish wharf, kindly allowed me to overhaul his books, which gave me the following facts. Last year, 1905, very few boats were engaged in the pursuit of the mackerel. This year, 1906, however, something like 50 luggers went after them. For May and June the catches totalled 145 lasts. Up to June the 21st, a last of mackerel numbering 12,000, catches amounted to something like 1.75 million of fish. Prices realised as much as 18 shillings and a pound per hundred, the average being about 12 and sixpence. The largest haul of any one boat at one time was a last. One boat earned £250. There were a few trunks of mackerel on the wharf on the 21st which I saw, but it was then remarked that they then didn't catch enough to feed the crews. Strange fishes, which we usually expect to find consorting with mackerel, this year were few. Surmullets were taken in small numbers, with a few shads, garfish, scribbled mackerel, Scomber scripter, and salmon trout. It is my opinion that the mackerel were pursuing the herring sile, which swarmed our coast this summer. This, coupled with a continuation of easterly breezes, seemed to suit well the hungry, rollicking characteristics of this jolly fish. Mackerel were not caught in such numbers during the herring fishing as in some recent years. The author notes that in 1905 the herring sile was remarkably and unaccountably scarce. The bellows fish. There is in the Toll House Museum a quaint and extremely rare little fish, the bellows fish, Centriscus scolopax, known sometimes as the sea woodcock and the trumpet fish. It is a native of the Mediterranean and is said to be a common species nowhere. It is the merest straggler to the southern coasts of Great Britain, and has, in a very few instances, been cast up on the shore. Day, in British Fishes, cites only some half-dozen instances of its capture, some of which are open to doubt, as he seems to suggest that the boarfish, Capros aper, may have been mistaken for it. An example of the fish in question was landed at Milford Haven in the latter part of April 1904, and sent to me by an unknown friend who evidently knew of my penchant for strange marine creatures. Couch, in British Fishes, gives the ordinary size of the fish as from 4 inches to 5 inches. The present example, measuring 7¼ inches in length, must be a fine one. Willoughby is said to have seen examples on sale in the fish market at Rome, but as the fish, minus its beak, can be covered by an ordinary envelope, and is only 3/4 of an inch in thickness at its widest part, it speaks much for the economic and microscopic tastes of the Romans. Nevertheless, its flesh is said to be excellent eating, and people who can dine contentedly on insectivorous birds ought to be good judges of its culinary properties. The bellows fish is undoubtedly a slow swimmer, and probably keeps well to the sea bottom, where it uses the pipe fish-like end of its long stiff beak to gather tiny crustaceans, Entomostracea, and other small marine creatures. Its very limited means of progression may account for its restricted wanderings, and its presence in British waters must certainly be due to tidal influences. Briefly described, the body is covered with small, rough scales, the eyes are exceedingly large, and the body narrow. The fins are small, and the rays of the first dorsal are ornamented with stout spines, the foremost of which is long and immovable, and is probably used as a weapon of offence, and a formidable one it must be. That such a rarity should have been saved from destruction is exceedingly to the credit of my then unknown correspondent. A Gurnard's quietus. Couch's figure and description of the so-called little Gurnard, Trigla passiloptera, described also under that name by Yarrell and Thomson, gave me some considerable trouble in trying to localise the species, and eventually to satisfy myself as to its non-existence. Couch gave the length of examples examined by him at 1 inch, and Dr. Lowe, who included it as a species in the Norfolk list, referred to a specimen obtained by him while trawling in Lynn Roads in May 1873, length 2 3/4 inches. In June 1890 I obtained from a shrimper a small gurnard answering to Couch's description. This I forwarded to Mr. T. Southwell, with another or two. He replied: Norwich, 5th of June 1890. Dear Sir, the gurnards you sent me I still think are the young of either Trigla lineata, the streaked gurnard of Couch, or Trigla hirundo, Couch's tubfish, probably the latter, which both Couch and Yarrell call Trigla passiloptera, regarding it as a distinct species. On this, Day and I think rightly, so far as I can see, does not agree with them. To settle the matter, if possible, I have sent both the fresh and spirit specimen to Dr. Gunther, and asked him his opinion. Will let you know the result. Mr. Southwell kindly sent me Dr. Gunther's reply, which was as follows: The fish are undoubtedly the young of Trigla gurnardus. Hirundo has longer pectoral fins. There is no European species of Trigla of so diminutive a size. This, then, seems to be a satisfactory settlement of the question, and although my shrimper friends persist in telling me they only find these small things, which must be real fish, and do not obtain red gurnards of intermediate sizes between 3 inches and above a foot, I have to assure them the little gurnards and big gurnards are one and the same species. A rare bonito, Scomba thunina. Dear Sir, we have a specimen fish brought to-day, caught locally, of the mackerel species, weight about 7 pounds, fetched rather big price. Call at shop and see me respecting it, either there or market, when I will give you all particulars. It is a handsome specimen. Signed, R. Bezoar, 9th of July, 06. This was the first intimation I received with regard to a fish, which not only afforded myself and several prominent naturalists considerable interest, but led to the addition of a new species to the British list. While the postcard was still in the hands of the postman, I happened to call round at Mr. Bezoar's shop and saw the magnificent creature lying in state on the slab in the shop window, interesting a small group of spectators, who ventured many opinions upon it. I at once had the fish photographed by flashlight, hanging it on an easel tail upwards for the better display of its fins, and I then sent it off to a bird stuffer's at Norwich, writing to Mr. T. Southwell asking him to call round there and see it. I also made a pen and ink drawing of the fish as it lay on my table, and forwarded it to the Daily Graphic, erroneously naming it, as I honestly believed it then to be, the plain bonito, Auxis roche, for the nearest approach to it in shape and coloration was the plain bonito in both Day's and Couch's British Fishes. Fortunately, my drawing was more truthful than my identification, and Mr. Southwell at once noticed the extension of the first dorsal fin. The fish was captured a few miles off Yarmouth by the drifter Martha, which was fishing for mackerel, this species having turned up in the local waters this year, 1906, in unusual numbers. Mr. Southwell at first thought it identical with Pelomys sarda, but certain markings which were peculiarly distinct when the fish was first taken caused some hesitation in our minds, although the first dorsal fin very strikingly corresponded with that of Sarda. A photograph was submitted to Dr. Gunther, but he could not determine the species from it, and suggested that the absence of dark bands along the lower side and the mottled figures on the back pointed to Auxis. Fortunately, Mr. Southwell, with that desire for exactness and love of correctness so characteristic of him, suggested that the fish should go to the British Museum authorities, so that they might settle the point, and thither it went. On August the 25th, I received the following letter from Mr. Southwell. Dear Patterson, I returned home last night and found your fish, which is none the worse for its journey. Also a letter from Mr. Boulanger to the following effect. The fish is a most interesting addition to the British fauna. Scomber thanina, Cov, or Euthianus alliteratus, Ray. It is a pelagic fish of almost worldwide distribution, which has been several times taken on the coast of Scandinavia, but never on our coast, so far as I am aware, without making a search in the bibliography. I must therefore congratulate you on turning up a fish not only new to Yarmouth, but to Great Britain. If you do not mind, I will send a note to the Field, and you had better record it in the Zoologist. I saw at once that the fish was of a species of which I had no experience, but I have looked up its history in Day's Fishes of India. Mr. Southwell's note appeared in the Field of September the 1st. The first half of it covered the ground I have already dealt with, but the latter half may not be considered out of place. He wrote, On turning to Day's Fishes of India, I find that he figures this species, Plate 54, Figure 6, under the name Thynus thanina, and states that it is found in the seas of India to the Malay archipelago, where it is common during the cold months, and that it is found in the Mediterranean and tropical parts of the Atlantic. Its northern range extends to the Scandinavian seas, and Lloyd, in his Game Birds, etc., of Norway and Sweden, quoting from the Proceedings of the Royal Academy of Science, Stockholm, 1863, mentions the occurrence of a specimen 2 feet 9 inches long, weighing 22 pounds, near Malmo in 1857. Whether others have since been met with in the Scandinavian seas, I know not. The occurrence of this southern form of a widely distributed family of fishes or Far Eastern shores in an intermediate but still northern locality is very interesting, and it is quite possible that some of the bonitos, small tunnies or very large mackerel, which have from time to time been recorded, may have belonged to this species, but falling into less discerning hands than those of Mr. Patterson, they may have passed unrecognised. The Yarmouth specimen was 2 feet long and weighed 7 pounds. I am exceedingly pleased to record the capture of this stranger, whose subsequent adventures go to prove that utter absence of selfishness which is characteristic of all good naturalists, and the great care that is exercised in placing species on record in the annals of our county's fauna. The bonito is now in the Toll House Museum. End of section 25. Section 26 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 2, Some Fish Notes, Part 2. What Fishers and Birds Swallow. In December 1905, some interesting discussion arose in the Angler's News with reference to the identity of a fish taken at Folkestone. From its description, I at once decided it to be a muller's topknot, Zygopterus punctatus. After some handing backwards and forwards of sketches, my identification was accepted, although the fish itself did not come into my hands. The correspondence led to a discussion of other phases of fish life, and What Fishers Swallow made some entertaining reading. G.G. wrote as follows: Sirs, with regard to Mr. Patterson's recent letter with the above heading, perhaps the enclosed may furnish an interesting line. In the stomach of a blue shark captured off the Firth of Forth recently, a boot and a stocking were found. I think the subject of What Fishers Swallow very interesting. Following this was a letter from Scarborough, which read: Dear Sirs, as an angler naturalist, I read with much interest the notes on uncommon fishes which appear in the Angler's News from time to time, and gain much useful information from them as to what fishers swallow. Some years ago I saw a guillemot which had been taken entire out of the stomach of a large cod, and more recently, on opening a sprag, as small cod are called here, of 8 pounds, which I had caught at Cloughton Wyke, I found in its stomach an entire redwing, a member of the thrush family. The fish was caught in October, during which month the redwings are migrating from Scandinavia to Great Britain, and doubtless the example found had fallen exhausted during its long journey, and had been picked up by the fish. I have several times found stones in the stomachs of codfish. An interesting discussion might be opened upon what seabirds swallow, and it appears to me, as an angler, that our seabirds are receiving too much protection, and are becoming far too numerous, the quantity of fish destroyed by them being something enormous. A razorbill which I shot some time ago contained in its crop no fewer than 200 tiny whitings, about 170 of which I was able to distinguish separately, the remainder being crushed to pulp. Only a few days ago I saw another bird of the same species struggling with a large fish, and after watching it overcome and swallow it, I shot the bird in order to see what had happened. I found the fish was a garfish, 13 inches in length, the length of the bird, minus the feathers, being about 11 inches. The fish was bitten almost in two about the middle, and doubled upon itself, thus rendering the apparently impossible quite easy of accomplishment. I have seen a cormorant swallow a codling weighing 3 pounds, and one of these birds, which I kept for a few days alive, would eat 6 large herrings a day, and was never satisfied. He would fill himself until the last fish was left protruding from his overflowing gullet, and in about 4 hours was empty and hungry again. Signed, W.J.C., Fellow of the Zoological Society, January the 13th, 1906. From Folkestone followed another note. Dear Sirs, a short while back Mr. Patterson asked as to what fish ate. Now my experience has shown me that depends mostly on the nature of the ground in which one catches one's fish. During the whiting season, and when sprats are also about, it is usual to find that the crop of your whiting is glutted with Clupea spratus. At other times he appears to feed on anything which he can get hold of that is alive, and makes the young brit, which in the spring of the year swim in our bay in myriads, pay a severe penalty for having been born alive. We all know that Mr. and Mrs. Whiting will also feed on the succulent lugworm. The pollock, the pike of the sea, is very much of the same taste, excepting that he prefers rag or madder to lugworm. Also, a very young cuttlefish is very much to his liking. Codfish appear to be very general also in their likes, more catholic than either of the former, for I have found whiting, small pelts, crabs, and other shellfish dons. On opening a 9-pound conger, I discovered a recently swallowed hard-shelled crab, at least 4 inches across his back. He had so recently swallowed it that, except for a turn in his lateral formation, no doubt prepared first by Mr. Conger to suit the formation of his Little Mary, he was practically intact. My reason for making a special point of this is that there has been much discussion amongst the cognoscenti up above as to the reason for the scarcity of shellfish, crustaceans, round our south coast being caused by the captures of large quantities of congers between this port of Folkestone and the French coast, in consequence of which the cuttlefish and squid have increased in such numbers that they have kept down the increase of crabs and lobsters, to whom they are natural and deadly enemies. It is, of course, possible that my conger knew something of this. He looked a knowing old bird, and was trying what retaliation would effect. This is a question for our lords and masters of the upper house, whose opinion and verdict we look for. Signed, G.C. Walton, A.R.M. Junior, wrote, Sirs, one day my father and I were returning from a little fishing excursion at Cromford near Matlock Bath in Derbyshire. On reaching the well-known fish pond by the roadside, I threw into it a large dandelion which I had gathered in the Cromford meadows, and in a second a big chub came up and swallowed it, and several other chub did the same thing with other dandelions. It may be interesting to state that on the side of this pond there were several automatic machines from which, if you inserted a penny in the slot, you would receive some cheese to throw to the chub. One fact in particular I tried to ascertain during the correspondence, but there was no response. Had anyone ever detected the codfish devouring its own species? Whitings, I know, have no scruples in the matter of devouring any relative they can swallow, but in my experience I never found a small codling in the stomach of a larger one. Many a fine cod too have I seen dissected, and among the many queer things found were huge masses of whelks' egg cases, but these had never been engulfed by the cod itself, but had been crammed into its maw by wily fishermen, in order to give that plump appearance so desirable in freshly caught cods. A friend of mine once took from a cod's stomach a fisherman's pocket knife, and from the maw of another a good-sized turnip. Lesser forkbeard and Montague's sucker. The study of our British fishes will, I fear, never be really popular except with those who do business in the deep. It may be that the uncertainty of meeting with the fishes and the difficulty of watching their habits, as may ornithologists in the case of bird life, tend to damp enthusiasm, although I feel convinced that were a beginning made intelligently and determinedly, many who now ignore the subject, although perhaps living in localities favourable for ichthyological pursuits, would find it interesting and pleasing. I myself like it for the difficulties that have to be surmounted, and the amount of speculation and deduction to be drawn from casual happenings in no way lessens my interest. Every naturalist has at least some small chance of adding to our store of knowledge, and if the making of local lists and working out the faunas of localities be too great a task, at least the recording of rare species, in any branch of natural science, should be esteemed a duty. The above reflections are suggested by a note I received in March 1906, which dealt with the finding of a rare Yarmouth fish, the occurrence of which I did not record in my list of species. J.T.F. wrote, "I am now reading with much interest your Nature in Eastern Norfolk. I know and remember most of the scenes which you describe, and enjoy their being recalled. I recall one of my natural history observations. This relates to a fish, the lesser forkbeard, Raniceps trifurcatus. I used occasionally to watch the draw nets emptied on the beach, and in passing where one had recently been drawn, to stop and examine the fish which had been rejected. On a day in January 1861, my brother, now Colonel R.F., and I came upon a few of these rejected fish south of the Wellington Pier. We selected one which was strange to us and took it home, and through Yarrell, 2nd edition, we established it as the lesser forkbeard. I preserved it in spirit and kept it here for about 40 years, and then presented it to the Norwich Museum, where it may now be seen. I think its length is about 8 inches. Yarrell believed that no example had been obtained elsewhere than the Cornish coast, except one at Berwick-on-Tweed, and it seems that mine may probably be the earliest recorded Norfolk example, or perhaps the second for the whole east coast, though no doubt it is only the capture of this fish which is of such extreme rarity, and its existence is more common than any evidence would lead us to suppose. I should observe that the fish was still living when I picked it up. The only other fish of the least interest which I chanced to discover in the same way was Montague's sucker, too, which I found on the beach on another similar occasion. I saw the net drawn with them. They were clearly identified and preserved, but I do not know where they are now. Now, had these Montague's suckers been properly recorded, my claim to being the first observer to add the species to the Yarmouth list would have been superseded. With the exception of these two, whose history has now turned up in an unexpected fashion, I knew of no others taken off this coast until the spring of 1904, a period of over 40 years. This makes my contention good when I say that the records of any rare species are interesting and useful, as adding to our store of knowledge. The Montague's sucker, Liparis montaguei, is referred to by Dr. Lowe in a transcript from the Norfolk and Norwich Naturalist Society as common in the Norfolk Estuary. He says, "I have frequently taken this, which is much more common here than the preceding Liparis vulgaris in the estuary, and several times in the river opposite Lynn in fresh water at low tide." In May 1906, it came to hand from the Yarmouth shrimp boats in sufficient numbers for me to believe it by no means uncommon off this coast. Some I saw contained spawn which was, proportionately, of a very large size. The lesser forkbeard has been recorded several times for the Norfolk Estuary by Mr. Day. Couch refers to one obtained by a Mr. Gatty, a Fellow of the Linnean Society at Yarmouth, but gives no date of its occurrence. It would seem strange that, between that example and the one mentioned by J.T.F. as taken in 1861, none should be recorded until 1891, in which year I obtained two, taken in shrimp nets, while a third was washed up after a gale in November 1902. Day speaks of it as apparently solitary and probably a wanderer, and, quoting Ogleby, states that the curious fact of this fish being generally washed ashore dead would seem to prove that it lives at the bottom in very deep water, where neither nets nor lines can be used, and where it is perhaps not so rare as is supposed. It would be interesting to know at what depth the influence of a storm are felt, and to know why this deep sea species should be subject to these influences. The fact of two being taken in shrimp nets proves that it occasionally wanders into shallow waters. Altogether, the inferences to be drawn from the forkbeard's appearances are interesting, to say the least of them, and without putting two and two together to make four, its habits might be left in doubt altogether. There is much yet to be learnt of the comings and goings of many fishers. Soles numerous. The sole appears to come into the roadstead fairly regularly in June and July. A more than usual quantity of fair-sized fish were met with in 1906. A dozen of my shrimper friends at the latter part of June substituted small trawls for their ordinary shrimp dredgers, and made remunerative hauls. I saw 56 pairs of soles, some of them fine ones, in a shrimp shop on July the 5th, the combined catch of two boats using 16-foot beam trawls. Some of these fishers fish hard. They crowd on all sail and throw out a drag, a sail held by a pole and 4 guy ropes, which the tide fills like a huge bag, pulling the boat along from below in addition to the sails above. The soles, so far as I can ascertain, inshore for lugworms, and take the Nereidæ freely, although showing little or no food in their stomachs when dissected. Most of the shrimpers who retain their dredgers meet with few soles. Lucky Bob, who occasionally trawls on Breydon, assured me that he took there on July the 4th no less than 32 pairs of soles. His largest fish measured 22 inches. Jari, the watcher, recorded one 18 inches long. Shoals of grey mullet. The movements of the grey mullet, if the statements of old Breydoners may be relied on, were at one time well ordered and exceedingly regular, while the capture of this fish was a remunerative part of the men's employment. Today the grey mullet's movements are capricious, and there can be no doubt that the few stragglers which come to this estuary keep chiefly to the channel, or the edges of the flats bordering on it. I have been given to understand that great numbers used to go round the river to Alton, where they would congregate at one of the locks, probably to feed on the Palimon varians, which would be found there in quantities, and where one of the lock keepers kept by him a homemade spear with which now and again he secured one or more of them. Huge numbers appear to put in on the south coasts, and some correspondence on the subject, to which I contributed, may be worth preserving. In the Angler's News of February 24th, 1906, appeared the following: A great haul of grey mullet. Salcombe was on Monday all agog with excitement, owing to the arrival of enormous numbers of grey mullet. The fishermen at once went after them, and Mr. William Cove writes me that his net accounted for 4½ hundredweight of fish, which averaged from £2 to £3. Writing on Tuesday, he adds, "Now there is another shoal of about 2 tons, which we are trying to get." It would be interesting to know what caused the sudden appearance of these immense shoals of mullet here. Were they attracted by food, driven in by large predatory fish, or gales? Or do mullet spawn hereabouts? At Yarmouth the belief seems to have been that they came upriver, like the smelts, to spawn. But seeing that this species spawns in the winter months, as rather curtly referred to by Mr. Day, its visits here must certainly have been for the sake of the food found on Breydon, the Ulva lactuca and the small hydrobia clustering upon it, and not for spawning. The probability is that it was for spawning purposes this great shoal came to our southern coasts. I replied to this note, and gave an account of the habits of the species so far as I had observed them in this neighbourhood. A note followed from Mr. Cove, the fisherman referred to the effect that they, the mullet, are chased, the same as the hounds after the hare, by porpoises. We think that the mullet feed on the insects, crustacea, which are among the seaweed, but we cannot tell exactly. The shoal of about 2 tons, which I mentioned last week, is still in view, but are driven about by the porpoises, and we cannot catch them yet. G.C., continuing the correspondence, wrote, "I think the reason that the grey mullet has extended their visit to the Devonshire coast is the mildness of the past winter. I have a strong conviction that this fish attaches itself to locality. When the Mabel Grace was making the passage daily between this port of Folkestone and Boulogne, a school of mullet was invariably to be seen disporting round about her, more especially when the warm water was emptied from the condensers, and any that were caught on pollack tackle from the pierhead were always taken shortly after she had left the harbour, which would indicate that they had followed her to beyond the pierhead, and were taken on the return journey to within the shelter of the harbour pier extension. To me the following of a steamer seems rather curious, unless the mullet did so for the sake of the grease that would naturally drain into the sea from such a craft. Mr. Day speaks of it as delighting in shallow water during the warmer weather, snatching at any oily substance that may chance to be floating about. When sailing vessels coming in after long voyages were not so rare in Yarmouth Harbour as they are today, the barnacles and other marine creatures, which were often very much in evidence on their bottoms, would occasionally lure unexpected fishers into the harbour. That grey mullet will eat larger morsels is proved by one being taken with a mussel and another as recently as November 1906 on a hook baited with lugworm, although in each case I believe the fish was foul hooked, the barb of the hook having entered the soft lips of its small mouth without the whole being taken. The grey mullet's fondness for small mollusca is proved by Coucher's list of shells, quoted from Thomson in his Natural History of Ireland, which includes Mytilus edulis, Modiola papuana, small examples, Litorina retusa, Rissoa labiosa, Rissoa parva, etc. Salmon trout. During the latter part of September 1906, the coast was visited by an unusual number of salmon trout, the longshore fishermen at Winterton, a favourite resort occasionally of the species, bringing some excellent catches to the fish wharf. In 2 days as many as 10 stones were brought up, the larger fish realising £1 a pound. Mr. R. Beezer, fish merchant, informed me that the catches were much greater than usual. He himself purchased over £1,000 of trout, dispatching most of them to London. One fine example weighed 16¼ pounds. Several between that weight and 12 pounds were amongst them. The greatest number was landed on September the 29th, the season closing on October the 2nd. The pearl sides. The finding of an example of the pearl sides, Maurolycus pennantii, stranded up river nearly 4 miles from the harbour mouth by my friend Mr. J. E. Knights, is worthy of being recorded. An unusually high tide overflowed the banks of the River Bure at several weak spots, not far from the town. Near the new railway bridge, spanning the river, a considerable inrush of water filled the adjoining ditches, coming in like a mountain torrent. Some days after, Mr. Knights visited the spot and found an example of this silvery little creature lying on the bank at the edge of a gully formed by the torrent of water that had forced its way through. The fish was 1¾ inches in length. I saw it with its 2 rows of abdominal spots still vividly coloured, although it was somewhat shrivelled. I may be wrong, but I am strongly inclined to believe that this species, allied as it is to the Salmonidae, ascends rivers in spring for the purpose of spawning. All the occurrences I have noted for this neighbourhood were between February the 24th and April the 1st. Owing to its diminutive size, it is seldom netted, for the mesh must be fine indeed that stays its progress, although, as in the case of the first one which I discovered at the harbour mouth, it had come ashore entangled in the abundant weeds clogging a net. A deep sea ling. When passing a fishmonger's on November the 7th, 1906, I observed a big-eyed, attenuated-looking ling. I remarked to the fishmonger on its distinctive appearance, and he laughingly replied, "Yes, that's one of them old deep-sea customers," which not only proved to me that he was fairly conversant with the fish, but also suggested at once the locality from which it was taken. On turning up an old copy of the Field, I was delighted to come across an article on Deep Sea Fishes in the Market by J.T. Cunningham, and at once saw the similarity of a drawing of the fish to the example I had recognised. Mr. Cunningham's remarks on it are as follow: Malva elongata, Otto. This is a species of ling characterised by the slender form, the elongation of the pelvic fin which extends beyond the pectoral, and the shortness of the first dorsal. The lower jaw is longer than the upper. The colour is ashy grey on the back, silvery on the sides. The specimen I have examined is 31 inches long, but the fish is probably often larger, though it does not reach so large a size as the common ling. This species closely resembles a northern deep-sea species of ling, the Malva abyssorum of Nilsson, Malva berklange of Welborn. The latter occurs at depths beyond 100 fathoms on the coast of Norway, and was discussed a few years ago by Mr. Holt, who obtained specimens from the lining grounds of Faroe, and from Iceland, where it is taken both by line and trawl. The chief differences between Malva elongata, for which Mr. Garstang suggests the English name silver ling, and Malva berklange are that the first dorsal fin is shorter in the former, and that the pelvic fin is longer than the pectoral. Monsieur Adolphe Cligny, of the station Aquicole of Boulogne, who has published a memoir on the deep-sea fishes obtained by French trawlers on these grounds, considers elongata as merely a variety of berklange, but he omits from his discussion the fact that in the former the pelvic or ventral is longer than the pectoral, and not in the latter. It is of little importance whether the forms are considered to be varieties or species. There is no doubt that they can be definitely distinguished. Malva elongata was until recently only known from the Mediterranean, but it has been recorded by Portuguese observers from the coast of Portugal. There is no doubt that it is a good edible fish. The example I saw was about 30 inches in length. It did not long remain unnoticed by customers, and its remainders were sold at night in a fried condition, with many another species. End of section 26.